It's time to put those Saturday morning cartoons on hold because it's good old esports right in your faces and in your spaces. I'm Hal Monkey Man in the booth alongside one of the greatest known faces that you could ever see in your space. That is Pyro J, as we get into the East Coast Conference Championships as provided and of course presented by Esports U. Pyro, we've got some great teams, we've got a ton of titles, we've got a lot of competition, an end cap, if you will, to some of these students trying to finish off their semester. How you doing today, man?
Get to take on the gauntlet of esports today here for ECC. We're starting off with, my prime, my favorite Rocket League, the car soccer, but we're bouncing around from Smash Brothers to Overwatch to VALORANT. It's going to be an exciting day, Hal.
Good plethora of competition. Some of that has been projected from the fall when some of these finals at first occurred. And now the spring semester is swiftly coming to a close. Can you believe it? The Easter Bunnies already hid their head back into their huddle. And now everyone is coming back to rise. And kind of an early portion of a Saturday, noon. This has got to feel like 2 a.m. for some of our gamers. But we do start with Rocket League. And it's with a few penmen. You were telling me in the green room how familiar you are with at least one of these squads. Well, it's kind of a sibling rivalry as it's penmen on either side.
That's right. Southern New Hampshire University sister schools battling against each other. SNHU Blue, their fall finals weren't what they wanted it to be. They faced Concord Maroon and they didn't take the win there, but they get a chance at recapturing that energy, that winning energy that they lost out on by now facing SNHU Yellow. And that's right, I am a little more familiar with these teams. Blue especially. You've got Somber, Hector, and Juice. Just casted Somber in this team on another conference, and man, oh man, Somber knows what he is doing. Defensive warrior, mechanical god. You're about to see the stage lit up in a very special way, Hell Monkey Man. That I can promise you.
I mean, it's going to be fun to watch regardless. They're going to have to get through Chandler, Arctic Wolf, as well as Eagle from out of their brother team. And, of course, all of them playing, I think, from the same venue, right across from each other. Some shaking of the fists over the monitors. And so a little bit of rivalry, and that's exactly what you like to see as they end up moving through that first round of the bracket. Both these teams set and ready to go. So let's get to it. SNHU Blue. I think they're going to be in blue. SNHU Yellow, well, it's just all pinmen out there. Let's go to game number 1 of our best of 7.
And what I like to think is that these teams scrim each other pretty often, so they know what they're getting into, not only as they face each other in this conference finals, but also on those days where they've got to practice their strategies. But you got to think with a land spot on the line for CECC, for winning this championship, they're not testing the waters here, Monkey Man. They're putting out everything that they know.
And so, in case you guys did not realize that, ECC, they have auto bid based on each of their titled champions here through the spring to go into CECC. That's a good collection here from SNHU Blue. They were swarming the back net, the back line, and they make it all the way through off of that demo.
I mean, you got rebounds, you got demos. What's really left after that from SNHU Yellow? Nearly nothing. You get that kind of pressure, and you'll get a goal in the first minute.
Absolutely swarming the boards. And I like to talk to folks when it comes to Rocket League. They're first getting to know it, as this is soccer meets hockey meets the most Americanized version of any of that you could really find, and that's massive explosions. So if you see some of that extra physicality working from the perimeter, well, you're not at all distraught for what you're envisioning. So SNHU Blue trying to continue to pin back the pin men. Dressed in yellow, and this first minute so far has been dominating field position.
I'm going to say they're dressed in yellow, and they're going to be looking at a lot of yellow if things continue the way that they are. We've been stuck in this yellow half for quite some time. A clear off the backboard to an upward member of the team. Looks like good in theory, but wrong in practice. They couldn't redirect it. They missed the connection, and now they're left up to the mercy of Hector.
Solid performance there to just be able to get at least that challenge out. And unfortunate for Savage Slasher, he ends up upfield and could do nothing more than watch as Hector was already going to the sky and slamming that one on down. So make it a 2-0 lead here for SNHU Blue. as yellow side hoping to get out from hiding all the way here. I know that we're just into the early prongs of spring, but they got to blossom upfield. I like this redirect from out of Eagle. They get that one touch. Oh, solid defense from Juice.
Well, that's where yellow is going to capitalize today, right? It's on those counterattack plays, and it's making sure they've got their side covered on the opposite end. First counterattack chance for blue is actually the one that gives them that third goal.
And it's a very selfless style of making it happen because Hector was ready to go to pick up that ball, just needed a solid pass, especially across that back line. So, good looks by blue, making sure that they come out the gate swinging, really not allowing this yellow gang to have much of a look upfield. Now, they had one solid touch. You don't want a one-touch offense. You want the commentators to be speaking about how you're really circling the wagons and forcing your opponent to have to drill back, and that's what we're getting so far. This is a nice elongated offensive. They send it to the backboard.
Oh, and I like the vision from yellow. You had that shot coming in right away off the rebound. Unfortunately, blue is just that quick, mechanical team as Juice sets up with that double tap, nearly finding their way into the net. Was blue, but they'll take a step back and they'll await another chance as it will be Zexy. Home for the sidewall, pass up the backboard, set up for Juice. Are they gonna let Hector rain down another shot? No, they're taking a backseat.
Hector playing the much more fundamental safe game, and that's gonna end up being an opportunity. The yellow brings right back upfield. So you had the two-man rush between Zexy and company. I believe it was Juice that couldn't quite get the winning strike to make it a 4-point lead. And so now they suffer into a 2-point differential as just working that one off the corner. And that's exactly kind of quick strike offensive that yellow desperately needs.
It's what we've been talking about. The fact that once you're transitioning to an attack, that's your opportunity to catch blue off guard. And also get those upfield passing connections. How about a pass to yourself there? It's Chandler. Had the line up from the ceiling, went for the reset, just didn't connect on it. It's another moment where SNHU yellow, they've got the ideas, just need that execution.
And this again out to the wall. You've seen a lot more of this entire pitch being segmented as to who owns what. And for blue, a lot more midfield. For yellow, they're bringing it around to the outside, which is okay to do. You're seeing them steal away some of that precious boost away from their blue brothers. Hector's going to try and lay this one up over to a teammate. A quick flip reset, trying to be gained by Chandler as he at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's going to be a nice demo as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting the net saying, oh, let me just make sure that one falls right in the net, as it does. Just a laser there from Hector to line up that 4th goal, and we have reached that final minute, that territory of, well, blue, you could really put through a final goal and put this game 1 away.
I have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a minute to go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's going to be Juice that ultimately finishes the job, but all the mechanics were presented by Hector initially. A flip reset just to get it pancaked to the backboard. And if you get someone sprinting like Juice has been up and down this pitch and directly into your opponent's net, I mean, high side of a 50-50, they're pretty much going to get that shot every time.
Absolutely. And it does give that moment for yellow to say, okay, I'm seeing the overextension of the attack from blue. If we can take them off guard, if we can get that downfield pass like they're doing here, right? Bouncer over to Savage Slasher, take that shot. If that's on target, they get themselves a chance. So the avenues are being created and carved as another center field pass nearly hits for yellow. But they'll have to look to switch those gears on for game 2 because this game 1 is finding its finish line.
A lot of success went through the wheels of Eagle on the side of yellow. Now, a lot more of that is going to have to happen very early on. Solid save, in fact, out of Eagle as this one will die in the yellow stripes. But game number 1 goes over to SNHU Blue And in case you guys weren't aware, it is a best of 7. So looking at the overall shot output, 14 to just the 3. But still, I like what we got to see later term from out of yellow. Blue was just quick off the block.
I think that yellow have a lot to take away from this game, right? We had that minute and a half, really, of never seeing the blue side of the field. So you're right. Like, the game materialized in a way where the yellow pen men started to carve that yellow brick road to the net, right? It's all about those downward passes and those chances at the redirects, because they could take blue off guard. But the problem is that you're giving SNHU blue all these chances, 14 shots, double digits in of itself. Hell, Monkey Man, is a lot in Rocket League. When you get up to 13, 14, 15, that's where it starts to feel suffocating.
It really does. I mean, a plus 11 shot output, even if you don't land all of them, I mean, they landed, what, over 33%. So quickest math in the world, and often mine is wrong, but still, you can play the law of averages, and when you bring a shotgun to a knife fight, I think that you're going to end up having a better offense. But we will end up going into game number 2 momentarily, making sure the lobby is settled. Looking at what our awesome production was able to provide us. Shout out over to Cool Scoots and KTAD. But we know that this that ECC, they're being given bids to go to CECC, which is happening over into May Madness. They're going to be joining the likes of some big dogs. Like, we're looking at Winthrop, Fisher, Northwood. You're talking perennials. So for SNHU, be it blue or yellow, this is kind of a big time for them to step up, have a kind of a seat at the table that maybe they don't often get to see.
It is. You're throwing some big names out there, and then you keep reading the list, and you see Davenport, Syracuse, Ball State, and it really does look like those top-tier heavy hitters. And that's the kind of experience that is exactly the bid that you want. If you want to grow as a team, you've got to take on the masses, right? And that might be your sister or brother school like we're seeing right here, or that may be the teams that are on the mainstream featured on CRL, right? So it all is that gambit of, well, let me take this bid, let me get the chance to play on the stage and get an opportunity to play against those teams. So that's kind of in the back of the mind for these players as they put out some big shots like this.
And it was a lot of the early interim. I mean, you see this one at 3-0 and just inside the first couple of minutes, it was obviously a lot of the Hector show, Juice being a solid workhorse to try and just elongate any of these options to anyone. I feel like we only get to see kind of a small sample size of trying to spread this field much more laterally from out of Zexy, but they were very quiet about how they wanted their campaign to go, making sure to enable the key striking from out of Hector as well as Juice. And in terms of yellow, so much of it ran through Eagle. And if that's got to be how it is, you sometimes have your front man. But for Savage Slasher and for Cole Chandler, I know that they did wake up late term. So let's go to game number 2. SNHU yellow, can they strike back? Or does blue make it 2?
Like you said, with Rocket League, we like our explosions. And the story of the series certainly began with one. An explosion on the yellow players and a convincing victory for blue, but I think we still have many pages to write here. As right off the bat, blue, they're pre-jumping shots, you know, they're fired away, but it is still scoreless as Juice. Oh, to Zexy, the 1-2-3 to get things started.
Solid setup. They knew they were a bit faster than Savage Slasher. They had a man on the outside, and then it became a quick strike inside for Zexy. Wants to get their name on the scoreboard just within 34 seconds. What a great setup as everyone from blue gets involved. Chandler will give a kiss over to his opponent slash sibling in arms here for SNHU. But for yellow, gotta get them out. I like that demo. Trying to be able to get a swing shot, can't quite get there.
And they've had few offensive chances, but it's good to see that they're going to be creative with those chances, right? You saw that push from Eagle upfield. You can take the 50, you can rip the shot, or you can fake it and go to the side. And that's what we saw from Eagle. So they're still willing to be creative on these advancements to the field. They're getting the demolitions as well. And off that demo, Cole Chandler is just going to rip it to the net. Zexy is back, but yellow being able to test blue's defense.
That was a great look as well because Eagle decided, hey, I'm upfield. Let me take a chance. We don't get a lot of these very early on. What a bump by Savage Slasher. Was thinking that that was going to open up the entirety of that net. And unfortunately for him, the arc wasn't completely underneath the crossbar. But SNHU Blue, they're under duress right now as Yellow's been taking plenty of opportunities to force them to have to wrinkle backwards.
It was going to force him to be a little more accurate on that shot taking as well. It was around the perimeter, the post, the crossbar. Unfortunately, the one shot on target from Yellow is going to be in their own.
That's a tight window that you have to work with there, Pyro. You're working from that back post forward, and if you're not basically curling your car in to then out, if you're working that lateral line, there is a very high likelihood that you end up turning inward to try and face against a ball to the wall. So that's where the ricochet occurs. Zexy, quick flip reset, trying to hand it off over to Juice. Third man fills the gap, and they make it 3.
There's a reason Hector found so many chances in game number 1, went up to 8 shots, might just find that total again in game 2, but not if they're being as precise as this, closing on that opportunity with a top corner ripper. And they're up 3.
SNHU Blue repeating the story. You might find it boring for them, but copy paste is still successful. Eagle over to Cole Chandler. Rather, Savage Slash is looking for a double tap. He'll get it. Great find and stride, and Yellow will finally get on the board.
This is one of those goals that should be worth 2 points. What a redirect into the double tap from Savage Slasher. Look at Hector. Sitting there on the goal line, can't believe his eyes or what he saw. Didn't put a hand up. Even if he did, that one was in. How about Yellow making their way back into this one?
Absolutely. He's like looking at him. I was like, hey, wait, why are you not on this team? Hold on. You can do that. Why we got you on the other side? But SNHU, their program runs deep. And they know that they've got a lot of talent. Just about being able to have them hit at all times. So individual prowess and some solid mechanics are definitely being shown on either side. Blue has just been very consistent about their way they're rotating and smothering this Yellow defensive. No one on the back door trying to at least take advantage of it if something like that falls out. But a lot of presence upfield, and Blue is trying to pin back the pin men in Yellow.
Yeah, you can see the problem arising for Yellow. It's the fact that oftentimes they don't have the boost ready to make those counterattacks happen, right? We see the way that Yellows score. It's to get somebody upfield to get that redirect or that double tap. But how can you do that when you've got to play defense somehow, some way? They do make that save on the goal line, but still they're not safe.
One bit. Eagle trying to take this one from the outside. It's a double commit between him and I think that was Slasher. So Yellow is now getting bullied. Cole Chandler at the nose of Hector, who wants to just give him a little quick love nudge. This will be upfield. And again, this has been the same play they've attempted 3 times. One time it has hit where they make a long pass into blue territory with a man that's kind of cherry pick redirect jumping, seeing if they can be able to land that one before anyone from the defense of blue shows up. Zexy can't catch up to it. Yellow is suddenly in a solid position. If they can just get one solid look at the net, I feel like these strikes are at least forcing blue to have to respect them, and they peel backwards.
Absolutely. You peel back that onion, and eventually the layers will disappear, and we've seen those hard-hitting strikes from Yellow find the core, but they've got to do that in less than 40 seconds, and they've got to do it twice if they want to take a win in this game. It's pretty much got to begin from Chandler and Eagle here. Eagle does award themselves a second touch off the wall, but the teammate in tow didn't have boost. That shot's off the crossbar. Hector sets up another from the backboard. But it's Eagle to see it away. A couple more stops from blue, and that'll be endgame. Maybe even a goal here as it gets taken away. Zexy's shot will go through the smoke screen to close game 2.
This has always been a weapon in the arsenal of SNHU Blue. As soon as you try for some kind of save to be able to push that out, maybe get it clear, at least send it to the outside, someone's sweeping along that goal line, and they're looking for a dude to bump. It's a good demo. Less than 10 seconds left. Yellow finds at least their one. You're going to need to find a few extra going to game number 3 because this one's still another blue victory. It's all about hitting that timer at this point. to see if they can at least match up to what their differential was last time. And some extra love shared between Penmen and company. But this one becomes a 2-0. Blue up.
I'm just excited that my prediction of the Penmen winning this match is so far looking correct. As we see another double-digit shot total for SNHU Blue. This time Zexy leading the way. Hector going down from 8 to 2. It's really the kind of team that focuses on possession. It's really polar opposites from these squads, right? Whoever gets the shots, it doesn't matter. You've got strikers on this team, but Yellow looking for those lightning in a bottle, capture those moments to be able to send it downfield and put down that double tap that, hey, it was only one goal, Hail Monkey Man, but that's one that's burned in my mind. That was a beautiful one from Savage Slasher.
That's the one that you post on socials, and they're like, "Hey, what's that scoreboard?" So he's like, "No. Look what I just did. Like this is cool. This is great." But for Yellow, it is at least a spark. They've got to light a whole fire, maybe even a forest fire at this point, to really get this one going. But for Blue, stay cool, stay true to their consistency, and you get to see that the shot spread, even though it was only 10 away from the 14 that they were bearing down upon them in game number 1. It still was enough to force them to have to rotate more into those posts. So as we go into game number 3, we need to capture more lightning in a bottle, but it needs to become a thunderstorm if you're SNHU Yellow.
All right, bring the storm, SNHU Yellow. You have heard the forecast. Will the meteorologist be right? Maybe, as Eagles pass right over to Cole Chandler. Again is another mark of the planning being there, but can they execute? Eagle touch off the ceiling. And this is a marked difference from what we're used to. A pinch for Cole Chandler will find the first goal for Yellow.
76 miles an hour is a tough ball to stop, and with a couple of combined efforts between Chandler and Eagle, who would basically form two hands and Kamehameha that ball forward, it just goes blitzing by. For the first time in 3 games, we've got a lead, and this time early on, it's for Yellow.
Well, now everybody has a clip because it was Savage Slasher earlier, and then the Eagle and Chandler, went together with that one. It was almost another pinch in favor of Yellow, but this time it was with Blue, and they were able to put a stop to it and immediately turn it around with juice.
About 18 seconds or so, everyone's rotating this corner. A solid challenge by Hector, and Cole Chandler was left in reverse. No one could read what the next shot was going to go to, and it was basically dead man on net. So, tied up immediately. Won't let them enjoy that one for very long, but I like the scrappiness that we're getting out of Yellow. Blue wants to test themselves, trying to get over into maybe a breezy, but can't quite complete the run up to the backboard.
Not quite, but the momentum is exciting to see. Blue don't really feel put down from Yellow's earlier performance. In fact, they may just look invigorated. How about that downward pass? That looked like a good bottom corner shot. SNHU Yellow not going to allow such easy goals, but there is a demolition that allows Cole Chandler some time, some space to pass over to Eagle, drop down in front of the net. Savage Slasher unwilling to give up on this possession. Zexy handles that well off the ceiling. Hector in search of a teammate to find the exit.
Like the reversal. They got it just behind the rotation. Eagle with the flip reset. He's looking for anyone to pick up after it, but unfortunately a teammate was a little bit too far and deep. They played a much safer line to that midfield line. And that means Zexy, yep, this is all she wrote. As soon as you're running with this much force behind the back center of this ball, you have to be up there or else it's just going to be a 50-50 win.
Everybody likes to talk about the flip reset, the musty flick, the ceiling reset. Just air dribble into the net. What more do you need? You're right, they had the momentum of a bulldozer just to crash through that one and get the lead.
Solid work as they now get 2 in a row. SNHU Blue trying to regain and get back to the same scoreline, just a different path to make it there. As they allowed their brothers in arms to score on them first. They'll hold that over their head, and it provides good war room material whenever they do VOD review for this entire program. Like, all right, how do you get past you? What are you looking at right here? Midway mark, game number 3. It is imperative that yellow does get this game. Otherwise, they're going to be at the behest of trying to reverse sweep at a best of 7.
And that's not a position the yellow want to be in. So halfway through this game, and they're entering this second half with fury. The demolition on the goal line does allow for the long clear, and Eagle maybe missing the mark on that ball, giving Zexy the pass right in front of the net to Hector. One slip up leads to disaster.
That's so tough. That's just Dominus things, and I think you and I can agree. Flat car syndrome, you go up the wall, there's that tiny little separation between yourself and the ball, and if you aren't basically kind of double jumping up into it, you become magnetized off of momentum from the floor. So that one slips by Eagles' talons, I guess it would be. 2 minutes left, and Blue has reasserted themselves.
Dominus can't really be a gamble of a choice. There's big wins and little losses like we saw on that previous play. But still time to reconcile. School Chandler actually faked the challenge and then spun right back into it to put a stop. They did that on the ground, but can they do it in the air against Zexy? Late flip reset. Climb that ball to the backboard as Hector does the same for the shot. Setting up from that standpoint of the rebound. And a couple players from yellow crawling on the wall together. They're going to want to separate a little bit as one flies back to the goal just to get that save. A lot of defense being played still from yellow.
And the way that the rotation is going, they end up in the same spots. Oh, I'm talking about dribbles. Apparently Zexy is able to find it automatic, taped it to his nose, found a nice sidewall spang, and is now able to just sling it over to a teammate. This is a great setup, and everyone had a shot at it.
That's the kind of flawless aerial ball control that makes you wonder how long have they spent in free play or those special workshop maps to master that effort, making it look so easy. It's just so impressive. So SNHU Blue, they're earning their goals one after the other. Many of them due to that effortless style from Zexy.
Less than a minute remaining. About to be on match point for SNHU Blue. They can connect on this one. Chandler's already upfield. Eagle trying to throw it away, maybe looking for some kind of psycho. His juice all the way from his own back line. Can't acquire it as Chandler has another look. Yellow is looking down the pipeline of what could be a very long road to get back into this series. 4-1 is often the death knell for most teams, and right now it's feeling a pretty similar vice. 20 seconds left. SNHU Blue just got to keep this one away from their other brothers from across the other monitors.
That they will. Avoiding bumps right now is SNHU Blue. They don't want to have to repair their car in the garage after this game. If they can bring their car bodies to the next one, it would be preferred, and that they will. SNHU Blue go up 4-1 in game score for the 3rd time in a row, marking another convincing victory on the series score.
You know, wait, you brought something up that I need to know, because we obviously, when it comes to Rocket League, it is universal in terms of the game. You learn the mechanics, you learn how to be able to play around with it. People back in the day had mentioned the idea of like individual car stats. Can you imagine having to, and this is, you know, this is just ideas, having to do like, was it season play to get in-game currency to then have enough to repair your car between matches?
Say, okay, you've got 3 lives, you get demoed more than that, you're done. You're done 2v3 at that point.
Insane.
It's funny because around 2019, 2020, the meta shifted entirely to disruption play. The demo game totally reshaped Rocket League as we know it. That would only further that strategy for demos to just be the way to go. And, you know, as it relates to this series, the reason that became such a big thing was because defense was too good. It was nearly impossible to just score. So you had to create your own avenues. You had to come in with the demolitions. And we have seen that strategy employed from both teams. But right now, Yellow may just need to amp that up because anything has to change for them to turn this around.
They've definitely not been winning the regular battle offensively and just on the scoreboard, but they've also been in concert and losing out on the physical battle. This is a very precarious situation, but look at the pickup. We talk about control, and look at the quick redirect it requires Eagle to stretch out all the way in the full length of that Batmobile.
Everybody's flexing their mechanics in this game, and that sidewall from Juice was magnificent. Goes for another, mind you. And it's going to remind SNHU Yellow that there's really no safe area on the field right now. SNHU Blue are showing that they can score from really wherever they are, wherever that ball is bouncing from. Ooh. And the same could go for Yellow as Chandler opens up the scoring.
I think through 4 games, this is the latest that we've ever seen a goal go through for this series. Most of them have been in the first 25 to 35 seconds. This one a second over the first minute, and Yellow has caused just enough disruption for Blue to find it difficult to at least combine together. And we've seen Zexy pick up for some of these possessions, really looking strong. But Blue has not found themselves in striker positions. Hector just picked up that boost. Should be able to rotate this corner. He actually sees a double demo happen, and then he ends up on the respawn screen himself.
It's tough to survive with all this physicality, but Eagle, that slender and smooth Batmobile, is operating so well around the corner to get that shot near Doomsy Dish to score. A second goal would have been the largest lead for Yellow, but they'll have to start from square one as Eagle intercepts the play to get the save. Looking confident in this Batmobile, racing away to get another demolition, but missing on that time.
You can tell that Eagle definitely has a striker's mentality. They've been playing nothing but flat cars. But for everything else, SNHU has a very patient mentality. Eagle went up for this touch. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Second time the Eagle can't make a connection, and that just leaves a freebie for Blue to be able to put in.
We expected the equalizer, but SNHU Yellow paving that off, or staving that off a little bit longer than maybe we anticipated, I would say. Eagle shot off the post, and there's nearly no one back. Zexy won the beat, goes for the crazy, and hits the double off the post as well.
Zexy has been threatening to do this too many times. And to have the wherewithal that you know that that ball is going to go wide, position yourself interior of the ball, or rather the post, and be prepared for the ricochet, that's just ball knowledge. That's mechanical prowess and practice really coming into full shine. Now, we asked for physicality. Everyone's starting to throw haymakers. I mean, what energy do they have left? They've got to start going for the knockout punch.
That's right. Has to be the one that will incapacitate a player from SNHU Blue. Make them harmless, but it looks like more danger awaits. Once again, pass right in front of the field. They may take advantage of this miss there from Cole Chandler, but instead Cole Chandler goes for the boost steal. Which could work if they could turn this ball over to the net. Nearly they do. The rebound from Cole Chandler will flash right back as Yellow. They're getting these rotations in, but it's back in Zexy's hands, and that's never a good thing for them.
Not at all. Zexy's really showing up in a big way to lead from the front and enable both Hector and Juice to be confident about anything that they want to do on this pitch. Zexy, even with no boost, he's just going to fake it out and say, hey guys, one of you come and get it. Well, both of them did. Back corner take. They now refuel. Zexy sends it right back over to Hector, but Hector's rotating inward, and this is an odd game of monkey in the middle. Everyone from Blue is now taking the ball with them, saying you cannot play with it, as they steal into their own corners. 80 seconds left to go. Yellow, believe it or not, is within striking distance at this point in time of the game. But so is Blue of just putting this game away and being your ECC Rocket League champs. They've just got to get it going. Oh, what a save from Zexy.
Unbelievable. They'll turn it around, and Juice goes for the power slide shot, missing the ball entirely. Will Blue get that second effort, ripping the ball right off the backboard? Yellow brawling for this chance. It's Cole Chandler downfield. drilled it in the center of the net. They've tied it up.
Anything but done. Cole Chandler just had to beat one man. Juice could not get it in no man's land, and for the first time in a while, Zexy cannot be fast enough to get there and get a stop. It did it at the goal line against Eagle, but this one was a feather too far.
Savage Slasher trying to do their best rendition of Zexy, but instead they'll give the opportunity over to Hector. Now SNHU Blue looking to swarm on it, but they have to work their way back. Chandler up on that cherry pick effort from Yellow to set up Savage Slasher. Yellow have taken the lead again.
Double commit. Unfortunately, Zexy had stars in their eyes, did not see Hector through them, and now that leads to a 2-goal swing. Going back to SNHU Yellow, the Penmen. It's a fist fight between brothers in arms. Blue, see if they can do something in this latter 20 seconds.
They've got the ball right now. Eagle trying to rip it out of their hands. This one all set up well for Blue, but they will end up missing the ball. Juice is going to go straight for the shot. Rebounding it is Hector. Right over back to Juice. It was almost a give and go to tie it up and take it to overtime. And now they're out of boost. Now they're out of possession. And this ball will be alive just barely. Juice, can they keep it off the ground? Kicking it up high, but right into the hands of Yellow. They stave off the win for now.
For now. That is actually really impressive. Okay, so Yellow ends up with a massive performance from out of Chandler and Eagle. Literally everyone able to participate in a big way. The Batmobile, they just needed the Dark Knight to show up, and apparently maybe a little bit of that old school Fairy Peak knowledge to really help them out. So anything but done, anything but over. And as much as Blue, I mean, for, you know, they can see themselves as the favored squad, the priority squad for SNHU. They don't want to play with this opportunity. It felt like that they lost the comms and lost the sauce about who was trying to cover that back line. Just kind of got in over their heads when it could have been an easy coverage for that defense.
You're right. I think we've seen moments from Blue where they're trying to pre-jump passes from each other, and that's different from the first couple of games where they would start off with the lead, with the first goal. Now in the last couple of games, Yellow has had that opening goal. As you mentioned, it's taken longer to score that first goal. It's kind of allowed us to balance it out a little bit. And more than anything, I like the confidence from SNHU Yellow right now. We called out the maybe an issue from Eagle. Hey, that Dominus, it's a flat car. They go even flatter with a plank hitbox on this Batmobile, saying, oh, this might be an issue. No, I'll show you exactly what it's capable of.
You know what? We'll go flatter and longer. Just whatever you can. And for all of that, they've actually been so tough to identify across this pitch. When you look at pretty much everyone that drives an Octane or a Fennec, it becomes very precarious to go and see them. Now, all of Blue has decided they hate Eagle, and they've been going for a couple of demos straight off rip. So can they at least slow them down? Do get rid of Savage Slasher. This has been a lot of demos early on. I think I've counted at least 4 by Blue trying to force Yellow to reset constantly.
I mean, it's a great way to follow through your offensive rotation. You can follow your shot, you can try to get the pass, but just what Juice is doing there after ripping the ball, go for the bump, get someone out of the way, and look what it does to the defense. They're stepping on each other's toes. They're double committing on saves, and it leaves those layers a little bit flimsy when the rebounds start to come through. Credit to Yellow. They're still getting stops. They're still spaced out, and they've got the boost as well. But how long do you think they can last in this position?
Oh, now when Zexy's bearing down upon them. Still, though, they've been all over one rotation. That's into this backside corner. They're bullying Eagle just as they get out, but they will steal their back corner boost. Zexy with a pass over to a pre-jumping Juice. Hector with the midfield line, and they're a step late, but not too far away is Eagle as they aim to also demo the back goalie. So Blue getting a taste of their own medicine, and suddenly looking for a drop shot, seeing if they can be able to get that one off of a floor pinch. Can't get it done.
I mean, Cole Chandler might be my favorite player to watch right now for a reason I have to mention later. Because right now, it's Cole Chandler in for the interception. Pass over to Savage Flasher and nearly the goal. But Juice instead there to break up the play. Everybody racing around, a mad dash to their own net to put away this lead chance.
Oh, you're talking about, I have to talk about it later. Well, I think we're getting evidence of it right now, but Juice is loose. He ends up giving his life for it. It was a feed after Zexy got a demo. Hector to Juice, and he full sent to be able to get that little gap on the backside post.
That's a great change in the pace from Blue. They've been going for these aerial attempts or these mechanical plays, but instead they keep it ground-based, and I guess there's more to it as Hector gets the chip on the kickoff.
That's the other side of sending a 2v2 into a face-off. As soon as that happens, if you don't get into that connection, then it becomes, all right, do you have a goalie ready to receive a fastball? And that's exactly what SNHU Blue was looking for. They don't come away with a third. It was looking like they were just about to bury Yellow, but can't quite get it done at this point in time. Zexy wants to, though. That's top bins. And suddenly, what was 0-0 for about 2.5 minutes becomes 3 in a row for Blue.
And it's part of the mental game as well, right? There's been so many where Blue start to rack up the score, and then they get that 2-goal lead. Yellow do a great job when the score line's close, but you can see it teasing apart now. They've got to find a way to regain that confidence and remember what they did in the previous one.
If you're Yellow, you've been good for one every single game. I don't want to see that average go away. I want to see them continue to fight on, because every single game is a championship for them. Same thing is for Blue, though. They are a game off. They are a minute and 52 away from getting themselves a guaranteed bid to CECC here through the ECC Championship. Can they be able to take over and complete this run through their brothers that sent them to at least one extra game, a game 5 that Yellow probably didn't see themselves in the first place? That's a wide open net. Hector's threatening it. He's trying to do the same thing, aiming for a couple of fakes as Juice is listed a little bit too fast.
Quick whip there from Hector around the corner, and it does force Eagle to use all their boosts just in chase of this ball. It's a great strategy. Cole Chandler ready for the redirect, but they do miss the tip of the ball. Not missing a lick of it, though, is Zexy on that save. Eagle giving up everything for this play, though, because there's everything to work for. Minute down, still 3 goals away from tying this ball game up. Eagle picks up the boost. A corner, able to flip into this one. Camping that mid boost is their teammate, but I don't think it spawns in time. And now Yellow gonna have a difficult restart on this ball if they're able to stop it. That's Slasher intercepting, though, so maybe they can turn this into a moment. Slasher on the boost steal. That one's for Cole Chandler, but it's ripped away from Juice. Blue are just all over it.
Feels like that one was one of the great last opportunities. If they were going to strike and if they were going to get into the scoreboard and make it competitive, it had to have been there. Savage Slasher doesn't want to give up the ghost. Zexy's just patrolling, making sure that no one can escape for free. Blue looks like they've done a lot of work. It feels like the ECC crown is about to be on their heads. Eagle has a chance to at least drip it over to one of his teammates. They will overrun it, and that is going to be it. SNHU Blue has been able to take over and take control. The ECC crown will be theirs, and the bid to go to CC May Madness is theirs as well.
There it is. He'll keep it alive a little bit, because why not? But Zexy, Juice, and Hector are your ECC champions. And they will boast that in the limelight right now. Yeah, do a move, Zexy. It's worth it to celebrate. They're headed to CECC, Texas.
Solid work. They're going to be joining some of the big dogs up there, which is honestly, when you look at their body of work through this semester and the previous semester, it's been really good over here for the East Coast Conference. So I love what they're able to accomplish, and I love the fight as a total program that we're getting out of the Penmen. I mean, Yellow didn't go down for free. We got to see some adjustments, some card changes, because why not? And honestly, Cole Chandler, Eagle, like everyone stepped up to the plate to really put a big fist in the face of what I guess right now is bigger, better brother. But Blue, they came through and honestly did fantastic work, not letting it get to them. And they showed a good overall resume for us inside this series about how to respond to adversity.
I think so. I think you look at this program and you talked about how well they put together their teams, and that's only going to make them stronger because it's very common for them to scrim each other, right? We need to practice some of these strategies we're working on. Hey, this game we're going to go full demo heavy, and we definitely saw that, right? Hell, Monkey Man. So yeah. I like the strategies that were employed, but ultimately SNHU Blue, a team to look out for and get excited for their trip in May.
Well, that is just our first one, our first crown to hand out for the East Coast Conference Championships this time around. Our second one is right around the corner. We've got Super Smash Cruise coming at you, as it's going to be the Molloy Lions aiming to go back to back to back from last spring all the way through last fall and now. Can they take down SNHU? It's going to be a rematch of that week one where they ended up going down. We'll tell you all about it and more right after this short break. It's a very selfless style teammate. Quick flip reset, try to be gained by Chandler, as at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's gonna be a nice demo, as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting.
Have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's going to be Juice that ultimately finishes the job, but all the mechanics were presented by Hector initially. A flip reset just to get a pancake to the backboard. And if you get someone sprinting like Juice, solid save. In fact, out of Eagle, as this one will die in the yellow stripes. But game number 1 goes over to
scoreless as Juice. Oh, to Zexy, the 1, 2, 3 to get things started.
Solid setup. They knew they were a bit faster than Savage Slasher. They had a man on the outside, and then it became a quick strike. Plenty of opportunities to force them to have to wrinkle backwards.
Is going to force him to be a little more accurate on that shot taking as well. It was around the perimeter, the post, the crossbar. Unfortunately, the one shot on target from Yellow is going to be in their own.
That's a reset, trying to hand it off over to Juice. Third man fills the gap, and they make it 3.
There's a reason Hector found so many chances in game number 1, went up to 8 shots, might just find that total again in game 2, but
over to Cole Chandler, rather Savage Slash is looking for a double tap, he'll get it. Great find and stride, and Yellow will finally get on the board.
This is one of those goals that should be worth 2 points. What a redirect into the double tap from here as it gets taken away. Zexy's shot will go through the smoke screen to close game 2.
Has always been a weapon in the arsenal of SNHU Blue. Soon as you try for some kind, it becomes a 2-up, Blue up.
I'm just excited that my prediction of the Penmen winning this match is so far a marked difference from what we're used to. A pinch for Cole Chandler will find the first goal for Yellow.
76 miles an hour is a tough ball to stop, and with a couple of combined efforts between
Chandler, we're able to put a stop to it and immediately turn it around with Juice.
About 18 seconds or so, everyone's rotating this corner. A solid challenge by Hector, and Cole Chandler was left in reverse. No one played a much safer line to that midfield line. And that means Zexy, yep, this is all she wrote. As soon as you're running with this much force behind the back center of this ball, you have to be up there or else it's just going to be a 50-50 win.
Everybody for the long clear, and Eagle maybe missing the mark on that ball, giving Zexy the pass right in front of the net to Hector. One slip up leads to disaster.
That's so tough. That's just dominance things, and I think you and I can agree. Flat car dribbles. Apparently Zexy is able to find an automatic, taped it to his nose, found a nice sidewall spang, and is now able to just sling it over to a teammate. This is a great setup, and everyone had a shot at it.
That's the kind of and that they will. SNHU Blue go up 4-1 in game score for the third time in a row, wherever that ball is bouncing from. Ooh. And the same could go for Yellow as Chandler opens up the scoring.
I think through 4 games, this is the latest that we've ever seen a goal go through.
On that time.
You can tell that Eagle definitely has a striker's mentality. They've been playing nothing but flat cars. But for everything else, SNHU has a very patient mentality. Eagle went up for this touch. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Second time the Eagle can't make
back. Zexy 1 to beat, goes for the crazy and hits the double off the post as well.
Zexy has been threatening to do this too many times. And
for this chance, it's Cole Chandler downfield and in the center of the net. They've tied it up.
Anything but done. Cole Chandler just had to beat one man. Juice could not get it in no man's land, and for the first time in a while.
Effort from Yellow to set up Savage Slasher. Yellow have taken the lead again.
Double commit. Unfortunately, Zexy had stars in their eyes, did not see Hector through them.
Off the ground, kicking it up high, but right into the hands of Yellow. They stave off the win. It's Cole Chandler in for the interception. Pass over to Savage Flasher, and nearly the goal, but Juice.
Well, I think we're getting evidence of it right now, but Juice is loose. He ends up giving his life for it. It was a feed after Zexy got a demo. Hector to Juice, and he full sent to be able to get that little gap on the
aerial attempts or these mechanical plays, but instead they keep it ground-based, and I guess there's more to it as Hector gets the chip on the kickoff.
Quite get it done at this point in time. Zexy wants to, though. That's top bins. Suddenly, what was 0-0 for about 2.5 minutes becomes 3 in a row for Blue.
And it's part of the mental game as well, right? Because why not? But Zexy, Juice, and Hector are your ECC champions. Long in practice, they couldn't redirect it. They missed the connection, and now they're left up to the mercy of Hector.
Solid performance there to just be able to get at least that challenge out. And unfortunate for Savage Slasher, he ends up upfield and can do nothing more than watch.
Right, it's on those counterattack plays, and it's making sure they've got their side covered on the opposite end. First counterattack chance for Blue is actually the one that gives them that third goal.
And it's a very selfless style teammate. Quick flip reset, try to be gained by Chandler's, at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's gonna be a nice demo as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting.
Have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's gonna be Juice that ultimately finishes the job, but all the mechanics were presented by Hector initially. A flip reset just to get a pancake to the backboard. And if you get someone sprinting like Juice, solid save. In fact, out of Eagle, as this one will die in the yellow stripes. But game number 1 goes over to
scoreless as Juice. Oh, to Zexy, the 1-2-3 to get things started.
Solid setup. They knew they were a bit faster than Savage Slasher. They had a man on the outside, and then it became a quick strike. Plenty of opportunities to force them to have to wrinkle backwards.
It's going to force him to be a little more accurate on that shot taking as well. It was around the perimeter, the post, the crossbar. Unfortunately, the one shot on target from Yellow is going to be in their own.
It's a reset, trying to hand it off over to Juice. Third man fills the gap. They make it 3.
There's a reason Hector found so many chances in game number 1, went up to 8 shots. Might just find that total again in game 2, but
over to Cole Chandler. Rather than Savage Slash, he's looking for a double tap. He'll get it. Great find and stride, and Yellow will finally get on the board.
this is one of those goals that should be worth 2 points. What a redirect into the double tap from here as it gets taken away. Zexy's shot will go through the smoke screen to close game 2.
Has always been a weapon in the arsenal of SNHU Blue. Soon as you try for some kind, it comes a 2-up, Blue up.
I'm just excited that my prediction of the Penmen winning this match is so far a marked difference from what we're used to. A pinch, or Cole Chandler will find the first goal for Yellow.
76 miles an hour is a tough ball to stop, and with a couple of combined efforts between
They were able to put a stop to it and immediately turn it around with Juice.
About 18 seconds or so, everyone's rotating this corner. A solid challenge by Hector, and Cole Chandler was left in reverse. No one played a much safer line to that midfield line, and that means Zexy, yep, this is all she wrote. As soon as you're running with this much force behind the back center of this ball, you have to be up there, or else it's just going to be a 50-50 win.
Everybody for the long clear, and Eagle maybe missing the mark on that ball, giving Zexy the pass right in front of the net to Hector. One slip up leads to disaster.
That's so tough. That's just dominance things, and I think you and I can agree. Flat car dribbles. Apparently Zexy is able to find it automatic, taped it to his nose, found a nice sidewall spang, and is now able to just sling it over to a teammate. This is a great setup, and everyone had a shot at it.
That's the kind of and that they will. SNHU Blue go up 4-1 in game score for the 3rd time in a row, wherever that ball is bouncing from. Ooh. And the same could go for Yellow as Chandler opens up the scoring.
I think through 4 games, this is the latest that we've ever seen a goal go through.
On that time.
You can tell that Eagle definitely has a striker's mentality. They've been playing nothing but flat cars. But for everything else, SNHU has a very patient mentality. Eagle went up for this touch. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Second time that Eagle can't make it.
Zexy won the beat, goes for the crazy and hits the double off the post as well.
Zexy has been threatening to do this too many times. And
for this chance, it's Cole Chandler downfield and in the center of the net. They've tied it up.
Anything but done. Cole Chandler just had to beat one man. Juice could not get it in no man's land, and for the first time in a while.
Effort from Yellow to set up Savage Slasher. Yellow have taken the lead again.
Double commit. Unfortunately, Zexy had stars in their eyes, did not see Hector through them.
Off the ground, kicking it up high, but right into the hands of Yellow. They stave off the win. It's Cole Chandler in for the interception. Pass over to Savage Slasher, and nearly the goal, but Juice.
Well, I think we're getting evidence of it right now, but Juice is loose. He ends up giving his life for it. It was a feed after Zexy got a demo. Hector to Juice, and he full sent to be able to get that little gap.
These aerial attempts or these mechanical plays, but instead they keep it ground-based, and I guess there's more to it as Hector gets the chip on the kickoff.
Quite get it done at this point in time. Zexy wants to, though. That's top bins. And suddenly, what was 0-0 for about 2.5 minutes becomes 3 in a row for Blue.
And it's part of the mental game as well, right? Because why not? But Zexy Juice and Hector are your ECC champions. Wrong in practice, they couldn't redirect it, they missed the connection, and now they're left up to the mercy of Hector.
Solid performance there to just be able to get at least that challenge out. And unfortunate for Savage Slasher, he ends up upfield and can do nothing more than watch.
Right, it's on those counterattack plays, and it's making sure they've got their side covered on the opposite end. First counterattack chance for Blue is actually the one that gives them that third goal.
And it's a very selfless style. To a teammate, quick flip reset, trying to be gained by Chandler, as at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's gonna be a nice demo, as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting.
Have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's going to be Juice that ultimately finishes the job, but all the mechanics were presented by Hector initially. A flip reset just to get it pancaked to the backboard. And if you get someone sprinting like Juice, solid save. In fact, out of Eagle, as this one will die in the yellow stripes. But game number 1 goes over to
scoreless as Juice. Oh, to Zexy, the 1-2-3 to get things started.
Solid setup. They knew they were a bit faster than Savage Slasher. They had a man on the outside, and then it became a quick strike. Plenty of opportunities to force them to have to wrinkle backwards.
Is going to force him to be a little more accurate on that shot taking as well. It was around the perimeter, the post, the crossbar. Unfortunately, the one shot on target from Yellow is going to be in their own.
It's a reset, trying to hand it off over to Juice. Third man fills the gap, and they make it 3.
There's a reason Hector found so many chances in game number 1, went up to 8 shots, might just find that total again in game 2, but
over to Cole Chandler, rather Savage Slash is looking for a double tap, he'll get it! Great find and stride, and Yellow will finally get on the board.
This is one of those goals that should be worth 2 points. What a redirect into the double tap from here as it gets taken away. Zexy's shot will go through the smoke screen to close game 2.
This has always been a weapon in the arsenal of SNHU Blue. As soon as you try for some kind, it becomes a 2-up, Blue up.
I'm just excited that my prediction of the Penmen winning this match is so far a marked difference from what we're used to. A pinch for Cole Chandler will find the first goal for Yellow.
76 miles an hour is a tough ball to stop, and with a couple of combined efforts between
Chandler, we're able to put a stop to it and immediately turn it around with Juice.
About 18 seconds or so, everyone's rotating this corner. A solid challenge by Hector, and Cole Chandler was left in reverse. No one played a much safer line to that midfield line, and that means Zexy, yep, this is all she wrote. As soon as you're running with this much force behind the back center of this ball, you have to be up there, or else it's just going to be a 50-50 win.
Everybody the long clear, and Eagle maybe missing the mark on that ball, giving Zexy the pass right in front of the net to Hector. One slip up leads to disaster.
That's so tough. That's just dominance things, and I think you and I can agree. Flat car dribbles. Apparently Zexy is able to find it automatic, taped it to his nose, found a nice sidewall spang, and is now able to just sling it over to a teammate. This is a great setup, and everyone had a shot at it.
That's the kind of and that they will. SNHU Blue go up 4-1 in game score for the 3rd time in a row, wherever that ball is bouncing from. Ooh. And the same could go for Yellow as Chandler opens up the scoring.
I think through 4 games, this is the latest that we've ever seen a goal go through.
On that time.
You can tell that Eagle definitely has a striker's mentality. They've been playing nothing but flat cars. But for everything else, SNHU has a very patient mentality. Eagle went up for this touch. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Second time the Eagle can't make the connection.
Zexy won the beat, goes for the crazy and hits the double off the post as well.
Zexy has been threatening to do this too many times. And
For this chance, it's Cole Chandler downfield and in the center of the net. They've tied it up.
Anything but done. Cole Chandler just had to beat one man. Juice could not get it in no man's land, and for the first time in a while.
Effort from Yellow to set up Savage Slasher. Yellow have taken the lead again.
Double commit. Unfortunately, Zexy had stars in their eyes, did not see Hector through them.
Off the ground, kicking it up high, but right into the hands of Yellow. They stave off the win. It's Cole Chandler in for the interception. Pass over to Savage Slasher and nearly the goal, but Juice.
Well, I think we're getting evidence of it right now, but Juice is loose. He ends up giving his life for it. It was a feed after Zexy got a demo. Hector to Juice, and he full sent to be able to get that little gap on the
aerial attempts or these mechanical plays, but instead they keep it ground-based, and I guess there's more to it as Hector gets the chip on the kickoff.
Can't quite get it done at this point in time. Zexy wants to, though. That's top bins. And suddenly, what was 0-0 for about 2.5 minutes becomes 3 in a row for Blue.
And it's part of the mental game as well, right? Because why not? But Zexy, Juice, and Hector are your ECC champions. Wrong in practice. They couldn't redirect it. They missed the connection, and now they're left up to the mercy of Hector.
Solid performance there to just be able to get at least that challenge out. And unfortunate for Savage Slasher, he ends up upfield and can do nothing more than watch.
Right, it's on those counterattack plays, and it's making sure they've got their side covered on the opposite end. First counterattack chance for Blue is actually the one that gives them that third goal.
And it's a very selfless style teammate. Quick flip reset, trying to be gained by Chandler as at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's gonna be a nice demo as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting.
Have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's gonna be Juice that ultimately finishes the job, but all the mechanics were presented by Hector initially. A flip reset just to get it pancake to the backboard. And if you get someone sprinting like Juice, solid save. In fact, out of Eagle, as this one will die in the yellow stripes. But game number 1 goes over to
scoreless as Juice. Oh, to Zexy, the 1-2-3 to get things started.
Solid setup. They knew they were a bit faster than Savage Slasher. They had a man on the outside, and then it became a quick strike. Plenty of opportunities to force them to have to wrinkle backwards.
It was going to force him to be a little more accurate on that shot taking as well. It was around the perimeter, the post, the crossbar. Unfortunately, the one shot on target from Yellow is going to be in their own.
That's a reset. Trying to hand it off over to Juice. Third man fills the gap. And they make it 3.
There's a reason Hector found so many chances in game number 1, went up to 8 shots, might just find that total again in game 2, but
over to Cole Chandler, rather Savage Slash. He's looking for a double tap, he'll get it. Great find and stride, and Yellow will finally get on the board.
This is one of those goals that should be worth 2 points. What a redirect into the double tap from here as it gets taken away. Zexy's shot will go through the smoke screen to close game 2.
This has always been a weapon in the arsenal of SNHU Blue. Soon as you try for some kind, it becomes a 2-up, Blue up.
I'm just excited that my prediction of the Penmen winning this match is so far a marked difference from what we're used to. A pinch for Cole Chandler will find the first goal for Yellow.
76 miles an hour is a tough ball to stop, and with a couple of combined efforts between
Chandler, were able to put a stop to it and immediately turn it around with Juice.
About 18 seconds or so, everyone's rotating this corner. A solid challenge by Hector, and Cole Chandler was left in reverse. No one played a much safer line to that midfield line, and that means Zexy, yep, this is all she wrote. As soon as you're running with this much force behind the back center of this ball, you have to be up there or else it's just going to be a 50-50 win.
Everybody for the long clear, and Eagle maybe missing the mark on that ball, giving Zexy the pass right in front of the net to Hector. One slip up leads to disaster.
That's so tough. That's just dominance things, and I think you and I can agree. Flat car dribbles. Apparently Zexy is able to find it automatic, taped it to his nose, found a nice sidewall spang, and is now able to just sling it over to a teammate. This is a great setup, and everyone had a shot at it.
That's the kind of and that they will. SNHU Blue go up 4-1 in game score for the third time in a row, wherever that ball is bouncing from. Ooh. And the same could go for Yellow as Chandler opens up the scoring.
I think through 4 games, this is the latest that we've ever seen a goal go through.
On that time.
You can tell that Eagle definitely has a striker's mentality. They've been playing nothing but flat cars. But for everything else, SNHU has a very patient mentality. Eagle went up for this touch. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Second time the Eagle can't make
back. Zexy won the beat, goes for the crazy and hits the double off the post as well.
Zexy has been threatening to do this too many times. And
for this chance, it's Cole Chandler downfield and in the center of the net. They've tied it up.
Anything but done. Cole Chandler just had to beat one man. Juice could not get it in no man's land, and for the first time in a while.
Effort from Yellow to set up Savage Slasher. Yellow have taken the lead again.
Double commit. Unfortunately, Zexy had stars in their eyes, did not see Hector through them.
Off the ground, kicking it up high, but right into the hands of Yellow. They stave off the win. It's Cole Chandler in for the interception. Pass over to Savage Flasher and nearly the goal, but Juice.
Well, I think we're getting evidence of it right now, but Juice is loose. He ends up giving his life for it. It was a feed after Zexy got a demo. Hector to Juice, and he full sent to be able to get that little gap.
These aerial attempts or these mechanical plays, but instead they keep it ground-based, and I guess there's more to it as Hector gets the chip on the kickoff.
Quite get it done at this point in time. Zexy wants to, though. That's top bins. Suddenly, what was 0-0 for about 2.5 minutes becomes 3 in a row for Blue.
And it's part of the mental game as well, right? Because why not? But Zexy, Juice, and Hector are your ECC champions. Wrong in practice. They couldn't redirect it. They missed the connection, and now they're left up to the mercy of Hector.
Solid performance there to just be able to get at least that challenge out. And unfortunate for Savage Slasher, he ends up upfield and can do nothing more than watch.
Right, it's on those counterattack plays, and it's making sure they've got their side covered on the opposite end. First counterattack chance for Blue is actually the one that gives them that third goal.
And it's a very selfless style. To a teammate, quick flip reset, trying to be gained by Chandler, as at least tosses it out. And a lot of midfield possession play. Solid defense from Chandler. That's gonna be a nice demo as this will thin out the back line, and Juice will find themselves up to 4.
Juice and Hector is becoming that duo to watch right now. I mean, look at the lineup there. Juice exiting.
Have to say that having 3 points up should be a death knell with less than a minute to go. Looking for a flip reset. Hector looking to just put it into the bucket. It's gonna be... Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U, and of course, the East Coast Conference Championships. Again, I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J. We just got to witness some good old Rocket League as the Pen Men versus the Pen Men, and with the Pen Men win. This time around, more Pen Men, as they will be taking on the Molloy Lions, as Molloy is aiming for their 4th championship in a row. I feel like there's some pedigree there, Pyro, as we're looking to see if the Pen Men can finally stop the Lions' reign of terror.
Yeah, Molloy on all this reign of terror, including the last semester of not a set dropped, and then that 3-0 win of New Haven, right? Molloy are really that team to beat, but also the team that's been beaten. The spring semester was a little bit different, and SNHU, both this team that we're going to see as well as the yellow roster, had brought Molloy some of their losses during the regular season. So the Molloy story of true dominance, Hail Monkey Man, may be a little different now.
It might be. They have not lost a championship since the spring of 2024. We start off with a Kazuya battle between the likes of Tectonic and Fenris. Both compete into that 1v1 stage. Fenris actually just came off of a grand final loss in the 1v1 finals against Deception, who took it for a second semester in a row. But as we get into it, Tectonic is receiving some of that extra damage as the Golden Boy Kazuya from Molloy is starting to really hit.
It is indeed. It's starting to hit pretty solidly. And I'm excited to see Fenris right off the bat here. Sending them up high there, right off the rip. It's just to come off of the 1v1s and getting to the finals to now crew battles, it's exciting to be able to show off in the team aspect as well.
If you guys haven't seen crew battles before, all three players must play and basically think of all the stocks, 3 each, as a collective score. And whatever you end up with, if you're the winner through this fight, was looking like Fenris is going to try and take through. They will keep their stocks going into the next one until they eventually run out. So Fenris, starting from ahead, they've got 87% of that bonus damage. And when you go into basically Shonen DLC fighters, I mean, Kazuya is a great leadoff. They're going to be able to at least get back on the stage. But this is a tough go for Tectonic as they are getting everything that Fenris can handle over to him.
Yeah, that was an incredible recovery from Tectonic to be able to get back on the stage and deliver justice. Equal on stocks now, but Tectonic is gonna have to be careful.
He's got a heck of a lead, and we know that a lot of good Kazuyas can eat a ton of damage, as is proactive right now. Rage meter is fully online, so bonus damage. Now through Tectonic, he might be able to swing for the fences. You get about a 3 or 4 hit combo that can basically send you out of the way, but that's gonna be quick into a double blaster. That confirms it, so now Tectonic on their last life.
Oh, and Tectonic wanted to take advantage of that edge guarding, but is now being taken down themselves. 90 damage in the span of maybe just a few seconds. And it may just get worse as you see that rage meter for Fenris. How about the space control? Right into the slammer for the win.
Ends up with a fast sprint through this first fight, as a Kazuya mirror ends up with the Golden Man himself staring back with victory. So Fenris, you know that he probably is looking for this one to be a big Molloy W if he can be able to hold that trophy up again, considering that he came up just short against Deception into that grand final in solos just a little bit ago. But this is a best of 5 of sets. So as we work through this, all right, so Kazuya, I mentioned to you, Pyro, we talked about strategies, who you send first. It's a blind situation for who's going to be who, and then they start answering back and forth. Well, I mentioned kind of you can have the idea of putting your best guy that can take a ton of damage and dole it out quickly, and Kazuya works to that metric so well. I mean, 3-hit combo, we saw 70% just like that.
It's a scary one to go up against, and you start to wonder, how have Molloy gotten so many wins, so many undefeated wins, and then you see Fenris just absolutely tear up in a mirrored battle. You start to understand, okay, they know a thing or two about this Kazuya agent, but that also allows the team for SNHU to start to prepare against that. I'm sure they're aware of it, having already beaten this team earlier in the regular season, but it's still that kind of punch in the gut to remind you exactly what you're up against.
Yeah, and so when you're looking at Fenris, feels like they're going to be standing here for maybe a while if the SNHU can't find an answer to this. Last time that these two schools met, well, technically the schools, Molloy ended up losing 0-2 to the SNHU Yellow squad. They couldn't beat either of the Penmen squads this semester. So, but last time these two teams met, it went 1-2 in a best of 3 of sets. So considering that, feel like there's going to be maybe some switch up by Molloy, and that's, leading with their best foot forward. Maybe they had put Fenris at the end of the rotational roster and kind of reserving that Kazuya for a little bit too late. We don't have a kind of a look-see as to what that was, but maybe that was.
Maybe it could be. I like the idea of changing it up as the set continues, but now we do know the next competitor against the Kazuya, and that is going to be that Wario, probably, from Juan Cena. We're getting a little bit of a look there on the stage, and I thought we had another mirrored effort there. But Wario is one of those players that excites me. They're not only responsible for one of my favorite maps in this game, WarioWare, but they also have this element of chaos. Is Wario going to fart in your face, or is he going to hop on the motorbike and then throw it at you? You never know.
And that's one of those moves that has a lot of buildup, but I don't know how much you can build up into a Kazuya that's aiming to track you down and try to really cut down that space. But if that ends up happening, I mean, it's got to be quick strike, get in, get out, get away, and it's akin to what I like to play with a Bowser Jr. A lot of hit and run, seeing if you can be able to inflict a ton of extra damage and work. Whereas a Kazuya, I mean, it's a Street Fighter. They want to get you in the clinch, they want to be able to make it CQC, and they want to tear you down in a 3-4 hit stunning combo. So got that good work from out of Fenris, but Juan Cena in solos did fantastic work as well. So it's not like that this is any player to doubt. So let's rock into it. Can the Golden Demon of Fenris and this Kazuya be able to work past Juan Cena? I don't know. Can he even see him?
I think so. There's that plume of smoke that I was alluding to earlier that has otherwise shown off his location, but I think he's happy to do so. Already some quick combos coming out, and I'm expecting some close-quartered combat here now that we're on that small battlefield, transitioning over from Pokemon Stadium.
I'm going to find a lot of attempts to maybe early chomp him. I'm going to see exactly what Juan Cena is finding, and that's not what they want to happen, is able to get that grab, first chop of the combo, and then they stun him out, and this is exactly where Juan Cena does not want to be. They want to take these short hops, they want to find some neutrals, see if they can continue to find them on their heels, but the floaty Mario brother himself, Wario, is trying to be able to just get back on the stage, and eventually does so.
And that ranged attack from Fenris has been pretty accurate on their edge guarding, so I'm looking forward to see Juan Cena continue to try to dodge that, but the shield is not impervious to the grab. Once again, avoiding those laser eyes and getting up onto the platform to try to turn this one around. The shield just about dissipating, but the grab and throw giving a little bit of stage control back to Wario.
Devil Blaster lands at an angle, so you gotta be ready for it. That's gonna be a slam dunkarooski, and they throw him into the bin. Quick work. At least off of that first stock, Fenris. No, still now trying to act at even stocks, and no extra healing coming through the chomp because they hadn't been hurt as of yet. Blocking a couple blasters. Now they recognize how they've telegraphed some of these positions. For Fenris, they know they've gotten Juan Cena to run. They will chase after him. They're going to go for a lot more grabs than I think that you will see in that previous fight. Now they're trying to be able to really dominate him from mid-stage. Oh boy, posterized.
And you look at that damage right now on Fenris and you say, okay, the work has been done from Juan Cena to take that stock off, but you know that how quickly Fenris can work, already up to 60%, but Fenris has to find a way back onto the stage, up on top of the platform, and now back down to center stage. Nice evasion there from Juan Cena, awaiting. Oh, Fenris to do him like that again. Not a single stock down on the 3.
Gross. Nasty. Insane. And pretty much everyone that's a Kazuya main is nodding in agreement, like, yeah, that's normal. Yep, day at the office. So, unfortunately for him, Wario, it's a very tricky character. You have to be able to really kind of ramp up pace, and you cannot slow down. And as soon as it slows into the arms of the devil himself, Kazuya, it's just a difference of power. And look, I'm not at all surprised. There's still 2 other in the wings. I believe that we have Natunio as well as Super Mario, or maybe someone else that has to, if they have to fill in the gap behind Fenris, I mean, you're down to the last man on the side of SNHU. So Penman, what do you even begin to kind of coach into this Kazuya? Because I feel like you got to be quick, and I feel like you got to play at a distance. Maybe even like a gunner, maybe? Like send the Samus, send the Salvo? What do you do?
Could absolutely get some range involved here. I mean, I think the problem is there's so much quickness and like the observing of the different combos that you can go through. Like we saw Wario get grabbed, thrown up, and then sent off the stage in that air attack. So it's hard to say that you can keep that range from them when they prioritize those close quarter combats. I think in this case, we're going to see the Sephiroth. If this ends up being a good matchup, you can look forward to, you know, the next set, trying to force that matchup a little earlier, right? Maybe you're not looking at the long term of this set to win it, but if this can be a good matchup for Thrigs, then that's something to work off later.
Yeah, and it also depends, all right, can you bait now? Because remember, this is a best of 5 for these sets. Can you bait that to come earlier? And if you get SNHU to throw their Sephiroth in, but you keep your Kazuya till later, that's the mind game. That's the strategy. You have a 7-foot-long katana to have to deal with if you are good old Fenris and this Kazuya, and some flare. Did I mention Mega Flare? Did I tell you about Giga Flare and Shadow Flare? Yeah. So, can he get in the clinch and send this one-winged angel straight to heaven?
Well, off the bat, the answer is rather clear, and they even go for that range attack again to try to put them in their eventual misery. This is just turning into obliteration from Molloy standpoint of Fenris, who ends up getting countered, comboed, and taken off the stage in one blast.
It was dominant as an early set, but that's just all of whose feet are ready at the starting line. Good look by Thrigs to maintain this one. So they found some neutral space. They're able to make off of at least with that Shadow Flare earlier on, and all of a sudden Fenris is left on notice. They're gonna try and at least get one stock. They're aiming to a ledge guard. They get a nice stun, and they send Sephiroth straight to the sky.
That's the difficult part about edge guarding, and you pretty much force a close encounter against Kazuya, and you can see how maybe that won't go so well. They get the dodge, roll right in front of you, and send you the other way. That said, looks like Thrigs can do the same, and there's that edge guard that we were waiting to see. Perfectly timed. Fenris is finally out.
All right, well, Fenris has had his time. Now, here's what I start to wonder, because obviously Fenris is fantastic. Nitunio is going to be somewhere in the mix along with, I think, Super Mario, somewhere in that range. Who do you send earlier? Because there's King DDDs, there's Zero Suit Samuses, some of that still's left in the roster. And with a Sephiroth, look, Sephiroth is strong. I mean, look at all the DLC characters, and they definitely have a gimmick to them, and we got to see some solid footwork from out of that Sephiroth. They only have 2 stocks. Now we see Fenris literally bringing everyone to the final stock, so not exactly like we haven't seen it before, but I think that we got word that Super Mario's coming forward, and I think they're a Zero Suit Samus fan.
I like this. The mobility of Zero Suit Samus is kind of that change in the tactics that we may just need to see here to amp up the speed, the tempo, try to get Sephiroth a little more in the air to start getting those air combos as well. Zero Suit Samus is really that switch around that could work out well for Super Mario. It's gonna mess me up a little bit, Hail Monkey Man, that their name is Super Mario and that they're not a Mario character, okay? I'm still getting that under my belt right now.
Well, okay, well, hold on. What if their name is Mario and they feel super, but they just couldn't get with the short Italian, okay? They like tall women with a gun, okay? Can you hate them for that?
Absolutely.
They like
not.
Zero Suit Samus.
Absolutely not. And you know what? The way has been paved by Fenris, right? They've got the entire runway to fly off with the win of this first set here. So you do wonder how Monkey Man, is it in the realm of possibility? Because you take Fenris, a dominant player, and kind of take those 2 stocks pretty quickly. Are we in the realm of possibility for Thrigs to pull off something Fenris-like?
Ooh, so Sephiroth as a kind of distance counter, especially with being able to do a ton of damage off of a nice buildup from their flares as well as just the sword. I felt like that they had a really powerful position to deal with Fenris. For this one, if it's going to really depend on the first stock. I want to know what we're going to find with Super Mario off of movement tech, because for a Zero Suit, you don't want to stick around too hard, and they have to basically dive into dealing with this Sephiroth. Now, because you'll have your blaster, you have a stunner, but you have so much basically about you want to juggle the heck out of Sephiroth if you can. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get to it without, at least scot-free. I feel like, especially with the way that we got to see Thriggs playing, this has, like you said, narrative-wise, the potential to go crazy. Now, the problem is that they have to do it twice, and I don't know if they have the same kind of kill potential as early on as Kazuya did off of like those 3-4 hit combos.
I agree that it really does depend on that first stock to be able to make that long haul, right? You have kind of one stock versus the 2 of Fenris. Could that be one stock for the 3 of Super Mario? And then thereafter, it really does call that into question, but I think you're right on the money. The fact that Zero Suit Samus, you do have some of those range capabilities, but eventually you have to dive into the Coliseum. You have to take that close quarter battle, and we're going to see exactly how that matchup ends up working out as just 2 stocks remain for SNHU.
Well, the suit is gone. That means it's all about navigating gravity. And of course, much of this whip, and I feel like that's exactly what's going to be teased for the majority of this fight from out of Super Mario. So already on the short hop, trying to be able to at least take advantage of a quick counter if they can be able to muster it. But so same to be said, both these players are really fast, and they've not really given each other much ground.
Yeah, the space control is really impressive right now out of Super Mario, which is something that's difficult to do with that long sword. But you can see continually jumping, probing, giving that opportunity to maybe advance forward if it makes sense. But now you can see them kind of flopping around a little like a fish, trying to jump and keep that space away as they do land a decent attack there and keep it coming.
That was a critical hit off of the plasma whip right at the end of the hitbox. So solid work to be able to make that happen. And then they also tease it from just overhead. Much of this has been a kind of a side and down battle, but finally as they get just a little bit above the skull level, now you start seeing what Super Mario can do. And this is not exactly where you want to be if you're Thriggs. Now down about 22%. Hoping to be able to at least get away, but now they cut the distance short. And I mean, it's all about that pacing. They're not letting this be easily telegraphed movement as they teleport away. Now suddenly they're on the ledge, but I feel like Thriggs is still just looking for a way in. They do it via the katana.
There it is. We talk about Super Mario staying out of the danger zone, but that danger zone is so wide and expansive against Sephiroth. But, it's a war of attrition right now. And for Super Mario, working that damage up to this level will allow them to deliver justice. In that way, 1 stock remains now for Thriggs.
Fantastic back air. They knew that they had him very, very hurt, and they just had to be able to land a solid connection, and now they must press the advantage if they can do so. 1 stock stands between them and a first set done here in this grand final. See if they can be able to hard shield through it. Can't quite find that speed. Want to grab, want to be able to get a paralyzer. Quick 3 combo as now Thriggs keeps him on the ropes. Oh, looking for yet another counter. See, they take forever to have to be able to get back on the stage because they know they have to work through that blasting paralyzer, and they don't want to get caught in taking their final stock.
Right. I'd love to read so far from Super Mario because at times Thriggs does seem telegraphed. And how about the quickness right now from Super Mario as well, being able to down air to get out of trouble. But again, jumpy as ever, another critical landing back on the stage. For a second, wasn't Thriggs, but gets back up and goes in for the dive to try to regain that stage control. Staying centered on this map and looking to threaten with that sword.
Okay.
Will get the next elimination.
Believe it or not, Sephiroth is going to be the hero for the side of SNHU. Oh, there is no cloud to deal with it, but there is a whip. And they are shipped straight back into the sky. So, Molloy Lions got a little testy there in the middle part of it. But Super Mario will get them this first set. They will go 1-0 up here in our grand finals. So, Now we start having to theorize. Let's craft this one a little bit for ourselves. You have to be able to do this 2 more times if you're Molloy. Obviously led with their strongest foot forward. Kazuya off of Fenris. I mean, I felt like that they had business left undone, especially from the 1v1 championships coming up a bit short. So they came in hot. Do you run with your hottest hand? Do you just run it back again?
I don't think so, because you've kind of played your cards and you've shown them, and it's now on SNHU to play against it. So I'm kind of trying to read my opponents and allow for a different counter against that. My eyes are not on putting Kazuya back out there, but there's something to be said about confidence in your team to say, you know what, put forward whatever you want. We have Fenris and there is no antidote to it. So I kind of respect both strategies here, Hail Monkey Man. I'm just impressed mostly with Molloy is that they have so many different avenues to go here.
Yeah, that's very true. And we haven't even seen their third man, I believe, is Naitunio. I keep saying that because they were, I mean, first off, they're from Molloy, and secondly, they were on the squad last time around. There's a deep roster for either school, so have a lot of options. But that to that end, if they continue to play their main, King DDD is on the other side of things. So we'll find out if that ends up being the right way. But for this interim, you still have a possible Kazuya mirror that could come back up. Right. You've got Sephiroth that is kind of waiting. So well, let's see if that ends up happening again. It looks like that we do have Wario coming back as our first one. So I feel like that's not a bad idea. Leading with your Wario first, seeing if you can have that disjunction style character to really shake things up.
Yeah, I feel like there's a peak potential out of that Wario that we did not see in the first set. So trying to regain that confidence early on instead of having that be kind of in your back pocket to pull out later could be a good thing to set the tone for the team. That being said, the struggles were real. So if you start off on the back foot again and you end up on a potential 3-stock against you, that's going to dig you in a ditch that you saw was really difficult to dig out of. So I do hope that there's a little more balance in this first part, especially as we saw these two teams facing each other in the regular season went down to the third set. It went down all the way. So if we are expecting that to happen again, this time in the best of 5, there's got to be a punch back this time.
There really has to. I don't. We haven't seen a sweep today. That we were lucky enough to see both Penmen squads bring it to a game number 5 and a BO7 of Rocket League. So I feel like we may end up with a shift, maybe a 4th set somewhere along the line. But this is where Cruz starts to show how cool it is, because it's not just all right. We send a guy, we send him blind, and we hope that everyone fights well. Now it's when do we bring someone out? How do we want them to fight? And who gets to fight first? So the Wario is a solid pick. I feel like we didn't really get to see them bring out their best. And that's because they were having to fight into not exactly a hard counter, hard diff maybe. But, I mean, you had basically short hop neutrals. Like, we didn't really get to see much from Wario and from Juan Cena. So I'm hoping that they can kind of elaborate on their overall gameplay. But otherwise, I mean, Molloy feels like they're kind of, completely unfettered with what they have to kind of run down against. So, like, do you bring Juan and then when you got Tectonic and Thrigs right behind you, it feels like you're bringing up, all right, we're saving our strength for later, maybe? It
could be the case. It really could be the case, and that's tough because I feel like this team was set back a little bit by not setting the tone early.
Yeah.
But I think we're in agreement that we haven't seen everything that we will see out of this Wario. There were things I liked out of the Wario, to be fair. Juan Cena, I thought on off the stage, their ability to dodge those incoming attacks were pretty solid, right? We saw Kazuya try to do those laser eyes a few times and was able to spot dodge or get down below the stage and then come back up where it's a little safer. So I was impressed with some of those abilities, but they did just get caught in the combo quite a bit. We did see moments where Juan Cena was taking that shield all the way down to the smallest point and being left in a vulnerable state because of that. So you can tell there's a little bit of discomfort there, and maybe that's as well part of the story here, Hell Monkey Man, is that you've got to get through those uncomfortable moments to know what to bring forward in the next match.
I can definitely see that too. And again, because this is the ECC, they get a bid to go to the big dog show over with the CECC, so the crown will be going to someone that then has to carry it forward. They've got a lot of folks that they have to deal with, some perennial favorites as well. I mean, you've got Fisher, obviously, always there.
Oh boy.
Always. With Northwood and even San Jose. So they've got a lot to prove to this, but with the way Molloy has been playing over literally 2+ years of it seems like a long
imagine
time.
When everyone else at CECC, if they don't see Molloy there, they'll be like, am I at the right event? Or I don't
Where's the lion head? Where's
Molloy,
that?
Right?
The big M.
Where are the lions? Yeah. Meanwhile, the Penmen, they're already sending a Rocket League team and now maybe a Smash team if they can turn this around too. So yeah, you do kind of get that vibe of like, all right, who is going to face the big dogs out of ECC? Is it going to continue to be this Molloy story? Or is 2026 different? Because, I mean, I am seeing, your typical teams, like you said, you got your Fisher, you got your Northwood, but you also have like Syracuse, which is a university who's been building up their esports program more and more over the last couple of years. You got Michigan Tech, you got Oakland, CSU Long Beach. So there's a breadth of talent that's going to be entering this event, and we're sure that Molloy doesn't want to miss it, but hey, Penmen have the chance to make that bus down to Texas a little bit more occupied.
Ooh, man, I guess it is a lot. Look, it's about a 20-hour ride if you go straight. It's not two guys. So I've done that. I did it while I had COVID, so it's a long ride. Ooh. Yeah, I don't recommend doing that. Everyone, make sure take your shots. But yeah, I drove back with like 103 fever. Not good.
How's that even possible?
Do you remember whenever we did that was the RLCS Worlds? And I was like, I'm dying. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just like dead in the water. I didn't even know what I had at the time, and I was like, I need to go home. I laid in bed for 36 hours. So for all that, I hope that all of you stay healthy. It's just take your Claritin so your allergies don't kick you in the pants. Yeah. But for Molloy, feels this isn't all said and done. There's definitely a lot that they have to be able to kind of move forward with. So their greatest challenge is making sure that they don't, I think, lose composure. I feel like that's one of the few things that would come through, because Thrigs feels like one of those guys that could definitely bring some attitude to the table and mess you up. This was the fight I was hoping to see, because it feels like there's a little bit of cheeky speed that could happen between both these players. And it's also like a weird simulated date, Wario and Zero Suit. Let's see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. First impressions from Juan Cena don't seem too bad, letting Zero Suit Samus have the first go at things, and the second, and what looks to be the third as well. So, no leeway being given here, and keeping that trend of Molloy in the lead, active and good. But I agree, we'll see maybe a different version of Juan Cena in this way, as they do take center stage and start to really get some combos together. Or just, incessant up airing.
Oh, and they're going to get a quick heal off of the chomp. And this is something that you often kind of lose track of, is that the disjointed hitbox of some of these collisions that you get between not just the chomp but as well as the fists. It feels like you can't quite dodge it. This is the first time, by the way, that we've seen that bike, and he immediately has to pay a higher insurance premium on it.
I was starting to think that it got, disabled out of the game. I was like, where is the bike? And it's a small stage. I understand that, but it can also be used as a recovery tactic. And there it is, chilling out, maybe a second date for these two. That is after it comes back from the repair shop. Juan Cena still, though, at the higher damage, but both over 100 critical hit, going for the kill with Super Mario, but Wario will keep themselves alive, at least for now.
It takes forever to get something on a good old Wario. They end up not having to do too much, spiral themselves back onto the ledge. Super Mario's still not one to go and give a kiss over into those big chompers. They finally get a grab. You never know which version of that whip is going to come through. Is it the paralyzation, is it the plasma, or is it going to be the one that throws you straight to the sky? That's going to be first stop.
Yeah, Juan Cena going airborne there, and to give it right back. You're able to, and it's a jumpy affair right now. Juan Cena, they're trying to get some kind of air attack in the mix, but Super Mario, what a KO! As quick as they come.
That's everything and more. You don't want to let this one go through without at least one stock being confirmed, and they finally grab one, but it is an uphill battle for Juan Cena. Trying to take this one off some neutral quick parallels against Super Mario. Seems they just kind of whirlwind their way. Oh, but they plant him, hoping to at least get a smash. They cannot do so. They do toss him upwards, and this stage in particular is very dangerous if you're a Warrior having to face off against a Zero Suit, because they just have such huge extension with that whip in particular to just make it difficult to find it. A second time that those heels have landed on the back of that very angry Italian.
In Super Mario, you don't have to take the damage with you if you get this stock, so you're allowed to give Juan Cena at least one attack, but it doesn't look like they pay any mind to that. It wasn't nearly 126 damage that was required for the second elimination, but it was 150 or 60 or so for the first. Maybe we'll climb to that mark as well. As the hop, skip, and the jump from Super Mario from one platform to the next is there, but from the ground to the skies, Juan Cena is sent away.
After that first stock, everything became so much better illuminated. The Wario just wasn't able to cut the distance, because you think of how you have the bike, that you take a bike to be able to transport yourself places, right? If you don't have a bus pass, you have your own personal conveyance. Well, when it comes to that whip, the whip just cuts so much of that, because as much as the impact can be found from off of the fist from Wario, it literally extends maybe about this far past his nose. It doesn't do enough. And so when they were short hop neutraling to try and helicopter their way all the way into the loveliness of Samus, they were just like, no, hit him with the whip again. So felt like that one after the first stock, both sides going up to 100 plus, just really was Super Mario taking control.
And they took control and they took off that second stock in a blitz. I mean, talk about just establishing yourself as the favorite in that matchup. But in terms of the next matchup, which we can already see, it's going to be the Kazuya back out of Tectonic, which means that SNHU is going to be leaving Thrigs as their closer once again. Got to imagine that the strategy here for SNHU is obviously for Tectonic to win this engagement against Super Mario and then hopefully deal some damage so that Thrigs can get past that Kazuya of Molloy.
This should be a very decent battle for Tectonic to be able to even it up into their second man. I feel like that they can find some difficulty to kind of work through the distance of that whip, but Tectonic is also being given a different situation I have to deal with. It's not a mirror. It's not a kill chaser like another Kazuya is set to be for Fenris, who is just waiting in the wings wherever they're going to be. So this is going to be precarious for Super Mario to have to kind of work through, because they don't want to, like when we saw Tectonic earlier against Fenris, it was a matter of who could be able to ramp up those stuns and those basically dunk KOs fast enough. And it was Fenris. I mean, dude's obviously been hitting it and getting it in the 1v1 sphere. So for Tectonic, there's a scare factor here to actually threaten Molloy into a second man at minimum, as long as they can keep pace. And I feel like they could do that into the second fight.
I do too. I think especially with the map that it looked like we were going to be entering a small battlefield, you can keep that proximity between you and Zero Suit Samus a little bit closer. Of course, we're going to see Zero Suit Samus try to keep a little bit more range so that that whip can deal as much damage as it has been dealing throughout these engagements. So it's going to be a real battle of space control, I think, from the Zero Suit Samus side. And for Kazuya, as we already said, yeah, getting those slams down and that meter up. So let's take it to the stage. SNHU with a lot of damage to do against the first of Molloy.
Right. Tectonic, now that you don't have to play against yourself, how will you act? That's what I want to know. They definitely know that they have a lot to have to deal with when it comes to this whip, and that whip can be very bullying. You can make a solid grab. It can also just force you to go flying to one opposite side of the stage. But Tectonic, in a matter of 5 or so hits at best, we're at 97%. That's just Kazuya things.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like right away, Tectonic able to keep things close, and as soon as you get in the mix, you're gonna get blended out. Super Mario right away, da. I
can tell you right now, if Tectonic ends up winning through this, which, by the way, don't believe the bottom of your screen. It is, in fact, Tectonic. But if Tectonic ends up winning through this, we are getting Fenris into this fight. That is exactly what is going to happen. Quick stunner, trying to be able to take a punch to the gut. They do end up taking a couple of those heals to the face, so that's not exactly where the Devil Man wants to end up. They will receive that blaster. Quick short hop. Oh my goodness. Tectonic doesn't want to give up a stock here.
like they're able to kind of DI out of the downward aerial, because that's exactly what happened to their teammate earlier. And they did not want to end up like their teammate, that Wario. So instead, Tectonic still alive and moving, but now moving up in the air once again, avoiding the combo in air. How much longer can Tectonic survive here? Back down to the stage, avoiding the whip, but not avoiding the fury that was forthcoming from Super Mario. The edge guarding will not land on the charge attack. The whip is back out, but avoiding it again is Tectonic, until finally they are ridden off the stage.
It's a lot of build-up into at least getting one stock, and that will give good tidings over to Fenris if they end up being the next man up here for the Lions. But it's tough positioning when you have to deal with so much of that whip coming out of the Zero Suit Samus. Now, they just want to be able to get the job done here. They have him on the ropes, 80%. Super Mario is living on bonus time regardless. Solid grab. Oh, they spike him down. Should be able to recover. They can't. Ooh. Oh, no. Suddenly we're down to final stock on the other side.
This is completely flip-flopped here. One slip there for Tectonic would have dealt it all, and it nearly has. Tectonic says, we're done after losing a couple stocks.
Wild. That second stock, they had one jump left in them, but they ultimately couldn't get back to stage. I guess the double wings were only able to stretch so far, and Tectonic is now in a rough situation. So if you are Molloy, do you need to bring out Fenris at this point in time? Because you got the one stock to deal with out of Tectonic. You are looking at Thrigs down the pipeline as your final anchor. If I'm them, bring out Nitunio. Like, get him some playtime, get him into this series. And I believe they play King DDD. Yeah, he's a bit of a meaty guy to have to go into a Kazuya, but I mean, it's one stock. Even if you lose one, you've got Fenris in the wing.
You do. I'm right there with you. I say bring out the DDD. You've got this 3v1 to take care of that, and then get some damage onto Thrigs. That being said, we did see the Fenris versus Tectonic, and that was pretty clean from Fenris. So you could just say, hey, we're going to rely on previous success, take care of business, and then we'll finally get to see that Thrigs versus the Kazuya. So we'll see if Fenris does indeed end up playing against Thrigs as we await that decision from Molloy. But we are starting to see a bit of what we witnessed earlier in terms of the domination from Molloy. If this next set goes well, if Tectonic sees their first stock down, it's going to be more of the same here, Hail Monkey Man, of Molloy taking over.
I also to the same conversation of like, all right, do we bring out Fenris now? If something goes sideways with the way that Thrigs is now all kind of sped up, they're good to go with that Sephiroth. And it was the only time they faced, I think it was they had the one stock left. You then trust Nitunio on the King DDD to take care of business, which we have not seen a sample size of yet against Sephiroth. And so, okay, well, we're also wrong. So apparently there is a Donkey Kong coming forward.
Close.
Completely unknown. I was thinking Nitunio was coming in. I know they're on this roster, but maybe they've decided that they're going to choose someone else into the depth of all of the Lion's pride. I don't know. So keeping me guessing, I guess, right?
Yeah, but I feel like, the King DDD, Donkey Kong, you're in the ballpark, I feel like, in terms of big fighters. And it looks like we could be getting a big change in terms of arena. I'm still curious to see where we actually end up there. But Kazuya and Donkey Kong, is that the same result that you were expecting if you see the DDD take the stage? Does Donkey Kong offer a little more in terms of like horizontal recovery, or I guess they won't be one to really shy away from a close quarter battle? What are your expectations here?
So King DDD, the main thing that you end up getting a little bit of at least difference is whenever he has his projectiles, like throwing the spikes, throwing the little dudes and hitting them like kind of disjointedly. You have a very high recovery rate. So you're looking at vertical recovery versus lateral recovery because you do have the helicopter spin from off of the Donkey Kong. So I'd say that you're baiting a little bit more of what is the danger zone as a Donkey Kong. Now there's a bit more of high risk, high reward to it because like he flourishes when he goes into those moments, especially if you're looking at up special, trying to get the haymaker, just all of that works out. At DDD, you get a bit too slow, you're a bit too heavy, and suddenly everything's just not good. So maybe that was like the play. They're like, all right, you know what? There's a tiny ounce of extra pace behind a Donkey Kong and how they can execute similarly to what a Kazuya wants to go to anyway. And plus it's one stock. Like again, if Fenris is still, I saw my mic. If Fenris is still there, waiting in the bullpen, like ready to go, you don't have to sweat it too hard. So Xeon Retro or Eon Retro, depending on which X you decide to say, is going to be on the Donkey Kong coming in as our second guy.
I didn't even expect that it could be one of those gamer names with the X's at the beginning and the end. Yeah, it could be Eon Retro. Could even just go with Retro here. But I love the dichotomy that we're going to see between a Kazuya against a Zero Suit Samus and a Kazuya against a Donkey Kong. It's going to be an absolutely different battle for Tectonic. The challenge is there to rep your team and at least take a stock or two before you get to your final player.
Can you imagine a Donkey Kong in a Zero Suit? That's the end of the sentence. In a Zero Suit. Well, also, as a reminder, they need to go and take their stocks away. So this might end up being a reset. So we'll see. Yeah, okay, so they're going to full reset because, yeah. So, again, in case any of you are brand new to when it comes to Cruise, you need to go to what your final stock setting was from your previous win. And for Tectonic, they only had one stock left. And I feel like there was maybe a little bit of lag and confusion as to just kind of getting that done. You don't start swinging. You don't start just punching the devil in the face. I know that you're taught to do that, but you got to let him walk away because then all of a sudden damage can happen and you have to start at 0. So
yeah, fair is fair. So we'll get Tectonic back down to one stock when we get onto small battlefield and finally get this interaction rolling between Tectonic and Retro. But we did get to see a little bit of the start of the battle, and it was a little bit even-handed. So maybe no favorite to call just yet in the blistering 2 seconds of action that we witnessed there.
If that beginning of that fight was anything to work off of, then all right, we're gonna take 2 seconds and we're gonna stretch this into infinity. All right, from what we saw, it was Tectonic not prepared for the sudden blitz and fight from out of Xeon. Well, actually, something we didn't think of. What if it's Xeon Retrox?
Oh,
it's not retro at all.
You're onto something here.
It could be.
Definitely on this. See, my heart wants to say Xeon Retro. I feel like your gut said Xeon Retro at the beginning.
Right.
I think that's where we're at.
Okay, all right. Either way, retro is as heck. But then, as he realized, oh, can't let him have all that speed too early, he'll counter-strike and be able to at least get one stock out of him. I can see this single stock being picked up by Tectonic, but I feel like Xeon can at least grab one. So, I don't know. Oh, I should really not slap anything over here.
Listen, leave the fighting to the fighters on the stage. Please, Hail Monkey Man. You know, we can feature you versus your mic another day. Right now, we're locked in to the ECC Grand Finals. And there we go. Tectonic will indeed relieve themselves of 2 stocks.
All right. We go 3-1. Tectonic is going to be fully set. Oh, they're going straight to it. All right. Yeah. See, this is the thing. Xeon has continued to show that off of...
Oh.
What? I thought we were ready.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because you were mentioning there, Hell Monkey Man, that it did seem like a bit of a quicker start than normal from Xeon.
Yeah, they did that the first time. Okay. All right. When it comes to squads, and especially when it comes to crews, it's like wrangling cats. And everyone generally understands there is a modicum of poise. So that you have to say, all right, you take 2 stocks off, and then you both give the little squat, or you taunt,
Right.
and then you start the fight. So it was positionally a false start. Wait, I need to know, do you like sumo wrestling?
Love.
Weird. Okay. You know how they have to be like, the referee has to be like, all right, you both start at the right time. Otherwise, it's a false start when they put their hands down. So that reminded me of that right there.
Okay, as a track and field player, I was just reminded of the incessant whistle after the gun.
Oh,
Say,
God.
Get back, go back to the start. You don't have to worry about it as much as a distance runner, but some say that 3rd time's the charm. And if we get some good modicum here at the start, looks good to me, we're good to go.
Okay, cool. Everyone got their taunt in. Everyone's at the same speed. We all started at the same time. And now it's time for Monkey Fists and Feet to go flying and the Devil to slap back. So far, it's been a lot of haymakers from out of Xeon.
I was going to say, Xeon got the first hit, so are we going to restart again? But no, that's okay. We're back at it, and oh my goodness, what a whirlwind Tectonic has found themselves in as they do recover back onto the stage, taking their center platform and trying not to be the first one out.
Spinning Kong is as priority spun as you see Bowser in the Spinning Fortress. 148%. And that is as good as Tectonic at minimum wants to get. Akasia is dangerous when they get up to these kinds of levels at much the same. A counter, a fine. They don't drop down immediately, but it feels like Molloy, or rather Xeon, is in this position where they are swinging while they're sleeping. Nice dodge to get back to stage.
That is, it kind of looked like Xeon Retro was just threatening that attack there off the stage, but then ended up committing to it. So great reaction indeed from Tectonic as they has turned that reaction into a body slam.
This is a dangerous spot to be if you're the Penmen. Suddenly, or rather for the side of Molloy, because suddenly you see yourself on the other side of a slam down. But you know what? One solid spike and one solid throw deserves another. Okay, job well done. They give up a couple stocks to get the job done. Not exactly where you want it to be, but now you're going to your closer. You got your Sephiroth, you got Thrigs right around the corner to have to handle all this that's left.
It does feel like we're balanced in a way, because I felt like Tectonic versus the Super Mario did end poorly for Tectonic. They had like this 3-1 lead, and then it landed into a 1-1. So they lost those 2 stocks rather quickly. So now we have the situation where, okay, maybe Xeon Retro lost maybe one more stock than expected. But I do want to say I love the way that Xeon Retro ended that matchup. Just off the stage, full tilt, take them down, and get to the finish line. That was a confident showing from Retro to say, you know what? Okay, you took 2 stocks off of me, but we're not going to do this song and dance. I'm not going to play by your tempo. We're done here.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of temper and attitude that I want to see all the time. So we'll see if that ends up being how it happens as we go into Thrigs. Thrigs is posting up not a Sephiroth. They're posting up a Yosh. A Yosh gang. Okay. Yoshi is a choice. It is a very deceptively tanky lizard. They have a very wide angle for their recovery on their up special. They have a very cheeky egg game as well, so they can cover a medium distance and the short distance, especially on their neutrals and their down kicks. There is something to be said about a solid Yoshi, but I wonder if Thrigs is considering doing this for, like, they're looking at Donkey Kong across from them, a very traditional fight, but no one's forgotten about Fenris on Akasia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could have Thrigs like sort of in their mind preparing for that battle as well. I like the projectile usage that Yoshi does offer, because it can be varied based on how you throw those eggs. I like the edge guarding as well. I mean, we saw Donkey Kong with that side A smash down. You could do the same with Yoshi as they headbutt them down to the ground. There's a lot of, as you said, kind of tankiness that's offered here in those heavy hits that Yoshi offers. This is a great matchup as well. You got Donkey Kong and Yoshi. Like, whether you're like a Melee fan, an Ultimate fan, or a current Smash fan, like, you're gonna like this matchup. It's the DK, it's the Yoshi. You can go back to your origins here. And for us unks here in the casting booth, especially Hail Monkey Man, we appreciate it.
It's also like, it's the breeding ground for the main two the main two characters that can also just have you SD, because you either get grabbed and walked off the stage by Donkey Kong,
right,
or prepare to be egged and bombed away.
Yep.
And to a degree, I actually like what Thrigs is doing, because they know that this is a full best of 5 of sets. So they brought the Sephiroth that they can post up with. They might be baiting Fenris to try to do something different, but they also want to try, a medium distance game from off of a lot of the egg throw into Akasia if Fenris is that's all they play. So maybe they've seen some success with that in previous matches. So regardless, Blue Yoshi, by the way, is like one of the best Yoshis, and I appreciate that they don't choose Yellow Yoshi or Yarn Yoshi. Yarn Yoshi's lame. Okay,
yeah, Yarn Yoshi throws me off a little bit.
Weird.
Yeah, Cyan I can deal with. I like the purple shoes too. That's pretty good pick as well. Maybe it'll add a little extra kick to the fight. And as we hope and we pray that this start is going to be receptive to both players. Taunts are in, the eggs are tossed, and the action's underway.
Now, as much as Yoshi can be able to take a ton of damage, they obviously don't want to eat too much of it, as they try to land at least a few of those extra egg throws. And the egg throw, oh, that's it.
Wow.
Yep, you are still a giant gorilla. You must recover faster than that. So
there was some foreshadowing in our previous conversation there, Hail Monkey Man. We talked about the DDD versus the DK. And it's like, oh yeah, DDD's vertical recovery is great. It's more lateral for Donkey Kong. And, we did see a nice move there from the Yoshi. There was the spot dodge, right as the punishment was trying to come through from Donkey Kong. And after that, Donkey Kong's like, hold on, you faked me out completely? Peace, I'm out.
Cannot handle being clipped on. Yeah. Must sign off immediately. Must leave. All right, you know what? All right, Let's go 9,000 IQ. I'm gonna reach into the deepest bag of that was not a mistake. Let's figure it out. Okay, so Xeon did not want Thrigs to have any actual good reps on the Yoshi before being able to fight the last man.
Okay. Maybe that's maybe that's like 4D IQ. Like that's levels beyond comprehension IQ.
Okay.
That is my nice way of saying that is absolutely not what happened. But we do hear that Kazuya is going to come back out. We'll get that reflected on the screen momentarily. So no throwing a spanner in the works as to what the strategy will be from Fenris. And Hail Monkey Man, what more would you expect? Okay, this is the same player that just went to the grand finals today on that Kazuya. Of course, they're bringing it back out here for the cruise.
Yeah, Fenris has got to be looking at everyone playing and been like, "What are you doing?
Yeah,
what are you messing around? Come on, let's go win. Like we're Molloy, we're the Lions.
Right.
Come on, let's get it going."
Hey, kudos though to SNHU because they've completely flipped this matchup on its head, and they've allowed now for a full 1v1 against a different player. So they've avoided kind of the Fenris sweep, and their ideal situation, I think, has been set up for them.
I do think look, if Thrigs picked this Yoshi with the knowledge that Fenris was left, and that more than likely he's going to drop into this Kazuya, there's got to be a game plan in mind.
Yeah.
You get some of those very pesky egg throw combos, and even in that short interim that we got to see them versus that Donkey Kong, it can mess you up.
Oh, yeah.
Thrigs has everything in front of him to try and even up this series before set number 3. For Molloy, for Fenris, there's a lot of gold, and they know all about it. It's a very winning program. They're trying to not let that stop here.
Winning program that could put themselves one set away from CECC. Restocks both players. Talked about how that Yoshi can't take a whole lot of damage. That already being done, it seems the alternative form of an egg is doing a lot better than the egg tosses here.
Ooh, the key part about this is being able to get a disjointed escape away from that 3-hit combo, because you get jab, jab, stun, and as soon as they get that uppercut, then you're in a weird spot. So Yoshi actually does very well about escapability. They've gotten a couple of quick eggs, as they've been able to force the Kazuya into them, and then they get a solid punch thereafter. Both are approaching endpoint of their first life. Fenris, for once, is on the ropes. They have to recover to be able to get back onto this corner. Full send, though, and they delay the jab jab as the final one dunks them through.
And you could see Thrigs on their approach there, just continually hopping around, trying to not be easily read, saying, I could dive in at any moment, but, oh, the return is there from Thrigs, giving Fenris zero time to even take a breath.
That is exactly how you want to play that one. Run through your immortality and then see if you can be able to just put him on the fence. That's the exact same way that he was able to finish off one of those stocks on that Devil Blaster before. So showing him, hey, it may be in the form of an egg, but this rainbow is going to taste oh so sweet. And they are forming it into nearly 80% damage. Kazuya, it's tough to take on these little lizards.
It is, and we've seen a complete swap of strategy there. That was the first time that Kazuya was on the edge and an egg wasn't tossed. Instead went for that side air. Now you've even got the egg tosses on the recovery. There's no avoidance of the eggs at this point for Kazuya, but as we know, for how Fenris plays, only one hit can be the difference between 2 and 1 stocks of Thrigs.
I like that they're separating some of the quick combo to it, because they were trying to just spam it through. Now they catch the tail. They have that immortality. See if they can be able to just walk directly into Thrigs. But Thrigs, with this single stock advantage right now, off the counter, they will stun him out. They try to use, at least threaten, the would-be Double Blaster. If they go a little bit too high, still 0 damage, and now finally getting into the clinch. We go to final stock, only 5% difference.
A good 10-15 seconds for Thrigs to say, all right, fine, I'll enter the dungeon. And they were punished for it indeed. But that first attack will deal quite a bit of damage there to Fenris, already up to 50, trying to get back on the edge, lands directly into the egg. What a read there for Thrigs, who is just adding on to the total from 0 to 113.
using the double wings to be able to get back over to her. They throw him down. Nice grab. Still Fenris. He's got that rage meter completely built up. Kazuya's mad. He's got hell at his handscape, and he's trying to be able to throw hands with this lizard, with a backhand, a stunner, a kick. Can they be able to get him completely and done? Thrigs taking their time. They take this to mid-stage, and now they cut the distance. That might be the one that does it!
It does indeed. Fenris from 113% to 0 brings it back for his team. Unbelievable.
Wild. That's the kind of Kazuya play that all Kazuya mans like, day at the office. I've said it once and I'll say it again. But there's still a third set that is needed for Molloy to own the ECC. They've been owning them for 2 years. They won a fourth in a row. They want to have that bid to the CECC finals in May, but gotta give some love to Thrigs.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that Yoshi's gotta be on lock. That was with this much, this close. But a Kazuya, as much as I like to give fake tankiness to a Yoshi, Kazuya's are really tanky.
Yeah, because you think about as well, like, one of the 2 kills that was earned by Thrigs was that I'm using my invincibility to push you off the edge and then take you out. So there's obviously the damage dealing component of the Yoshi, but I also feel like from Thrigs we didn't get to see like a true strategy to remove the Kazuya from the stage. Only once was that done. And so you run into a lot of the highlights that we're able to watch right now, which is Fenris, who doesn't really need to think a whole lot about how am I going to deliver this KO? Well, yeah, I'm going to do exactly what I did on the final KO. Get that stun, deliver the body slam, and get you out of here.
I mean, the good looks that we had from out of Thrigs in that final fight, they had so much disruption to what is clear combination play from out of a shonen fighter, from out of Kazuya. Like you saw, separation of speed on the jabs. Like as soon as you kind of walk it back, if you take too much time on the delay to basically go AA and then big hit, then it won't connect the same way. So they made sure to that tiny bit of timing separation from the first time they attempted it to the second time is what got them a stock into Thrigs. But then Thrigs was getting him with the egg, was finding those Yoshi bombs, dropping them down the bring bah. That's what that is. But it was then the up air game that was unappreciated, I would think, because as soon as I got them upwards, we were seeing so much under the 2 platforms for trying to be able to get them laterally with the eggs. The 2 big stocks he got from him when that tail came into play. And I mean, I don't know if Thrigs has a third wheel in this tricycle of death to try and take down Fenris, but I want to see what comes next. But it looks like we're going right back to what we had before.
We're returning to form in match number 1, which went incredibly well for Molloy. You got to think that Juan Cena kind of knows what they're up against now and hopefully can change the tune. But you mentioned, okay, what is Thrigs going to be able to do to take out Fenris? Well, maybe it's the ultimate strategy for Molloy to have Thrigs take out a weakened Fenris, right? Can Juan Cena do some damage here first so that Thrigs can then continue on throughout? We'll see, but it's quite interesting for Molloy to change their lineup the way that they have today, putting Fenris at the start, then the end, and back to the start.
The only thing that we really haven't seen, I guess, is because Thrigs has been in the middle and end, but we haven't. Did we have him at the? No, we had Tectonic to start set 1, and then Thrigs was left late term. So I almost kind of wanted them to lead with their best foot forward, but
yeah, Thrigs was last both times, I think, and maybe again here. Who knows?
Yeah, so that's my only point of.
Okay.
It makes sense, but my only point of concern is like, I guess you have to blind present it. And now with Molloy in their best position possible, they're at a 2-0. They need one last set before they end up having the bid, the ECC under lock and key again. They're like, you know what? Send our guy. Send our best dude. Kazuya is obviously a demon, so we're going to make sure that no one is able to walk past him. So you don't have the same level of basically invulnerability if you're SNHU. Penmen left in the top spot. They have to reverse a best of 5. This Wario, I need to see that motorcycle slamming into a double man.
Yes, please. It didn't give us our, second date with Zero Suit Samus, but it has earned a date with Kazuya. And SNHU need to hope that it's not a date with Fate. The Fate with the motorcycle is directly off the edge, but maybe it's not needed. How many up airs is that? 5, 6?
That was a lot. Quick neutral, quick grab. I have never seen a Wario take on a Kazuya this systematically. Can he recover? No, he cannot. Oh, might be able to do it, especially as he goes flying upwards. Wow, nearly 0 to death.
Wario, and he's sidestepping, flexing a little bit. Why not? This is how you go up against the top of Molloy. You leave nothing behind.
Fantastic work, knowing that those up airs had been left behind a few too many times. Oh, but it doesn't matter. As much as you grab the first one, Juan Cena ain't seen around that second stock, so we go back to dead even. Everything has got to be left on the table. Penmen not want to leave anything to doubt that they didn't put their very best foot forward. But now quick combination from out of Molloy as this Kazuya from Fenris is now having to go directly handcuffs into this sweet Italian who continues to bowl him over.
Not again. Not again. Not again. How do you get out of this one, Fenris? You find stable ground, and you go for your one and only range attack to keep that Wario on his toes. Now, how does the edge guarding look for Kazuya? Not good enough. They brought it to the motorcycle.
What?
And they taste tire on their way down.
Tire, tile, and eventually some bile as they go straight down into the blast zone. Wow. I knew that they were going to try and employ that motorcycle, but it eventually just teched him out from understage. Okay.
He's getting some revenge against the motorcycle. He's still pretty butthurt about how that second stock was gone, and understandably so. The edgeguarding battle has just been won from Juan Cena, but can they get the Kazuya back in that position?
Now it starts to feel like the Lions maybe got a bit overambitious, pulling up this one a little bit too soon. There's the fart cannon coming through off of the Wario as they try to be able to at least ledge guard a little bit more. The feet can talk just as much as the hands, and that's an uppercut straight into space.
Uh-oh, and this is where Fenris likes his opponents to be, right in the span of their attack. The laser of death. Hasn't done it for Juan Cena. No! Back on the stage. They haven't given up yet.
Massive palm strike. They're going for that dive, and they can't quite get there. They will be able to recover off of their up special. Thinking they would come back over, but that eventually lands into the noggin and noodle of Juan Cena. Gotta give some love to some very progressed Wario play. They were making Fenris look mortal with the way that fight was going.
And part of it's funny because we saw Fenris go up to 113% on their last stock and then reverse it, win set number 2. And so when this Wario came out swinging, I'm thinking, okay, this looks great, but we know what Fenris can do even on high percents here. And then the double jump into the air attack to kick them out on their first stock was fantastic. Unfortunately, though, for Fenris' ability, every time they died, they took the stock back right away. Their ability to respond when they get back onto the platform was nearly perfection, and I think that's what stabilized things to allow Fenris to eventually take that win.
Also, I'm kind of sad that his move is not called the fart cannon. It's called the Wario Waft. So just in case anyone...
Okay, I like yours better. Yeah.
I said thank you. I appreciate that. But so Wario's now out of the way. 2 more fights, 2 more players, and the Lions will be your 4-time champions. 4 time in a row, by the way. Not just the 4th time, but 4 times. So, forthcoming, Tectonic is going to bring their Kazuya into this Kazuya v Kazuya battle, and they were good for at least one the last time that these two fought. Can't imagine that they can't get the one done, but Fenris was their best card out of the Lions, put all the way to the top of the stack. Gonna see if they can continue to wreak havoc. And for Tectonic, they've been much improved, but they've also been into some weird fights as of recent. And you know that Zero Suit Samus is lurking somewhere in the middle of this rotation.
Yeah, that Super Mario is ready to go, I'm sure. And Tectonic, maybe not a matchup they won, but I mean, I'm remembering the first set, and Tectonic versus Fenris did not go Tectonic's way either. So they've just got one stock ahead of them. They got to focus on maybe getting that damage up first rather than going for that perfect combo that's going to land the stunner and the body slam. Get that damage up so that at the very least, I would say in those first two stocks for Tectonic, you can get rid of Fenris. And that's just going off of previous interactions. That encounter was a sweep against Tectonic at the very start of this matchup. So a little bit of change of pace here, Hail Monkey Man. From Small Battlefield, we head over to FD.
Okay, so some good old Final Destination between two devils that are trying to hash out who's the cooler one. Is the man in the golden suit? Can Fenris be the hero? Or does the likes of Tectonic be able to at least kind of poster up? So we'll find out. Fenris has a massive hill to climb as we go into our second matchup.
Cons are back in, and so are the jumps. Slowly but surely, it is Fenris that closes the gap, but they just change positions. Tectonic, that's going to be, is not as eager to close the gap, at least not now, but the combo's starting to come in from both of the squads. The stun is there, but Fenris wants to work it into more, and that 3 to 4 combo is what takes the first one.
If there's anything a good Kazuya main knows is how a Kazuya fights. And so when us not having to deal with any platforms, and neither of these guys are, then you know that they just have to just keep things kind of kosher and to the floor. Basically, as Street Fighter as you're gonna get. Quick into the gut, send them skyward, you're gonna bring them down, and now you're just getting cheesed! Oh no! The feet! Again, they can't quite get him dunked out! Woo. But that will be it. No matter how good that last stock was looking, eventually, you only had one to have to handle. So, Tectonic loses just one in this Kazuya mirror.
I think Tectonic went from maybe getting swept again to spot dodging their way out of that elimination of their second stock and returning the body slam. That was too close to call, but Tectonic manages to get out of there and get out of there fast. It is a one stock to one stock interaction there, Hail Monkey Man, but you're not going to want to see the damage difference after that battle, because that was overbearingly in favor of Fenris, as we could have seen them really come alive.
Yeah, and now we have to walk into, all right, do we see Xeon Retro or Eon Retro or Eon Retrox, whatever the version of the X's that we're going to get? Do we see Retro come out with the Donkey Kong? Do we immediately pivot into Super Mario? I mean, apparently, according to my producer, we're going to go straight to the Donkey Kong. So, all right. So Tectonic dropped one stock. You got a Donkey Kong that ended up giving up its life so that Thrigs couldn't have it. You know what? I'm gonna credit that win previously all to them not letting Thrigs get any extra rotations.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
No reps. But so now they're kind of more into a regular fight. They're going to be going into a Kazuya. So it's a danger zone, to say the least, for any Donkey Kong not ready to try and dodge out from what that 3-hit combo. So I feel like they're putting them here to kind of, I guess, chase against caution, see if they can at least get Tectonic down to one stock, because I still have a lot of questions for Retro really getting some control over these maps.
I mean, I want to see a strategy from Retro, much like the one that was taken by Juan Cena against Fenris, which was leave nothing behind, just accept that the duel is going to be this close-quartered action. We've seen kind of those whirlwind attacks take Retro's opponents by storm and rack up a ton of damage and take them off the edge. And I think Retro is going to be a player that's not afraid to go for that final elimination, that double fist blow down to the ether. Like, that's what I would like to see out of Retro, because if you let Kazuya play their fight, and as you said, some of those combos are going to be very difficult to avoid, then you're going to play into their game. And Tectonic could make this a quick one on Small Battlefield, the map that we're about to enter. So, like I said, Like to see the confidence out of Retro here, as you're right, that Donkey Kong is kind of just a big meat shield and a punching bag.
The good news is they can eat a lot of it, but there's so much extra power that comes behind the good old Kazuya that it's dangerous. So for this to be the next man up, they're definitely it's like a war of attrition. How much of this can they eat? Can they at least get Tectonic out of their seat or get them down to a single stock? So before the Zero Suit Samus ends up coming up, that's what they're trying to do. So Tectonic, they were kind of even muster alongside Fenris. I felt like they were actually much improved. Everyone from SNHU has been looking really good. It's just a matter of playing catch up to a degree. So you've got this Donkey Kong. I feel like as long as they don't get lost in their recovery, because for Kazuya, they're aiming to dunk you, throw you, blast you, for especially the double laser. You don't want to then lose track of what you're doing with the whirlwind, with the spinning Kong. So we'll see if that ends up being an issue at this point. But we're dropping into it. Donkey Kong is going to dress in purple. He's going to try and match the same suit that Kazuya do.
And those purple shoes from Yoshi saying, I don't just want to see Tectonic, I want to see Thrigs as well. We'll see if Fenris... Oh, excuse me, not Fenris, if Xeon Retro can be able to find that right away. Not so much. It is indeed that punching bag that we were afraid Donkey Kong would become.
This is, yep, my biggest concern. Anyone who is a big melee target, Kazuya is licking their lips. They are ready for it. Eating every bit of the spinning Kong, poised, composed, taking a step back. That's very fast. That was 40 seconds, gang.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Xeon Retro, you gotta turn this around and you gotta do it now. It looks like they're playing more of an evasive style. Spinning Kong does come through. That's what we wanted to see. I thought we'd see a grab afterwards, but instead it came from Tectonic, who has built up a ridiculous amount of momentum. Laser doesn't hit. Recovery's there. Fenris going from one spin to the other, but it spins them into a blender as they try to go from the top platforms back down to the bottom, enduring the heat and delivering a volcanic outburst is Tectonic to get rid of Xeon Retro.
Minute 14. That's our fastest on the day. That is a mismatch. That is one of those that I was greatly concerned about. So this all now boils down to Zero Suit. Can Super Mario be able to utilize their Zero Suit Samus and expeditiously get through a Kazuya, which we've seen work pretty well? They didn't get a single stock off of them. So that's going to be the biggest crux of this. They're not just kind of all in on the first. They have to be able to be very kitey. They have to use that whip, use that distance. So that should be the prerogative. The problem after that is, what do you have then left when you go to Thrigs? Is it going to be a Yoshi? Or is it going to be a Sephiroth? Or is it a third thing? Like somewhere in the roster? And this is the Pinman in a fantastic position to take advantage of a little bit of over-ambitiousness from the rotation that Molloy put forward.
Yeah, I think there was like a big adjustment made by SNHU after the first set. And that was more of like a recalibration or an understanding as to what Molloy were going to be putting forward. I think now when we look at if this goes to another set, what kind of adjustments is Molloy going to make? Because you talk about the fact that that's a mismatch, the Donkey Kong versus the Kazuya. That's going to be an adjustment that we look for from Retro. Or do you change your lineup to avoid that? Do you send Retro out because maybe that Kazuya isn't going to be first? Or do you change the fighter that goes out with Retro? There's some adjustments to look forward to, but that is if Super Mario can hold their own. And we've seen some great movement. This is a very agile fighter of Zero Suit Samus, wanting to get into those nice range attacks with the whip, wanting to get into those juggle scenarios. There's a reality where, you know, you got SNHU tossed around in that juggle and they can't get out of it.
That's true. And we've seen Kazuya's be a bit heavy and be a bit difficult to kind of recover therefrom. If you can get them skyward, the toughest thing about getting Kazuya around is getting him off his feet. The dude is thick. He has very heavy shoes. And the only thing that really propels him upwards often is his own wings. So it's going to be up to Super Mario to deal with Tectonic in an expeditious way. The problem is that their kill confirms are not immediate, especially not into the pace that Kazuya has. They have to run away. They have to continuously create a lot of space from off of their Plasma Whip and the Paralyzers. So if they can do that consistently, then there's a world where Tectonic doesn't touch the Super Mario. But there's also a world where SNHU is pushing us to a 4th set, which they have to reverse sweep this entire matchup to get themselves into the talk of maybe taking the crown for the ECC. And Super Mario's a solid person to do it with. I feel like, what do you think that this rotation set up by the Lions were? Fenris feeling like they could just get the job done from the front, or a lot of trust in Super Mario that they have to have now?
I like the reverse to this, I really do, but maybe that's because I haven't seen it in action yet. Maybe with Super Mario and they're back against the wall, there is something different coming out, like a new level of Super Mario. I want to see it. Let's get down to it. 3 stocks remaining in this set now for Molloy.
Lions got to trust in their golden girl, in the Zero Suit Samus. And it's actually a very solid position to have, because that middle platform is kind of a rough situation for a Kazuya. Now, obviously, they can be able to short combo you through them if they get you on an uppercut. There's a chasing kick that basically can be able to work through that. But Super Mario is showing exactly what you want to do. You want to try and get them off their feet, get some solid grabs, and so far, untouched is in fact this Zero Suit Samus.
I'm wondering about that laser. I think it was used to just kind of delay the descent right now of Tectonic, but it's not going to delay the damage that ends up being delivered. This is absolute retribution right now for Super Mario and this Molloy team to finally take Tectonic to their limits. 106 now, but you can see that rage meter getting up there, put into the ground. But that's kind of the secret sauce of Super Mario: get them into the ground and then push them up to the skies. They just weren't able to finish that combo.
This is as annoying to play against as if you're playing against a Falcon that is using their medium blaster, and you just cannot get anything going. You have so much flightiness. Oh, but they were expecting a telegraphed jump over their head, so now they're using a lot of the distance on the extra portion of this Plasma Whip, and they will land it directly on. 150%. Again, the kill confirm isn't exactly easy to get. They're hoping to catch them off guard.
That spacing finally collapsed, as Tectonic has gotten quite a bit of damage before they went down. I think Super Mario's walking away from that kill feeling like they finally achieved something, but they had a lot of damage I felt like they could have saved.
Molloy brought out at least one of their best. We've been singing praises about Fenris. Obviously, amazing player in their own right, but they stuck him at the front. They decided this would be a success sandwich by putting their other great player, Super Mario, at the back of the line. Oh, they don't get posterized, not sent all the way out, not screened. Tectonic wants to grab at least one stock. Give Thrigs a chance to fight into this. Or Tectonic playing very guarded. We're not seeing all the aggression that we've seen out of those Kazuyas before.
Oh, they're waiting for the right moment to strike, and this could be it right here. Nearly the grab. How about the attack off the edge? Super Mario keeping their distance from the edge, but getting timed and read perfectly. There's the important stock from Tectonic.
Huge. That means no matter what, at best, if Super Mario is able to make it through this, it'll be a 2 versus 3 stock. And Thrigs is just singing happy about that. Or Tectonic, they would love to make the job even easier. They would love to be the hero and complete this series. Playing very far back. They use the Devil Blaster. Lasers exchange between both. They're looking for at least a parry. Can't quite find a connection. Look how much kiting Super Mario is doing at this point. They know that they can't go down any further than 2 stocks.
about 150, I think, deliver that final blow for Super Mario. He's getting so close to that, but I'm weary for Super Mario because 70 damage, I mean, that could be the kill striking distance for Tectonic, who's in the ground, but that upper platform nearly breaks their re-entry into the up attack, but they land it. Super Mario survives with just one stock down.
Very smart move. They put him in the ground off of that drop down, and then as they jumped upwards, they were able to reposition for under that midpoint platform, and then they use an up smash to send him away. So, solid work. Now it's Thrigs' time. Is one stock enough? Thrigs has decided to go to Yoshi. They're going to stick with the ball game, which I like that, because Sephiroth, very hard execution to... Basically, you have to be on the ball all the time. Feels like their weightiness is very akin to Kazuya, and Yoshi is very tough to tie down the way that a Zero Suit Samus wants them to be.
Is going to be tough to tie down, definitely. I'm curious now about how the range battle is going to go. I mean, this is a completely different approach that Super Mario will have to take in this fight. There's obviously that, mismatch if Zero Suit Samus can stay away from the Kazuya, but against the Yoshi, you have so many weapons in your arsenal to deal. What I really liked about Thrigs' Yoshi was that they mixed and matched their egg usage in their last matchup, because they were doing a lot of throwing the eggs early, but then they transitioned into, okay, I'm going to turn you into an egg on my neutral B. I'm going to add on to the damage for that. Is that something that they can do against a Zero Suit Samus who is so mobile, who is so agile? Can they actually get their tongue around that?
I think they might be able to get a taste of this, but the problem is that the whip is several times longer than the longest point of Yoshi's tongue, I believe, at least. Lore-wise, maybe not. Fighting-wise, I think so. And much of that egg lay combo where they would capture the Kazuya, they'd set them on them out, and then they'd get a quick hit to be able to get about 5 to 10%, especially with a Yoshi bomb, then it worked because, I mean, Fenris on their Kazuya was chasing them into a fist fight. This is going to be frustrating for one party or the other, and I feel like we may take like a full minute and a half, 2 minutes to see first stock, because they're going to be playing off whip, they're going to be playing from egg, but it also could be burst. So remember, only 2 stocks left for Super Mario. For Thrigs, they have their full 3. Can a championship be won by Molloy right here, right now, or does SNHU push us to a 4th set?
Briggs was just a few percent away, it felt like, from getting SNHU their first point against Fenris on the last set. Now they have the advantage. Now they have the same fighter of Yoshi. You mentioned how this could be a war of attrition. Now this first stock could take a while, and we go about 10 to 15 seconds before we see that first damage, but talk about opening the floodgates. Tectonic, this Yoshi, able to add on to the damage quickly.
And that's one thing that we know that Thrigs is able to do, and oh my goodness, I thought they were able to DI. Super Mario was not expecting that blast zone to come up that quickly. I think they were about like 85% or so, and they thought that they had plenty of time. But there was too much pace and speed, and they were thrown all the way off screen. So this suddenly has got itself tilted in the wrong way if you're the Lions.
As indeed. This has to be a huge comeback right now, but for Thrigs, there's no reason to slow down. You've got Super Mario where you want them. Just have to add to the damage thereafter. To 46 already, but you can see Super Mario start to actually work some of the aerial combos on the recovery. Those eggs are making it so difficult for Super Mario to edge guard, though, and so they've got to go back to center stage as Thrigs demands the stage control, pushing Super Mario up from the edge, over the platform, and back onto the platform for the finisher. Up air of justice. Thrigs does quick work.
SNHU is not dead yet. This, at this point in time, through 3 sets, reverses course as to what our result was in regular season play. Molloy last lost to the Penmen 1-2 when we were in the regular season. This time right now, They let one slip, and I feel like they were trying to counter-read the rotation of their players by putting Fenris first, thinking that they might be able to bait getting Thrigs at the top of the rocker. So, good looks, as Tectonic did what they needed to as a Kazuya, force them into a final or a couple of stocks, and then being able to have Thrigs continuing to frustrate from off of this Yoshi. I mean, solid showcase, and this is one of the first time in a while Molloy will not have a 3-0 sweep grand final. So still a lot to play for going to set 4.
Well, if you've broken that curse, you would think that this could go the distance and that we really could see a second SNHU win of the day. I'm most impressed as well, I just want to say, at the end of the set from Juan Cena, because their matchup against Fenris was not advantageous for them, to say the least, at the start of the day, but they turned that Wario into something special and really was able to chip away at this Fenris that looked unbeatable at the start of the day. So this has been a real team effort out of SNHU, and I'm excited to see what else that they can manage on the day.
Well, for right now, because we do have at least one more set. This is a best of 5, so this is anything but decided. But we are, for the players and for ourselves, going to take a short break. More of the Super Smash Bros. Crew Battles Championship here for the ECC as presented by Esports U. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. Just enough time to get a snack, get some water, and kick up your feet as we see even more ECC Spring Championships. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J, and we are right in the middle, now into set number 4, of our Super Smash Bros. 3v3 crew battles that's going on, SNHU Penmen had just grabbed a dub over the Molloy Lions that really, for the better part of 2 years, have been looking untouchable. So this season has been different, though. They dropped 3 series over the course of the regular season, but they did look pretty darn good to begin this series. Felt like there was a bit of a strategic misstep, though. They got a bit overambitious and didn't really give a lot of love to Wansina, who absolutely showed up on that Wario.
That's right. And put a stop to what Fenris has been doing today for Molloy and for against everybody. Fenris had gone to the grand finals in the earlier day of the 1v1 for Super Smash Brothers and was just about ready to steamroll here in crew battles, was a huge proponent as to why they won the first 2 sets, but in the 3rd set ended up finally finding their match against that Wario. And so with this turnaround, with this eventual adjustment against Fenris, now you have a real match to win for SNHU, but they can't really let Fenris find fire again. And Hail Monkey Man, it begs the question, where is Fenris played? Because we've seen them at the start, we've seen them at the end. If you were on the Molloy team, where would you put Fenris?
I would play ultra safe at this point. You had basically 1 set before Wind got in the sails of the Penmen, and it was to do exactly what you did the previous one. That's when you let I would say, call it positive competitive arrogance to play, all right, you know what? Let me finish the job. Let me get this done. They did not expect the play that they got from out of Wansina. So that's suddenly super weakened Fenris. So put your hottest hand, put your ace in the sleeve as your backliner, put him as your anchor. That's not to say anything less of Super Mario, because Super Mario looked fantastic, but having to play against Thrigs, you want to have them there. So Tectonic will be leading off, Super Mario first. So that means that they've reversed this sandwich. They put Super Mario at the top, probably gonna have your main man and Xeon Retro in the middle, and I've gotta think he's on the other side. So, and Tectonic get through their woes and deal some blows.
I like how you kind of forecasted what we see here, and you bring up a great point, which is Tectonic has a lot to work against. I feel like this is the exact player they did not want to see on the other stage, to have to play this cat and mouse game of, all right, fine, I'll close the distance if I can get there. And you see them kind of poking and jabbing and trying to hop their way into it.
That whip is everyone's least favorite friend, but it's Zero Suit Samus's best friend. And do at least cut short, get a 2-hit combo all the way up to 40% immediately, but this whip is just so incessant. It decides to get in your face, and then they try to do a quick ledge guard. They want to be able to hop up and see if they can telegraph, or rather read into a telegraph jump. Not gonna happen. They have to use the double wings to get back onto the ledge. Oh, and they will eat a paralyzer, but still, not much to speak of from the side of Tectonic.
Is there any exit really out of this ledge? I guess there is. It turns into a body slam. Super Mario, fortunate as ever, has really only undergone 2, maybe 3 attacks from Kazuya, yet their damage isn't that far from each other. So it's how much can Super Mario whittle them away? I'm remembering that it's between 140, 150 typically that whip is able to remove the Kazuya. So Super Mario very close to it and will finally get to the finish line.
Fantastic maneuver. Not only do they go all the way to ledge, I felt like Tectonic was a little bit too anxious to try and make that ledge guard occur. It wanted to grab. Oh, and that was nearly a spike. If they had gotten maybe a step further to the right, it would have been over. And instead, it's going to be the Devil's Wings that pops out, and they will make this at least 2 stocks each.
We have seen that spike kill before from Super Mario. That's kind of the rabbit out of the hat, the secret weapon that Super Mario has when you least expect them to bring it out. But how about bringing out some justice right now? Super Mario, attack after attack, taking advantage of the vulnerability from that top platform that Kazuya just can't get away from.
It is something special when they finally release part of the weapon set for that Zero Suit Samus. We have not seen a boost kick the entirety of this series. So finally seeing one connect is huge. Much of their play has been very lateral, but we're literally seeing it go 0-0. They screen Super Mario, chase them down zeros each, but they're trying to give them their comeuppance.
Zero Suit couldn't get away. It's just every single jump they made was right into the hands of Tectonic. And Tectonic couldn't be happier from it. Super Mario, though, kind of a little bit less afraid of bringing the fight a little bit closer, going for these attacks, even in the air. But back, of course, to the whip, playing a bit of more of a balanced game and keeping Tectonic on their toes.
I like that they're trying to bait them to come forward, basically showing an ounce of, wanting to get into the clinch, seeing if that will get them more aggressive, and then aiming to punish that from off of the whip, because they've been playing so much of this whip that look how much space is being given to them. They're trying to dodge away from them. The Paralyzer, a leading charge for more of the Plasma Whip. Again, Super Mario has Tectonic just on the wings, might be able to finish him off here. If they can get him upwards, might be able to spike him down. They'll play from just underneath platform. They're not giving up too much.
Back on they are. Kazuya just lunging into the fight, but a very important counter to keep Tectonic back in this one, staying in their shield, trying to get one of these stuns to go. Super Mario gets out of dodge, though, and delivers the whip back. You're going to see Super Mario try to strike Tectonic into the ground to finish the job. Otherwise, Kazuya just needs to land one combo. It comes down to last execution.
Last hit. They have to get back to stage. Now they get a little aggressive. They will poke outwards with the Plasma Whip, and that'll do it. Oh,
Whoa.
no, they will DI. They're able to survive just long enough. And then pop the double wings. But this one, finally, they'll screen them much the same way. That will be Super Mario. Barely. Skin of their teeth, and from the electricity off of that whip, able to take set one.
Oh, I do not envy Tectonic in their dreams tonight, because if it's a nightmare, they're going to see that whip, and they're going to see that animation, and they're going to be like, please, no more. It's impressive the amount of work that needs to be done from that Zero Suit Samus on Super Mario to get Kazuya up to 140, 150 damage. You know, it's not an attack that's gonna give you a KO until you put in the work. And boy, oh boy, did Super Mario put in the work on that one.
So have to expect, and I see it on our screen, that Juan Cena's coming up with the Wario. And with all of one stock to have to deal with, it's, again, about attrition before Thrigs ends up coming up to play. And I have to think that it's going to be a Yoshi, but gotta consider what's forthcoming. So for this much improved Wario play, it feels like it can work just fine into Super Mario, but Super Mario knows also how to frustrate and confound, especially with the way they've been so kitey. Sometimes, like I see players that they stick to kind of one move set, like, all right, get through this, and it's because as soon as you then they'll change it up. And you had mentioned how they got a lot more physical. They were able to play a lot more off of combo striking instead of just kind of whip, and make you move forward. So off of a Wario, I mean, you're so short. Wars are just short, but they also don't have a projectile gate, so to make it there is tough. Yeah.
Can't give gotta give a little love and respect to the short kings out there.
That's true.
He is short, but he's furious. You know, he comes up with a fury. Let's remember what Juan Cena did at the beginning of their last matchup, and that was take the first stock immediately off of Fenris right away. It was an absolute flurry, and it was really exciting to see. So you match that up against what Super Mario is doing, which is a very, space controlled environment. That may not mesh too well for Super Mario. They may have to be prepared for the fury of Wario, and that comes with its own bite, is for sure. But we've seen a lot more variety out of the Wario as this day has gone on. How Monkey Man, we still see a little more of that motorcycle. In fact, it earned a kill on the last one. We've seen the fart cannon. We'll give it that instead of the Wario waft. Okay, so I'm expecting some variety and some confidence coming out from Juan Cena here.
Is there a world with Molloy still having a lead in this series where the second player is Fenris?
Oh my.
And no. Not Xeon Retro. Is there a world? Okay. You've said no. Percentages will let us know otherwise. But I see the possibility.
Okay.
Maybe trying to get this one done early. But for the Penmen, move over to Juan Cena. Juan Cena, much improved. It's a different atmosphere, though, when you're in Kalos, because you're basically in a big old Pokemon church. And Super Mario is not being given a lot of space. They can't immediately escape when it's in the middle of the stage to a platform nearby.
You can see, like, yeah, I know we talked about variety from this Wario of Juan Cena, but we also see some, like, crutches, and we see some repetition in their attacks. We may see Juan Cena try to get Super Mario stuck in those up airs, but based on how mobile Zero Suit Samus is, that may be difficult, though. Establishing that stage control has looked pretty good. The whip is back out for action, though, from Super Mario. Oh, jumping right over it, though, was Juan Cena to kick them right back.
Juan Cena has showcased a lot of perseverance when it comes to this overall play, because they can be pushed away. Oh, and the motorcycle will come back through. They get caught between a Wario and an explodey place in the form of this vehicle. They will actually toss it upwards, not allowing them to move forward, but that explosion actually plants them down as they land both feet onto the back of the Wario. Super Mario trying to make it back to stage, a little foot to the face. They will recover.
I'm surprised they recovered from that. Wario can, get back on the stage from the absolute depths, so that's why you see the gamble done by Juan Cena, but yeah, Super Mario saw it coming. Said, no, I'm not going to allow that so easily. That being said, it's finally the kill from Juan Cena on 120%. That unwavering confidence storms in for the win.
Have we seen the Wario versus the Donkey Kong yet? Remind me if we have.
I want to say no.
Because if Xeon, so we haven't seen that sample size out of Xeon Retro versus Juan. So that's okay. So you said there was not a world where Fenris comes out. There's not.
Not a single one. I'm Doctor Strange. I can see all realities. Okay. And they're
reserving it for Thrigs.
Not one. Yeah.
Okay. Not one. Not one.
Okay, there's one.
There's one.
There's not one. There is definitely one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a one, but not a one. Okay. Okay. You guys can let us know if there is a one or if there's
they're
a one.
not saying anything, which leads me to believe I may be in trouble.
Our producer has told us nothing. The thing is not highlighted. We don't know.
Surely it's not Fenris here. Surely it's not Fenris. It has to be Retro.
Yeah, you would. Well, because if there's. Oh goodness. Okay, so we're gonna be getting to it here in a second, but it's an odd unknown for Molloy, because if they've not seen the Donkey Kong into the Wario, then like, all right, what can you get off of him? And it leaves a lot of weight to Fenris's back to do it off of the Kazuya, and he has to have as many stocks as possible to deal with Thrigs, because it was a 50-50 whenever they fought into that Yoshi. So this is where the true strategy starts getting us to sweat. While I was also like, all right, like, what are we going to do off of the Donkey Kong? And it made a lot of sense that if they expected Tectonic to be their leading man from SNHU, to not put that Donkey Kong first, because he was bodied by the Kazuya. So, but who are you going to put? Who's your next guy?
You could always change your fighter as well. I mean, you could see Retro go lose 3 stocks on that Donkey Kong and say, okay, you know what? You'd avoid ever being in that situation ever again, and just go with a different character, because that one is tough. That says if I get a mismatch here, I'm pretty much done for. So you could see maybe a change done, but I do understand how Smash Bros. And having mains work. You don't just need to know your fighter, you need to know how your fighter works against every other fighter in the game. It's a lot to tell somebody to switch off of a fighter that they're reliant on. So I would understand if we continue to see Retro on that Donkey Kong, but I would say if they do have 2 or 3 mains, that it could be a moment where you look to switch. I mean, we did even see Thrigs from the Sephiroth to the Yoshi, and they've had some quality performances on both.
Well, we're left in the dark, folks. We don't exactly know just at this moment. Lions are taking this one War room serious. There's a lot of conversation. Do you put Fenris in? Do you put Xeon in? Is a third unknown going in? So we still don't know. Okay, so big producer in my head. Oh, he don't know. We don't know. They know. Okay, I don't even know who knows. Okay, we know. Okay.
No way!
Yeah!
No!
Is there a world, they say?
No!
They say, nay unto me.
Oh, you're joking. Fenris is out to play. And we talked about how they relied on Fenris to do the early game. They were punished for it, so I figured no way they have them in the middle or the beginning, but here's Fenris.
We're gonna get this job done in a two-man combo. That is what the Lions are saying. They don't want to have to leave it up to Xeon. They simply want to get the job done here in the ECC. And Fenris, this screams to me that he is ultra locked in, trying to get all of this complete. But the problem is so is Juan Cena. The dude has found a way to absolutely frustrate Fenris in multiple ways.
He's already trying to spam those up airs that we saw earlier, so if Fenris gets caught in that again, it's already spelling out trouble. So far so good. You know, you avoid the up airs, you avoid the motorcycle, you're avoiding a lot of incoming damage, and well, things that Wario has to utilize in this fight, but with that 110 damage, you know the danger is looming as Fenris does avoid the first attack, dives in for this combo special to take the first one off.
Fenris has to play this very clean. They know that a lot stands on them. And they sure that they don't allow Juan Cena to really build them up past about 80%. And so that's why they're playing this one very down in distance. They're going to try and hit him with the double laser. They just spam it 3 times in a row. It leaves them vulnerable to getting up underneath. And so Wario will do so. Juan Cena trying to press the advantage if he can. But look how apprehensive. This feels far less aggressive and far more tactical out of Fenris's corner.
Well, we just got off of seeing Fenris against that Zero Suit Samus and how patient and timid they really did have to play. It feels like a little bit of that is fleshed into this one. Juan Cena back to how we know them best, jumping off the stadium, going in for that kill shot.
This is a rough position for Molloy. Now that we've gotten a really good identity of how both of these sides are playing, Juan Cena, they feel like it's almost a victory lap for them because they just don't have a lot of respect for the last remaining player on the Lions side. Now that does kick the Wario back into space. Juan down to his final stock, and it's at 0 for Fenris, so it's not the worst position in the world. Still though, they want to be able to take this one and finish it off.
And I think what Fenris is most worried about is being off the platform. Juan Cena is so good at punishing in those positions and recovering well. But are you even going to get a chance to do that now that you're already up to 74%? And somehow Fenris avoids getting off the stage once again. Cena back towards the center stage, still trying to get Fenris caught in those up airs, but failing to do so. Looks like they're only gonna get maybe 1 or 2 tries until they're caught in the mix. Somehow Juan Cena gets out of dodge and lands back on the platform.
That was such a good read. They knew that they were taking their time up onto that ledge recovery, and so then they rolled past them, immediately turned and got them onto that quick combo. 130%. Juan Cena is a step away from death. Fenris, the possibility of them going off and going down to final stock would be absolutely monumental, especially considering that Thrigs is just around the corner if that ends up being what is the inevitability for Juan Cena to be the hero's moment. They're all charged up and they're ready to go. The waft is cooking. You can see it in his pants. He wants to make an explosion. Can he be able to drag him? No. Can't get him on the job. Bigfoot will send him away. Fenris will survive with a couple just as he goes to meet the last man of the Penmen.
And that was tense because we know that Juan Cena, if he gets Fenris off the stage, he's going to take care of business. But that wasn't done in that sequence. Instead, Fenris holds on to 2 stocks with their next opponent being Thrigs. But we remember it was an even 3-3 the last time these guys met, and Thrigs did win 3-2. So you look at Fenris in this position and you say, well, he's going to need to figure out this Yoshi if that's what arrives.
Got to make the job as easy as possible for their final player as well, because you know you have Xeon Retro waiting in the wings to take on, if they need to, whatever Fenris cannot handle. With Thrigs in front of him and him being down a stock, at least take one. Fenris is good for a couple, but the problem is going to be this deficit that he immediately faces. And I mean, Thrigs, you feel like it's got to be a Yoshi. He's been doing very well on Yoshi recently. He also could suddenly switch it back over to Sephiroth. And this is still Molloy on championship point. They've had triple point. This is the second position of that. It would be wild if we have to go to a game number 5, but it's not impossible at this point.
It's certainly not. Listen, today has been SNHU's day so far. We had either SNHU blue or yellow falling in Rocket League earlier today. And yes, as we head to a new fight, it is the Sephiroth back out. The switch from Yoshi has happened after Thrigs won on the Yoshi.
Showing some depth, showing some little bit of ego in a good way. What can be done? Thrigs, you gotta fight hard, and you gotta fight through what is a not impossible task, but definitely an uphill battle to have to deal with. They're not gonna stay distanced and back. They're gonna go straight into the draw and into the fight with Fenris. Now they do have a very solid flare game. If they could be able to light them up with a shadow flare, maybe start really building up from distance, that would be even better for really kiting them up, but they don't even need that. They just need that big, long katana.
I know the range is doing so much right now for Thrigs. That is allowing Fenris to be juggled in this way and blown back off the stage. That laser is just not going to do it to meet the Sephiroth. Instead, Thrigs, beautiful edge guard back to the center of the territory to knock Fenris off yet again. And back down to the ground, Thrigs goes. So finally a response emerging from Fenris.
Very difficult to go from the immediate body hitbox and then having to deal with such an elongated one from off of the katana, as well as any kind of flares that are being built up. 136% right now for Fenris. Thrigs in solid position, but they are being cracked on a couple of times. The rage meter does give them extra damage on the Kazuya, and they are making sure that even when they telegraph the read that they're going to step behind them, that you can't catch them easily. 78%. First stock out. Fenris is going to go all the way to their last one. Thrigs is going to play this immediate invulnerability. Very safe. And now they're waiting to play this one from distance again.
Played it safe, but still endured that first hit. As Thrigs does get a couple great ones there. Fenris way off the stage. Can't even get back on the edge. They finally recover. But it's not after. Thrigs gets plenty of damage on their last KO. They did a great job on the edge guarding with those short hops, keeping their response a little bit guarded. That time it was a longer hop, but they land right into the kicker of Fenris.
If this ends up being a Thrigs versus Retro fight, they will be down 1 at least. Fenris trying to make the pathway clear. It's going to be through him, and anyone else is going to have an easy moment. They use the Octaslash to get back up there. They will send Fenris to the other side of the stage and give themselves some breathing room for now.
It offers them some time, but how much is too much? Oh, Thrigs keeps both stocks as Fenris takes themselves down.
Oh, they had expected to dunk them at the ledge. And then when they went zooming down to the low blast zone, because he's grabbing him, he just barely interacts with it just before Thrigs. That is insane.
If you're body slamming, how are you the first one taken down?
His hair's too long.
Should have went to the barber before the fight. You should have gotten the fade for the Fiesta. Wow.
Okay.
Devastating for Fenris, for Thrigs. You feel like you get away with one there, and well, you feel like you get away with one right there, but you also feel like you put up a great fight against Fenris. I mean, the damage control that was done to keep the range with that long katana, just work up the damage, was very well executed.
So now, if you're Fenris, you wish you had at least gotten it down to one last stock. But you only got one off of him. There's so much trust. Hands on the shoulders, trying to make sure his teammate is feeling loosey-goosey, feeling good, feeling confident. It all comes down to Retro to grab this crown. It's a 3 versus 2. My understanding from what we've seen before, it's going to be a Donkey Kong. He's in a tough spot, because a Sephiroth, I feel like, is just as difficult as a Kazuya for the meaty mitts of a big gorilla to have to deal with. So, last man on deck. Can the Lions get it done here, or do we finally unlock the reverse sweep?
Does Donkey Kong take up the Kazuya body slam special and just pick up Sephiroth and, walk off the ledge? Maybe that is the path to greatness, because it is difficult to theorize what it's going to take here, especially from what we saw on the last one from Xeon Retro. So we'll have to see. I just got to throw some respect away to Thrigs, because, again, you defeated Fenris on that Yoshi. And then you go and switch fighters anyway, because you say, well, maybe it'll position me better for the fight later against the Retro. Or you say, I think Fenris has kind of figured out what I like to do with this Yoshi. I want to try a different matchup that maybe they're not as familiar with, and to try to work my Sephiroth the way I like. And that's some confidence to be able to do that in yourself for that, variety of skills. So it's well played. And if part of it, Hail Monkey Man, was due to positioning for this Donkey Kong, then credit to him, because I think as well that Sephiroth versus DK is quite the favorable matchup.
I mean, if we'll get to find out one way or another. This could be the final fight of the day, and it could be the Lions signing off onto some tickets to go to CECC through the ECC Championship bid, or a Game 5. And some big strategy has to be talked by Penman and Lions as to what in the world the rotation is going to be forthcoming. I haven't disliked what we've got from Molloy. I feel like it's not a bad look, but there was an ounce of ego. There was an ounce of an ambition and hubris that may have gone a step too unsafe from what SNHU has otherwise postered up with, because they've kept Thrigs as their anchor every single time. They've let him do the job as necessary, and then they've switched up either Tectonic or Juan Cena, whomever is going to come through between those two. So,
Ooh, okay.
Okay. All right. But you're seeing reactions from us, and as our producer was telling us, apparently we are stepping away from the gorilla. Okay. Do you think that this particular choice is much more improved?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are we going to reveal it? But we are, and it is a Captain Falcon choice. I'm going to say that anything other than the DK was going to be an improved choice. I hate to go there, but I think that Donkey Kong was just too big of a punching bag. Captain Falcon offering maybe the full antithesis of that character, just in terms of speed. So, yeah, I think this could work out. I do like the callback to Melee as well. We're sticking with the OG characters here.
Yeah, that's very true. I just don't want them to get caught accidentally posting up a Falcon punch every 5 seconds.
No.
Just don't do that.
Right.
Don't do that. If anything, there's a lot of abuse that can be done by the chase down from out of a Captain Falcon. You use the Falcon kick as a closer, and then, of course, the Raptor boosts. I mean, you could stun lock someone out into just about 60% damage off of a 2 to 3 hit Raptor boost clamp. Like I've done it before, and I'll say it again. Okay. You can murder the heck out of someone with a Captain Falcon, and not just because he has the coolest punch in the entirety of the game. Also, did you know that you can spin the Captain Falcon punch around, right? Like if you start one way, you you hit, you twirl, and you swing the other side. But it's been like years since I've seen it.
I've witnessed it, and it is great. I've also witnessed just the knee of justice, and any side air or F air that lands here for the Captain Falcon could be instrumental to giving Molloy the win here too. But I think the Sephiroth is ready for just about anything from Thrigs. I mean, you again saw what they did against the Kazuya, which Fenris's Kazuya is the second best of the day when we look at the individual results. At least you could say that from the tournament style. So for Sephiroth to do that so well from Thrigs is good to see. Is it prepared for the Captain Falcon? We will have yet to see. Looks like, is it going to be a bigger battlefield here? Or are we getting a potential arena change?
Huge. I don't think they're going to do big battlefield.
Okay.
5 platforms. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. So we are going to go small battlefield. This also solves a problem that was kind of in the way that Retro was fighting, is vertical recovery. They were wanting to abuse side spam with the spinning Kong. That was one thing. You can still get some of that going, especially with Raptor Boost and the Falcon kicks. But it was their vertical recovery that was lacking. They did not have that. Also, calm down, get to your side of the stage, chill.
There we
chill.
go, there we go.
Now we go.
We were wondering, would we get that normal start? Yes, we do. Captain Falcon has provided us with their salute. And the Fury as well. So, what do you think so far for the Captain Falcon? Good start?
Decent. It depends on where basically Thrigs decides to kind of set up shop, because for the time being, Retro spammed at least through a couple of extra stops. The problem is that they seem to kind of lose tracking on where they go. You don't up special in the middle of the stage.
Right.
That's one particular thing. They are definitely reliant on both the boost as well as the kick to cut distance, and then we've got the Giga Flare. Oh, they shielded through.
That felt like the neutral B from Captain Falcon right there.
Yep.
Setting up for the big boom. And that's quite a boom right there. That will do it. We saw the B special up at the middle of the stage and off the stage, and neither has worked.
Captain Falcon is a wily glass cannon, and I feel like Thrigs has actually not taken just general control like they usually do, which is unfortunate, because even with this one stock, it feels like they're playing straight into the hands of Retro, just kind of throwing everything in the kitchen sink at whatever's going to stick. Spaghetti meet wall. But Thrigs is at 98%. Retro is now on the receiving end of not just a Shadow Flare, but as well as a big Katana, and now suddenly set 5 could be in our future.
You do not want to catch yourself on the edge of that Katana. That was doomsday for Xeon Retro, as is the ledge guarding that you're seeing out of Thrigs, going for nearly a kill shot, but it is Xeon Retro to avoid that. Damage has to be done here, though, from Xeon Retro. They're climbing too high in damage, certainly, as Thrigs is setting up what could be the end of the set.
Riggs has decided they're just going to play like they're Captain Falcon. They're throwing shoulders, they're throwing blows, and they're trying to turn this into a reverse sweep. They throw a Mega Flare straight into the face of Xeon. Xeon has found at least some connections, but they will be tossed away. And so that throws us into the final set of our ECC crew battles. Molloy sees 2 in a row by the Penmen, and SNHU feels like they've done their homework. They're ready to go the distance.
Southern New Hampshire University, you have done yourselves a great job to pull off what is nearly the reverse sweep. This is what we sign up for when we get the finals. This is what we want to see, and was nearly what we didn't expect, Tail Monkey Man, right? We looked at the review. We saw absolute dominance from Molloy over the past 3 semesters, but then you notice that, okay, they took some losses, not only to this team of SNHU Blue, is it? In the 2-1 of the regular season, but also to Yellow. SNHU Yellow in a 2-0. So you say, okay, Molloy isn't infallible. Maybe they could drop of ECC finals after 3 straight wins. And that could now be the case. Now that we have a reverse sweep on our hands, could this be the ultimate stopping point to an otherwise dominant team?
It has been a tyrannical reign by the Lions since all the way of spring 2024. They did not get the job done there in the semifinals, but they've won fall, spring, fall, 3 separate championships in a row, trying to turn this one into a 4th. If you're walking into this fight, if you're walking into this final set, I mean, you know exactly what's going to happen from out of SNHU. They're going to either swap Tectonic or Juan Cena, and they're going to keep Thrigs at the end. When you are looking at what basically you're prompting from Molloy, I gotta think that you keep Fenris for your anchor. Mm-hmm. And the reason why there is a weakness to the start of this rotation we saw Captain Falcon at least lay hands into Thrigs, but not much more. Thrigs didn't die. And their Donkey Kong is susceptible to an immediate counter from off of Tectonic's Kazuya. So if you lay him up as your first guy, they may just throw Tectonic up there and then it's like goodbye Xeon. So then there's a lot of heavy lift that comes out from Super Mario. They can do it. They definitely are not risking Thrigs. That's the key thing. Thrigs is staying over there. He's on a bench. He's chilling. He's got a smoothie. He's fine. So it's like there's a lot of heavy lifting by Super Mario that Fenris will have to rely on. But am I wrong? Do they put Super Mario as the last man and try and make Fenris second man with a sacrifice of Xeon? And I know that sounds awful, but like we haven't seen Xeon take a stock in a while. So there you go.
If you're ever going to go off of just stats alone and be the analyst that, you know, we're here to be, then we got to go off the stats. We got to speak on the performance and what's expected thereafter. And at this point in Game 5, we've already seen what these players can do today. We've also seen what I can do today, which is to tell you there's no way that Fenris wouldn't be last, and then he wasn't. So I'm also, you know, please take my thoughts with a grain of salt here. But I do think you go Super Mario first here, and part of the reason for that is everything that you mentioned for sure, but I want to add something else onto that, which is that I'm really inspired by the Super Mario versus the Tectonic, right? I don't think Tectonic's going to go off of that Kazuya, and he clearly has a problem with that Zero Suit Samus. Yes, Fenris also was able to deal with that, but I'm more convinced in Super Mario's efforts against that Tectonic. And because we are just about sure that Thrigs is going to be last, that means that Tectonic will be in that first two. That means you want Super Mario to kick things off and try to meet Tectonic in a battle. So I think you're playing for that matchup. I think you are. And because of that, you want to leave your Kazuya Fenris at the end. That's sort of the way I see it.
If the only thing that we now haven't seen, if it's a secondary main, if it's maybe just like, hey, run with it, we have not seen the Captain Falcon into anyone else between Juan Cena and Tectonic, right? So I'm not saying it would be good to throw him up into Tectonic, which, you know, because even with all the extra firepower that an awesome Captain Falcon has by default, it would be neat to see it actually end up into the Juan Cena. Into the Wario. So just disjointed fire combat between short hopping, maybe like connecting off of the Raptor boost, maybe even off of the Falcon dive. So that could work and get some surprising stocks, in my opinion. So you do have the sandwich basically out of Molloy to still Super Mario and Xeon and then Fenris in that capacity, but I think that you don't put him at all ever again back on the Donkey Kong because, that was mostly because you could still promote with some damage from out of your Captain Falcon, but they were playing Donkey Kong like you play Kirby when you just want to down air. That was it, or just brick drop. So too much spinning Kong and not a lot of connection. And
I saw the vision with that Donkey Kong, because you put the spinning Kong to try to push your opponent off the edge. And we did see an elimination from that Donkey Kong play.
True.
Where you're leaping off the edge, double fish straight into the ground. There is a winning strategy there. However, I'm with you. I like the idea of switching that up. I also like the idea of kicking things off this way. Why don't we start things out, Monkey Man, the way we began it all? Double Kazuya.
All right. We started this at about an hour and a half ago, at least. I think maybe even more. But it was Fenris that took this combat against Tectonic. Tectonic has been much improved since then, and they've been trying to really create a lot of feints and a lot of disparity about how they want these 1-2-3 combos to come through. Now, striking capability-wise, Fenris is magic, and he's able to turn that devil into a blessed angel and send them to heaven.
What I'm most impressed with is that he gets that stun, but he doesn't go for the big hit there. Instead, it's a 1-2-3-4 elimination strike. Fenris has these combos down pat. However, Tectonic does as well. I mean, that's the key, obviously, for Kazuya, is to get in position where you can deliver those combos. But given the timing, Fenris has an advantage here that's quickly swiped away. Tectonic from 0 to 70 in the blink of an eye.
Quickly answered in kind with about 50 of his own. So Fenris is not going to be going down sleeping. He wants to at least come away with a couple of stocks from this fight, but it's going to be so tough to do because a great stunner uppercut into it. Both of these guys know exactly how they want to be able to play into this Kazuya mirror, and so far, they're getting all gassed up. So, Rage Meter's online. It is looking like a Taz event, and eventually it was who got the grab first. It was Fenris with the advantage, and now he protects himself off the initial invulnerability, gets a stun, and immediately up to 37%.
Oh, and the combo hasn't been landed yet. You think in a moment it should be. No, it's returned. And finally, Fenris is eliminated. You do have the improvement, though, that we've seen from Tectonic. This is not how the first engagement went. Now we're down to just one apiece.
It can quickly flip on its head. It's a story written for Fenris to be able to guide this Lion's Pride forward. Or does he get the job done here? They will throw him into space. Tectonic will have his final fight of the series. He took a couple off of Fenris. That means he's only got one left in the devil to try and make this work out. That means that you and I know that a Wario versus Kazuya fight is forthcoming.
Yeah, Thrigs has always been the last selected by SNHU, so it should be in this case as well. What we know we're not going to see now is that Zero Suit Samus versus Kazuya. So I feel like this is a win initially for SNHU. Yeah, they're down a stock, obviously, but they avoided what was a very disadvantageous matchup for that Kazuya versus Zero Suit Samus. What I am excited to now see, though, is that now that Super Mario's not going to be playing against that Kazuya, what will we see that Zero Suit Samus on? Well, it could be this Wario. Juan Cena is confirmed to be next up to Fenris's Kazuya, and, well, depending on how long Fenris can last, or if there is that next matchup, we will very likely see that Samus back up against Wario.
For Fenris, this is the hero's bluster. He was able to get at least through the Tectonic, and now they have to make sure they do as much damage as possible. But with Juan Cena up, we've seen Juan Cena now ever since set number 1 be just a monster, just so tough as a Wario to take on not just that Zero Suit, but as well as into this Kazuya and turn them into basically a memory. So you find your one. I could not believe right now that this set in particular, they wouldn't be reserving Super Mario as their last player. It would make so much sense to me that in this sandwich stack of players that you have Xeon Retro up next. So do the damage you can, probably make them come in. I mean, the Donkey Kong did, I think, face off against the Wario, so they could make him do it again, but I feel like a Captain Falcon would be really decent against them. I don't know. Tough to lock him down. Regardless, what can Kazuya do? What can Fenris do? Can he 3-0 him? Or does he even get a single stock? We'll find out.
That's what I love about this finals. You can see both teams moving on to CECC, getting this victory in the ECC. Which one will happen? Okay, yes, we should get a normal start here. Saw the motorcycle come out. Wasn't sure where we were headed with that. Thoughts are away, and now we're ready to get things going. As he mentioned, Fenris could do so much work for the team to make that road to CECC possible.
That was also a very fair start as well. Even though that they brought out the motorcycle, when they ate it, it still gives you a meter to build up into your Wario waft. And so they made sure to use the waft early so that there was none left in the meter. So very fair start, by the way, for Juan Cena, recognizing that. But trying to play this one kind of coy. From distance. Juan wants to jump, and they also want to catch him into a short hop flutter if they can. Using a quick neutral to make that happen. They will hard shield through Fenris's advances, and suddenly this becomes 60%.
Yeah, on Wario's descent, his plummet was made more of a flotation like Kirby. Instead, they just took jab after jab, and now it's lasers. Now it's their own ride, taking damage against them. not really what they were hoping to see here at the start, as playing coy is not Kazuya's game.
That was hilarious, though. He was like, I'm going to steal your ride. And as soon as he came for it, he threw it right back at him. 124% here on first stock. Fenris, virtually untouched, will dodge away your two neutrals. And Juan Cena is recognizing that they're not getting the ease of play into an immediate fisticuffs battle. So Fenris is playing this one very methodically, trying to be almost boring in a capacity, but this is a dangerous spot for him. As soon as they started getting juggled, Juan Cena often has the advantage.
And I thought we'd see more of that juggling. It was the double jump into just a regular descent. It was a mistouch from Juan Cena, but how about the big smash into the laser now? Okay, Kazuya, not done yet, out of Fenris. The rage is ready as well. One hit onto that Wario and he's gone.
Heaven's door opens up, and so sends Wario straight into the ether. So Fenris does at least get one. They're presenting an opportunistic road for Xeon or for Super Mario. They've done as much as they can, but they might be able to do even more. Oh, they're trying to shove him straight down. They won't be able to recover, at least from the motorcycle. They have to be able to flop back up, present themselves as an open target. Fenris, at least read where this next drop is going to go, and they're playing this one very close to the vest.
Right away, the ascent back to the stage. They can't get away. Fenris knocked off the stage, and you know he's going for the kill shot. Juan Cena to the edges of the earth. Removes Fenris, and only one stock removed from Juan Cena.
Juan Cena. The growth that we've seen them over this entire series, Pyro, I think, has to absolutely be praised. Initially, we didn't really get to find them do too much at all when that Wario first came out. But over the course of, well, forever, now 5 separate sets, they've looked so much removed and improved from what they were before. So now, we get to find out who is going to be the second. Which lion shows up for Molloy? Because if they decide to... Look, you said there was no chance for Fenris the last time.
Ask me, because you know what happened last time when I tried to bet on who was next. I said, I'm Doctor Strange. I see no world where Retro is next. And that is, that's what happened. You know what, Hell Monkey Man? I'm going to send it to you. What are the chances that we see Super Mario next? Because I know that's not what you're expecting, but I know you can't say 0%.
Well, according to producer, I mean, they're mathematically correct. It's 50-50. But if I'm playing ultra safe, and I'm old these days, so I have to be a little bit safer with what I do, I think that you do not bring Super Mario up to bluster here. I think that you must bring Xeon. Xeon faces off into your Wario. They're hyper prioritizing just getting one stock, and then there's a ton of trust into Super Mario. That is my play. That is what I would do. But I'm also not a guy playing for a championship, so what the heck do I know, right? I'm the guy that's talking about these dudes that are doing some crazy things. For Super Mario to step up here, and from what we saw from Xeon onto that Captain Falcon versus your Thrigs a bit ago, couldn't foresee that being the choice. So it's gotta be Xeon. Now, what I don't know to that end, well, I don't know the first one either, is if it would be a DK or a Captain Falcon. Right. So, yeah, I would think send him back to DK. He wants to play it. Why not?
You're like, you know what? Give me the DK back.
Just go.
Whatever. If he wants to play the Donkey Kong, let it happen. Listen, we do know for a fact that it's not Donkey Kong versus Kazuya. So in that lens, I do kind of agree. If Donkey Kong is the better player for you, go ahead and go up against another fighter where you know it's not going to be immediate doomsday. But that's also assuming Xeon is next up to fight. And he's not.
Oh, I love that our producer, by the way, shout out over to K-Tad and Awesomeness was Cool Scoots, who are observers as well, that they switched scenes to not reveal who it was. You guys are absolute geniuses. So Super Mario, there's a lot of heavy lifting that has to occur right here and now. And maybe the Lions know something we don't.
You know, I'm remembering Super Mario on a stage like this where they use that top platform to put their opponent into the ground, setting them up, and then use the top rope for the elimination. I do expect Super Mario to utilize that against Juan Cena here, but it also is going to take a lot of damage racking up as well.
It's a very disjointed fight. And for Super Mario, they're not getting the same level of respect that they had to deal with Tectonic onto that Kazuya, because the Kazuya wasn't able to make up the same level of distance that a Wario can. And Wario is a little bit shorter, and he's got a thick shoulder, and he's been throwing blows into this Samus. Now, they will electrify them from off of the plasma, but no, that's still going to be them fighting from just in front of their old bicycle. So see if Super Mario can at least make grabs, but the mitts go onto them instead.
Ooh, and they'll avoid quite a bit there, including the motorcycle, and it's the back air into the whip to eliminate Juan Cena with only 88%. That's pretty decent for Super Mario. The question is, can they get the damage to rack up once again for Super Mario? You got to get through Juan Cena and then maybe through the next as well. Thrigs waiting as that third player.
Super Mario needs to desperately keep contact with all three of their stocks at this point in time. You know that they want to have as many as possible to have to deal with Thrigs. If it ends up being a handoff over to Xeon, there's going to be a lot of sweat to be had. For Juan Cena, they want to take one, and they do. 130%, and that's eventually going to be their end point. So for SNHU, especially for Juan Cena, they're anything but out of this fight.
That is a big win for Juan Cena, and you think that maybe they could have more here, but they've got to get away from this whip, and they will dive right in to get rid of it. These aerial attacks are doing so much work for them, but they do fall into that trap that we've seen from Juan Cena, which is repetition. They do at a certain point become a bit readable because of it. And Super Mario is able to divert the attention back up into the air, up, and not away. Yes, finally gone.
One good kick deserves another kick. And that's going to be Super Mario, only dropping the one. So now they're going to go into Thrigs. Thrigs consistently, as they fight into people, always with at least a one-stock advantage. So Super Mario is going to try and do their darndest to bring them down to maybe just the one. The last time that we were in this very similar situation and Xeon was on the other end of the back end of this rotation, couldn't get one. So that means that a lot of coaching is going directly at Super Mario. They're also probably priming up, all right, based on what Thrigs decides to pick, which it looks like it's a Yoshi, what do you end up picking? The Donkey Kong or Captain Falcon? I don't know.
I don't know. That is tough. Again, as long as it's not a Kazuya on the side, I'm okay with the Donkey Kong play. So it depends on comfort at that point for Xeon. But that's if we get to Xeon.
That's true.
Exactly what Super Mario is hoping is that they can end it here, that they can stave off the reverse sweep, is that they can secure CECC for Molloy right here, right now.
ECC Championship, live and online with you. We have at max 2 more fights. This one could be the last one tonight, or at least this early afternoon on this wonderful Saturday. I hope that your April has been filled with eggs, and in case it hasn't been, well, this is our Yoshi right in front of you that is sure to make more of them. Thrigs has been the consistent anchor the entirety of all 5 sets. There's a lot of trust from the pen men, and there's been reasons why.
And I love the flip-flop, too, on the day from Thrigs. Like, there's no way to read whether it's going to be that Sephiroth or that Yoshi, but here is the Yoshi back and at it after such a success on the Sephiroth. So the variability may be working in the favor of Thrigs, and it's keeping the matchup rather even as well, which should favor Thrigs. If you keep it even, you've got a good trajectory to remove the Super Mario, but hold on. Combo time for Super Mario, dodging the eggs, laser back out. And it is indeed a bit longer than the tongue, yet still Yoshi finding safety in their egg, in their shield, not getting that edge guard to come down.
Good zoning by using that egg throw to really force Super Mario off their feet, and that forces them then to make a read as to what comes next. So wherever they land, wherever they're going to be jumping to. Oh! You don't have safety on the ledge for that long. That's a big headbutt from out of Thrigs. For all that work, they have an 118% on top of them. Remember, Yoshi can hold a ton of damage.
Indeed they can. Super Mario reminded that there is no safe territory on this platform, not even with one hand on the ledge. And this does feel like Super Mario getting a taste of their own medicine, as it's been ranged warfare from Zero Suit all this time with that whip. Now they're ducking, dipping, and dodging eggs as they come.
Molloy witnessing Super Mario try to take down best player on the Penmen's side. Thrigs is just taking their sweet time, egg after egg. It is a dose of Super Mario's own medicine being used against them. Oh, and they even burn them as they come up. They burn through all the entirety of that egg armor. They can't get a single hand or really a solid connection on them. They finally confirm a stock no. And Thrigs is eating up every single percent of this.
Still so much protection here, and it's making Super Mario question whether they really have the range that they desire. They do get safety back on the platform and look to get that first kill, but it's just not coming through. The egg lands, the smash doesn't. Somehow Super Mario still alive. But the same could be said for Thrigs, up to 166.
Anyone that ever talks to me about Yoshi not being able to tank damage has never seen stuff like this. They've been able to get back to stage, trying to force Thrigs to at least give up one life. Will Thrigs even allow it? That egg down to dangerous critical levels, and finally, after nearly 170, 180% worth of damage, they will eventually get rid of him. Now Super Mario in the danger zone, but they've done at least one portion of their job, inflict enough damage to get rid of one stock.
The tragic thing is, no matter how much damage you rack up here, well, guess what? Thrigs doesn't have to take that to their next battle. The tail signals the next fight that will be had with Retro.
Retro, the only player left for Molloy. The Lions trying to persist on a legacy of championships. 3 back-to-back-to-back. Aiming to add another to-back to the list. If the Lions want not only to win here in the spring, but to go to the CECC through the ECC Championship. For SNHU, they're hoping to add yet another golden ticket to their plane rides. Well, not quite a plane ride. Maybe a bus ride, maybe 20 hours down to Texas to go to Maid Madness. And they might be doing it in the hands of Thrigs. He's got 2 stocks, and Retro has a decision to make. What in the world is he going to play? You said we may not even have this conversation. Well, here's us talking about it.
Yeah, we've reached that point, and as I said, it's not Kazuya. I think DK's fine. The Captain Falcon did mix in a bit, but it wasn't really enough to take a stock. So I'm worried about the finishing factor that Captain Falcon has. I'm also worried about the vulnerable situations that Retro put themselves in. We saw that up B special be activated in some very scary moments. I would almost rather see a reliance onto some of those DK spinning attacks over some of those up B specials that we saw from Captain Falcon. So at the end of the day, for me, it comes back to comfort. You know, this is one of those tense moments where everything's on the line. It doesn't feel like a situation where you want to gamble. It feels like a situation where you want to go back to what you know.
It's tough regardless, and that's why we fight for these moments. We got these championships. We've got these abilities for all these players to really get themselves into solid moments, being with some of the best in all of their titles. For Super Smash, it's always about attitude. It's about community. The FGC loves this title in particular, so for Thrigs, they've got 2 stocks. The Heroes moment rests in their hands. We are switching players, by the way.
Whoa.
So at the 11th hour, we have gone over to a sub. So they are on the roster. You can do this. So Retro is out. Torna is in. We don't have any intel on what they're about to bring to the table. So if you're Yoshi, or if you're Thrigs with your Yoshi, you're maybe dealing with a specialist who might be able to just weather the egg storm, if you will.
Listen, I think Thrigs is the one person that is okay with something like this, right? This is the only player from SNHU that has willingly changed their own fighter. Said, oh, I'll play Sephiroth, take care of business, and then I'll play Yoshi again because, well, why not? They seem like the most flexible player in my opinion. So for them to have to go up against a completely new player that we haven't seen all day, I would be okay if I'm SNHU to rely on Thrigs. That said, this has to be one of the craziest wild card plays to pull of all time. You're telling me Game 5, ECC, Grand Finals, Molloy hasn't lost to finals in 3 semesters, maybe going to be 4, and they pull a card like this? Is this how they've kept the streak?
Being tricky, being strategic, and being a variable up until the very last moment. You've got to be able to have a winning strategy, and maybe it's showing a limping antelope on the savannah and then suddenly replacing it with an apex predator. Who knows what Torn is going to bring to the table, but we know that it's going to be a Sephiroth. Can Sephiroth overcome Yoshi? Thrigs has been very adaptable. They have the ability to really make you think and make you frustrated. Torna, are they as effective as Thrigs was on Sephiroth? Will it be a one-winged angel or a cute little lizard to guide us through the championship?
2 stocks to 3. And Thrigs knows very well what Sephiroth brings to the table, but they may not know what Torna has in store. But what we do know is there's going to be a plethora of eggs, both in the shield casing and the tossing from Thrigs.
So far, Thrigs is trying to gauge the kind of speed and pace that you get out of Torna to execute from this Sephiroth, and a Sephiroth that is not moving around the stage and is not doing, well, the things that need him to be done from off of these slashes, and especially if you want to be able to get some of those extra flares activated, then they become a sitting duck. That's exactly why we've gotten to 109% on Torna, and it's the first time in a while that I've seen the Scintilla actually activated. So we'll see if that one ends up going away, but that's going to be first stock. Well, now it is.
Yeah, they came right through, but Thrigs did climb damage there towards the end, all the way up to 100. We noted the damage-taking capabilities of Yoshi and their tank abilities. So far, so good, but can they survive the edge of the blade from Torna, which does whip the blue dinosaur off of the stage? Oh, and what a read, actually, from Torna, who is able to slash Thrigs from out of the air. But the return of the dinosaur is right there on the spot dodge, landing on the ground, and once again the Shadow Ball wreaking havoc. The sword back to tossing Yoshi right off the edge. Thrigs just can't land safely on the ground until the back air comes through, and finally Thrigs can return some damage.
Yeah, they were stuck in a loop. I was feeling like they were on a yo-yo on a string, and they were being tossed around by Torna. Torna was mega flaring them to death, but still, none of those truly connected, so there wasn't true threat. They will get a grab, and that's been something that's been out of the wheelhouse of threats for Thrigs in a while. They do get tossed again, and Torna basically becomes a sitting turret. They're just tossing out flares, waiting for grabs. The lizard's going directly into his fist. 170%. If you got a quick flutter of feet, they use the Scintilla to try to be able to get a counter. They will slash their way back onto the platform, and Thrigs is nearly at 200.
I mean, I'm impressed by the recovery, but I'm more impressed now by how much damage they've been able to endure. It's starting to look like super sudden death. I don't know how Thrigs is still on this platform. Maybe it's due to the fact that Torna just can't get a KO shot to land. Until now. It's finally come through, but you gotta realize Torna's gotta do that 2 more times.
102% will make it a little bit simpler. Make it 1! Final stock, 0 each side. That's all you want in a possible reverse sweep Game 5 for the ECC Championship. Now does Torna come alive? They line him up with a couple of 7 feet katana slashes, but for Thrigs, they go right back to cooking up an omelet. Tossing a few eggs. You gotta break them to be able to get breakfast. You've got the Shadow Flare. That's 3 that have been procced. They're trying to read it, and now it's 81%. Thrigs is on the ropes.
And that does look like a lot, but keep in mind, it took Thrigs to 200 to get knocked off the stage. But Torna, you talk about them being a turret, you talk about them being a sitting duck. Well, they're acting quite accordingly until they end up off the edge. Torna back on the stage, trying to avoid the air attack plus the egg, and gets right through it. They're slashing right past everything, putting into effort that shielding and that regrounding as well. Back to center stage is Torna.
Torna trying to be the ace in the sleeve, the variable, maybe even the Joker if they can go laughing about this with the Lion's Pride. 84%. Suddenly within kill range. Oh, but the slash upwards! That'll do it! All of that story and all of that narrative put to rest. The one-wing angel himself, the absolute last-second switch-up from Molloy will send them through as the ECC champion, and they will be taking that spot at CECC. Wow.
What still stands today, the dinosaur or the man with the sword? One had to go at the end of the day, and Yoshi was terminated. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Torna, were you just sitting on the sidelines waiting for coach to call you in at the last second? That was the most unbelievable play. I hope we see all 4 from Molloy end up in Texas when it comes down to CECC, but congratulations, the reverse sweep put to bed was not going to happen. Credit due, though, to SNHU. What an exciting team to witness, bringing the powerhouse of Molloy to the edge.
That is 4 times in a row. The Lions tested every single step of the way, and you got to give some love over to the Penmen. Thrigs, they were this close. They were a stock differential when they had to go into that fight, had no idea what ultimately they were going to deal with, but SNHU comes up just a little short. So the Molloy, they take the ECC crown, and they will be moving on to Texas in May, and we're taking ourselves over to a short break, and we're actually switching things up just a little bit as we've got some Overwatch forthcoming. It's going to be Anna Maria College versus SNHU. Would you believe it? So another big matchup, another big grand final, and we've also got Hunter Tane. That's going to give you a little break, Pyro J, before we get things going along. More Esports U, more Collegiate Series, and more ECC Championship right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U as the ECC Championships. And just before we switch over to our next title, we decided to give you guys a little gift. We've got an interview with one of the players from Molloy, one of the Lions, coming to meet up with us. It is Super Mario, the Zero Suit Samus players that has been with us for a while. Shout out over to Super Mario. What's going on, man? Hey, I need to know immediately, 4-time in a row champions. How do you feel in this moment? How does the team feel?
It feels great. Especially for me, I've been this is my 4th year as a student, and I've participated on the Smash team for all 4 years. And we've been competing for so long. And I remember the first year or two we didn't have like as much success. We had some shortcomings, but obviously recently we've stepped it up, and it's been great. And after this semester, I'm going to be taking a step away because I have to get ready to graduate. Some other people are graduating, so it's really a send off for a lot of us. So it feels amazing. Thank you, and thanks for having me. This is really cool.
Yeah, well, no, we're excited to chat with you. What an exciting thing to hear that it's a real send off for you guys, and it's really a celebration of everything you all have achieved. There's a couple questions I have, but first I have to get this one out of the way. Was Torna this ace in the hole, this secret rabbit out of the hat that you guys were waiting to pull out? Because that we were stunned when we saw the substitution at the end there.
Yeah, we've always had him. Today in particular, we weren't. He actually wasn't. We didn't think he was going to make the game at all, but we went on for so long.
Yeah.
And right around like we had finished up game 4, and we were like, hey, like let's check if he's getting home. We had lost the 2 in a row. Like, let's see if he's getting home. And he was like, he's like, yeah, I'm getting home. I can play. We weren't I mean, our game was almost from 1. We went from 1 to 4. I wasn't, there were, of course, there's natural delays and such. And crews I've played some really long crews. So towards the end, I was thinking, well, we've lost 2. I'll check on him. And he was able to come through, and it really made a big difference.
It sure did. Yeah, the 3v2 Sephiroth versus Yoshi ended up being a ecstatic ending. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk more about your gameplay, because you're the one sitting here, Super Mario. So tell me about this Zero Suit Samus up against the different opposition you had, because we looked a lot about that Zero Suit versus Kazuya and all the space control that you're trying to have to deal with on that one versus really anybody else, and how different those interactions were. Which kind of opposition gave you the toughest challenges, and talking through those different styles for you?
Yeah, Kazuya is definitely difficult to play against. As ZSS, you have such great mobility and such good disjoint tools. You're able to keep such a good distance. Like, I mean, if you saw the way I played, I really never would, even against the Wario too, but especially against the Kazuya, I would never even land in their general bubble, just because ZSS doesn't have those close scrap buttons. And if I just get caught with an electric, like Kazuya's damage output is quadruple ZSS's. So for me, Kazuya I definitely had to really dig deep and plan a keep away plasma whip Zare way. But that was difficult. I have had a decent amount of experience playing against all those characters, and that definitely helped. So, but yeah, Kazuya was definitely a challenge, but I'm glad I was able to cultivate some of my spacing.
Well, considering that now you've taken 4 semesters in a row, this kind of signs off to the end of your campaign from a collegiate position. And Molloy overall, as the Lions, you guys have been so prolific here for the ECC. You qualify for an auto bid to go to the CECC and do the Maid Madness competition. Do you feel like this is kind of your biggest capstone to really say, you know what, one last drive, one last round, let's get it out there? How does it feel to make that trip as your final year?
We'll definitely talk about it. I think my team would be excited to take the trip. They had a wonderful time last year. I unfortunately wasn't able to make it that semester, but it's definitely an honor to be able to go to something like that, because I've always been a big fan of collegiate gaming competitions. I think in anything, when you're playing for your school, there's a different pride and personal level involved. So just to have that opportunity is an honor, and we'll definitely talk it over and see who we're sending.
Hey, we'd love to be able to see all of you guys if we can. Also, hey, this is your moment. Shout out anyone that you want to, fans, friends, family, anyone that was able to promote you along the way, and anyone you want to give some love to, man.
I would like to give some love to the entire Molloy esports program. Again, in my first year when I was a freshman, we had a different GM, and then in my sophomore year, we had a new one, Adam. I want to give a shout out to him because he did so much to transform the program from what it was. He brought in so much talent over the years, gave us every bit of communication we needed, and we were able to succeed a lot more than I had imagined when I was a freshman. Of course, shout out to all my friends that I've played the game with along the way. The friends on my team, most of the people on our team, we've all gone to school together for so long, and we've been friends for so long. So not just teammates, but we're all friends. We all get along super well. I'd like to give a shout out to a different friend named Christopher, who I've known for so long, and we played so many different types of fighting games together, from Smash to Street Fighter, and he's a great dude, and he's gotten me into playing fighting games and that kind of spirit that comes with it. Obviously, like every fighting game is very different, but the values that you learn when you play each one would transcend for each game. So yeah, definitely a big shout out to him.
That's amazing. Love to be able to hear all of that. And you know what? Shout out to the Lions. You guys get to be back to back to back to back champions all in a row.
Crazy.
So so enjoy being the 4th time. If you can make it to CCC, we would love to be able to see you. But thank you so much for being with us today, man.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Have a good day, guys. Thank you.
You too. Well, Pyro, we got to see the awesomeness of Super Mario, a close of a chapter. I really hope they can make it over to Texas. If they can't, though, they really set their stamp, their legacy here with the ECC.
Yeah, they have. This is a great honor to go out on. I think that what was very clear in this long crew battle, as Super Mario mentioned, is that they left it all out on the field, right? I mean, when you have a send-off match like that, he said how deep he had to dig to go up against those matchups like the Kazuya, like the Wario. And that's great to pull all the experience that you've gained over this time into a match like that and eventually take the win. So yeah, kudos to Super Mario and everyone part of the Molloy team.
Well, we've got a break forthcoming. We're going to finish getting everything sorted for you. It's Overwatch 2, another ECC championship coming at you right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. We've got more of the ECC, that's East Coast Conference Championships, being brought back to you live and loud. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth. Alongside a switch up, we go to Hunter Tane as we specialize into some Overwatch 2. And Hunter, we just got through a 3-hour crew battle, so we turn things around. We go from individual fisticuffs into more of a team concept. How is your wonderful Saturday? How's the beginning of your April into spring? How are you feeling about the championship today?
Oh, I'm excited for this. Genuinely so. Everything that goes into collegiate, all the amazing student players that do what they do, it's phenomenal to see. And hey, it's a bright sunny day outside. It's a perfect day for some Overwatch action. A perfect day to claim ourselves a champion for the ECC as well. And it should be a very back and forth affair as well between these two teams, because Hell Monkey Man, both these teams to get to the grand finals here today, both of them 3-0'd their opponents to get here. Both get there in dominant fashion. And now it's going to be the meeting of these two powerhouses here today.
It's an interesting concept of what we're getting to this grand final. It is a back-to-back showcase of Anna Maria College, as their previous semester in the fall, they were 7-0. They only dropped 3 games, 2/3 of which were to the same New Hampshire squad. And then again, it was all just New Hampshire. All 3, apparently, that program knew how to be able to steal them off of them. But into this semester, they dropped 0-3 to both, New Haven, They dropped to New Haven and Southern New Hampshire Sapphire. Now, as they face off into Southern New Hampshire, feels like Anna Maria has finally gotten their wits about them and gotten maybe back into prior form.
I think there's a really good chance that is the case, especially a game like Overwatch, where getting those very dynamic players is an important thing. Every single role is really important to take into consideration. If you have one person that's not working in sync with the other 4, that affects you in a team game like this, where Overwatch is the most competition playing together. So, lucky in one category, it could definitely hit you big time.
We're going to drop into it. We start with control, and we always have control. And it seems as we get into this one, it's about being fast, it's about being quick, and about being able to kind of really dissect and overcome. And you get some solid work from out of Anna Maria as they want to set that foot early. They're going to dynamically go to where we always go as we begin to brawl top side of sight.
Definitely so. Blobfish got to play a little carefully here. Definitely, Ted's Cousin's going to have a lot of viability to block a lot over on this hazard. That's why you're going to see the Rocky Accretion be used so frequently the moment that comes out. But we have out the gate already DPS popping off. Big time Crazy Cat 2 on the M-Ray. It's going to clear out this poor SNHU. Going to clear the point in quick fashion.
That was absolutely quick. I mean, I know that it comes down to basically your early iteration for getting control of side, but they were not prepared for that off angle from that Emery, and got to give some initial love to trying to be a bit maybe experimental out of Anna Maria. They're on the hazard, have seen that not work to full succession off of the Sigma, but now we've brought the Bastion out.
Yeah, you absolutely love it. I mean, I'm assuming Blobfish doesn't love it quite as much, but they're going to be able to take over this point. Very little contestation going to be given here, only 24%. But Ted's Cousin goes down. This leaves a chance to potentially fight back in this one. Crazy Cat, another big pick on to Hugo, taking out all that big damage from the Bastion. But this one's not over, Monkey Man. They are still fighting tooth and nail to hold the point as long as possible. So Polo Shot used to get rid of Sableye right here, but Helios is more than happy to let loose with that Coalescence, and for the time being, it looks like they can stabilize once more.
Fantastic coverage with the Coalesce, especially when you saw that Freya absolutely popping off. When you have that happening, you have to be able to keep your team basically covered. They're just heal plug at this point. Look how much they're having to do. They're just like, all right, please stay alive. Just kind of stay up, and then suddenly switching it over to just being the demonstrative demon of death that they steal your soul.
Definitely so, and Grim One Crazy Cat once again making it happen. And to be fair for Anne Marie, while they are eventually going to fall over, it is a big time stall to get up to 45%. That could have flipped easily 20-25% sooner instead.
Wow, to see basically the pace at which both these teams are playing, and Anna Maria trying to cover a lot more ground, especially. They have Ghost up to that Genji. They've been very quick to switch up between a lot of their heroes and seeing if they can just keep at least SNHU onto their heels. And SNHU is fighting straight into the funnel point of this, as they do at least hold sight. Both around dead even. Bastion gonna unload. They do have their ultimate ready to go, but they're also seeing so much of this work as they're playing for basically around a sandwich. They're going straight into that damage funnel.
Yeah, in that funnel, not great to have to run into. Unfortunately, in a point like this, you absolutely have to. It's still a little back and forth, but Hugo is the last one alive. Just has to get out. Is going to be kind of a 50-50 whether they do, but Blobfish there to finish it off. And with 65%, we're already beginning to look at final fight territory in it. Crimrun with another bolo shot ready to go.
And they have consistently been so difficult for all of Anna Maria to be able to go and find. And Ted's cousin actually, I was wondering if they would actually switch off of this Malga. They decided that they are here to brawl. They're here to turn it into at least a final fight. They don't know where Crimrun is. Crimrun continue to just climb into the sky as they go directly back into sight, trying to contest, as this one is nearly going to be pushed into overtime.
Yeah, it might get that route. Again, Bullshot is thrown out. Hugo caught right in the middle of it. Back to the pier 4 before Ted Cousin and goes Bull struggling to stay alive. Eventually, you see the ladder going to be burnt down. It's just the forts trying to hang around for as long as humanly possible. Unfortunately, SNHU is going to clear out the house. They'll take our first one here at Night Market, 100-45.
Left unchecked, a Freya is already a dangerous feature, but then continuing to ignore them, well, I wouldn't say that they went that far, but they definitely couldn't kill them. But so, Hunter, like, looking at where you got to prioritize a lot of your targets, I felt like they just couldn't ever get to the back line of SNHU. Solid take for that second site defense.
Yeah, it's really good. The tough part of it is things like the Malga, like the Bastion, the biggest reason you bring them out is ultimately to burn down the tank, because Blobfish is the only line of defense from this comp, just completely obliterating SNHU's backline. So sometimes you have to prioritize the tank in a scenario like that, but having the Sigma, it is sometimes more difficult to have to deal with due to all the cooldowns that you have with the shield, with the accretion. You can take in so much damage and still hang around.
We have a brief pause. Looks like we're going to be going to that tech pause position. So we're going to chill for all of a second. And, for all of the set piece play that we were basically doing for the last 3 hours of some Super Smash Brothers, to go into some Overwatch, well, we got to switch things up. It's just immediate, it's quick, and you have those kind of executions, especially with these compositions that we've seen so far. A lot of presence of some Emre, and Emre has been pretty much everywhere. Been seeing some Domina in my matches, but that's mostly a lot of people just trying to goon like they do in Marvel Rivals. So for this particular matchup, though, feels like, all right, there's gonna be a lean of specialty. So for that Freya, you have Crim. I feel like they're gonna be sitting on them for a while. With anything that from I guess Anna Maria, for them to switch things up to maybe force Freya into more uncomfortable positions.
Freya is one of those characters that unfortunately can find very simple position. If you get a couple of really critical shots onto a squishy like a support, they can go down just like that. So the best you can really do is keep somebody on an angle, like in this situation, but potentially Ghost on the Vendetta, to be able to hold that angle, make sure Crimrun can't simply hold that angle without any contestation, because that's how you're going to find the most value realistically. But you see the approach here. They're more than happy to go and find some critical damage. Nobody down quite yet, but it looks like Anna Marie is at least going to cap the point. SNHU wants a quick regroup, but get ready, Hugo is going to cause them to pull this trigger very quickly. Still no other deaths going through, so they kind of need to find some stabilization as Blobfish trying to take in as much damage as possible, but eventually going to fall over at Anna Marie with a little health. 3K gonna be going through. Make it the fourth. It is a big time coalescence to keep them going.
That is like a small 4-year-old child at the other end of a fire hose, just getting blasted out through a wall and being turned into a silhouette. Everyone from SNHU, all the penmen being turned into echoes in a memory at the other end of that funnel of energy. They're gonna drop the beat, they're gonna get back to fighting.
It's such well timed as well. No one gonna get frozen up either, but Sableye needs to be on the run. One Trick had that beat ready to go as well. Ghost already being taken early. Hugo wants to find something with this artillery strike. May get One Trick, but is it going to be enough to pull it back around with Per One? Crazy Cat still hanging around. Unfortunately, I think the answer is going to come no, but Hugo still full health. Hanging in there, has a little bit of care with Sableye, but they're going to get burnt down just as quickly, but still, given the snare, getting this up to 61%, I say that's worthwhile.
Yeah, that was a very extended team fight overall, and Anna Maria was just not giving up any ground until they eventually found them from basically an uphill angle, and then they were able to outflank them. So that's what happens when you end up overextending into some of these longer hallways, which is exactly what this particular map kind of lends yourself to doing. Crimrun waiting and biding their time. They have that Bola online as well. SNHU looks like they're slowly being pinned back. Anna Maria is going to find them lacking in the HP department, but because you have the ability to wall up, it gives them some time.
Definitely will. Tezcousin is dealing with plenty of pressure. Steve Bolo is going to pull in one right there. And again, you see the Coalitions being brought on a line, trying to find some of that same success we saw previously. Unfortunately, it's delaying the inevitable instead. Once your tank is down, the best thing you can do is run for it, try to get everybody out alive. Unfortunately, SNHU, they are not merciful. They will continue to take bodies down.
Leoshi recognizing that their bot friend is just simply not going to be able to survive very long at all. In fact, they're trying to come right back in. Ted's cousin does survive for the time being, but SNHU, they're feeling it. I think Hunter, I think the entire identity of this has changed. That early push, especially from that first portion of this map, has just gone away. They will be able to turn it into a cage fight, but they do freeze them out. So that slows down the entirety of this ult.
Yeah, and the bright side to this, you're going to take a quick loss fight here. You're going to be able to get one more in, but really Ghost is going to be your only savior here, having that overclock ready to go. So it's going to be a tough fight, but the biggest thing is honestly getting somebody to touch that point to cause the overtime.
Someone even break out. It's become a prison in this hallway. They need to be able to get themselves down and distance. Now you've got the beat drop. SNHU preparing for what could be the inevitable. Now they get dropped again, but they're having lesser numbers, and this is going to become a scrap.
Yeah, this is rough. Hilioshi right around the corner for having the coalesce, and unfortunately, nobody else sitting by. It's going to come out. Unfortunately, this going to get booted around, throws around, eventually punched down as well. A little bit of touches trying to come through for Ted's cousin, but going to be kept away from the point. That's going to be SNHU taking our first map here on control. It was definitely hectic, very back and forth, but they just zoned in on one person and committed to 5v1s to take them down as fast as humanly possible.
Solid work, and Hilioshi, they end up getting that 4K coalescence, which is, solid work. You play from distance and you let the rest of the team basically stream in. You finish up some of the extra work that they did. I like that aggression, but I think that you and I can agree, Hunter, that much of that ended up disappearing. I know that happens a lot for Overwatch especially, but they just lost position, and as soon as they were pushed offside, they never saw it again. They could peek at it, but only with the hall pass and the monitors out there in the form of SNHU were not letting them through for free. So that becomes a 1-0, and SNHU really just kind of smacking them in the teeth, letting them know that it's not going to be easy to be on site.
No, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. I think the way they were trying to play as well really played into the favor of the kind of map that Lijiang Tower is as well. A map that, while it does kind of open itself up to a lot of different compositions, you definitely see the ones that are like, hey, we're going to run you down. We're going to make it as difficult as possible for you to hold your own positioning. And you saw that very frequently from SNHU. I really think Anna Marie took a lot of advantage of the chaos that can come from running things like the Moira. It kind of prevents some of that DPS play. It makes it things tougher for the Freya, for the Genji, to kind of take the off angles you desire. But as you saw, SNHU, they definitely found a way to make it happen. And now it's on Anna Marie to try to bring us somewhere that can maybe play a little more into the wheelhouse they're desiring.
And this is also where I'm a little concerned, because some of their key points of loss whenever they were in the previous fall all the way now into this springtime was on hybrid, which I believe is going to be our next point gap to see where we end up going. And you got to have an answer as well for Crim. And the majority of that starts from that front line. So do you find a consistency with Anna Maria just walking into the Mauga for control? How do we shift, I guess, as we go to our next map mode combo?
It really is a situation of, do we decide to simply go down a situation where we use our map pick and the ban to specifically play in this favor, or do we go to a different kind of map entirely, maybe for something along the side of the dive comp, because we haven't really seen anything like the Diva, like the Winston to this manner so far. So you could take it to some of these open maps that hybrid has a bountiful amount of right here, but then there's the double-edged sword, isn't there? Because you open the door for Crimrun and Crazy Hat to have even more value on those maps that are more wide open. It's a gamble either way, frankly, but it's something you're going to have to figure out here extremely shortly.
I mean, see a lot of colleges and college squads just go over to Midtown. They just kind of, all right, turn brain off. Let's walk into that as well. Gotta wonder, because for the loser, in case you guys didn't know, you get to be able to pick the map. You get to be able to go into the only thing that you don't get outside of the first ban, you don't get to pick your side. So then the side pick comes from SNHU after everything is said and done from Anna Maria. So we'll see exactly how they want to play to this. I feel like some of their strengths was Ghost as well as Hideyoshi, and I mean, obviously some of the highlights just right there was able to show that. And Ghost, I think, has a sword problem. I say in a positive lean of tone, because I was like, all right, you went from Genji over to being able to just swing a sword like magic. Like, come on. So, but then they walked back maybe to be a little bit more versatile and being more hit scan off of a Sojourn. So where do you want them to go? Because I know situationally, right, you answer, but like felt like they were doing so much more when they were scrapping in melee.
Yeah, it really is. And there's a couple routes that you could go. If you want to continue to scrap it, you could go into a scenario. It's like, hey, maybe we don't want to deal with Crazy Cat on the make and bring it over to King's Row, ban the May, put yourself in a brawl scenario where there's less things viable to shut down Ted's cousin playing that Mauga. It definitely opens up a possibility there. If you want to maybe do a little bit more dive, fundamentally change things up, bring us over to something like Hollywood, where you can go ban out the Freya instead and kind of give a little more work for Hugo and Ghost to be able to pull off. Because outside of a little bit of that Emray we saw, or I should say the Reaper we saw earlier on from Ghost, we didn't really have any of these hard hit stands, these things that can find a lot of inherent value very quickly. So I can see them realistically going either way with it. It's all going to come down to their comfortability.
Hey, we'll get to find that and more. And again, remember, this is also another bid title. All of these are today here for the ECC Championships to go to the CECC. We've gotten to see 2 already for Rocket League and for some Smash. It was a very long Smash, but this time we're smashing fists and faces and a whole bunch of shields as we go into our second map. It will be hybrid, and we'll find out where exactly we're going to be landing. Well, it's got a clock tower. I think that you guys can take some cues from that.
Yeah, definitely going over to Saravasa.
Yeah,
I'm messing with you. Yeah, King's Row. It is a big joke in the community of King's Row. Often we call it Scrims Row, because if you play a scrimmage against a team, you're probably practicing on King's Row as well. We'll see with the bans. Obviously, we'll be in a scenario like this. Again, there's more good picks than just the May. If you wanted to shut down the Sigma as well, maybe force them to play something like the Diva, maybe the Zarya instead, that might be a little more efficient to run down. You could go down that route instead, but this is a brawling map that I think realistically should play into the style that Anna Marie is trying to get to work here.
Which makes a lot of sense that they would pick this map in particular. So if SNHU ends up picking this up, that means we might have all of a push map left over, and it would be very imperative for, well, Anna Maria, they did so well in the fall, for this spring for it to just be a collapse would actually be very telling. But I mean, right now it's all set into the stars. Anna Maria looks like they set up onto that defensive side, so for SNHU they're gonna have to really kind of stand tall into this attack, which, if you're a confident squad or want to know what you got to do going next, you pick defense, because you want to force them to fight for this site for as long as possible.
Yeah, and this is really fascinating what they're trying here as well. Realistically, the Diva going into the Mauga honestly plays in the Diva's favor a lot. Your biggest thing realistically is setting up, again, Crazy Cat and Crim Run for as much as you possibly can in terms of these sidelines. That's why you already see everyone for Anna Marie already forced to kind of go into the corridors, play into the hotel area, and make it as easy as possible to take these aggressive positions.
Running it right down. They basically got 2 targets observed and absorbed, and you can't do anything if you're Anna Maria. Now this Diva really strutting their stuff. Blobfish is taking over. They're going to be stuck all the way, eventually demeched from all of that. So maybe that plays to at least where they were playing the long con of these cards. But for SNHU, I mean, they sent it all in. And of course, as in you walk forward, trying to be able to at least force some of these gunfights. Now as they push out from these key hallways, you're left not having any high ground control.
Hey, you're not. Obviously, like, Umbra still hanging around, was able to supply heals to essentially anybody, but one trick in a little too much for their own good. At the very least, one tick is sustained there right now. It's getting tougher and tougher for Blobfish to kind of hang around this point as well, as you're kind of waiting for one trick to get back over on the Cat. you can go back to a proper 5v5.
This is an unchecked Ashe. Crazy Cat having full control, and they basically have fantastic support from off of Crimrun, and Crim has decided to pick up the Mauga as their Echo ult, so they now are just going to go straight up brawling, and that leaves Crazy Cat with open targets and anyone they want to slay.
Yeah, that'll clean that up big time. The Bob got thrown out originally in desperation, but it pays its dividends big time. But the bright side here for Anna Marie, as everyone's going to get the forward respawn, so they'll be able to play for this upcoming archway, which on a map like Kings Row, that archway is one of the toughest places to break through. For a defender, it is a paradise to be able to hold on to that for an extended period of time.
You just cannot get rid of Crazy Cat right now. You had called them out earlier, and I had all my eyes onto the Freya initially whenever Crim was on them, but it feels like they've gone kind of to a secondary duelist or secondary DPS, just off with Crazy Cat, who has been let off the leash, and now Blobfish can continue to threaten with this nuke in their back pocket, and it feels like SNHU now has been able to just rule over this lane, free progression. They don't even have to deal with the usual fight at that funnel point, and now they drop from overhead.
Yeah, Blobfish with that nano is trying to burst through. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is not sustained through it all, so now eventually going to be burnt down. Bomb going to be easier from Blobfish. At the very least, you're going to remac trying to find a crush onto somebody. You don't find it, but Crimrun is keeping them in this one. We're back to the 4v4 as Umbra trying to get back in to help out as well, but Crazy Cat finds another pick here. Ghost on the run, but there is no such way to get away from a fight like that. But cleaned up big time once more. As SNHU, even if they lose one early, they find ways to clutch up these fights.
They so far have not allowed a single entry point for Anna Maria, other than the initial resistance that they had around opening the site to then get the cart. This has been a clinic in how to just continuously not let your opponent have feet on the ground and to be able to contest. They want to get to the second checkpoint. They've gotten there, but now they also have the deep freeze. The blizzard comes through.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Blobfish has a nice Thanksgiving dinner, eats the freeze, unfortunately, so no value inherently. Now, Crazy Cat going to throw out the Bob once again. That's something that won them that first point, or at least assisted them in doing so back on the first point. And getting rid of Ted's cousin is a perfect way to put you in a good situation. Second cap will come through. Crazy Cat gets rid of free. The former Amplify star is putting on a clinic.
Absolutely nasty. Oh my goodness, and they're about to sprint around this dog leg and get to the final stretch of that last point. This is not looking good for Anna Maria. They had found some momentum late term of the season, and it was actually the end of the regular season where they got 3-0 twice. They got it through the playoffs, but SNHU has been a completely different beast. A couple of key ultimates online as Crimrun wants to be able to use a copycat maneuver. Maybe they do it again onto Ted's cousin, but they're over into that Sigma. You're seeing some desperation out of Anna Maria.
Yeah, but Gravitic Flux is going to be online here pretty soon. There's not really any else available for SNHU to find a way to bounce back from it, but you already see early pick over onto Ghost. Everybody's forced back into the spawn room. Hugo lucky to be alive. It was still dropping though. Ted's cousin being alive though is the most critical thing. If you lose out on your tank here and now, it could be curtains over on this touch. It is down to them to try to sustain, pulls up multiple bodies in, manages to do one, but one trick takes Hilioshi off the map. And unfortunately, with so little body sitting by, just goes in Sableye hanging around, trying to sustain for as long as humanly possible. It's going to take it down to 258, a substantial amount of time for that attack.
That is a ton of time. That is nothing to scoff at if you are SNHU and Anna Maria. I mean, this was their map pick. It feels already, because this is just a BO5, folks, that if they cannot get control here on Kings Row, that things are going to go absolutely sideways heading into push. Now, they've had some solid work whenever they want to kind of go scrap with them in lane, but I mean, SNHU has just not let them really be comfortable on any of these maps we've seen so far.
Yeah, not particularly. Again, it's really been a lot of that big pressure that has come through. You know, you hate to keep coming back to the DPS over and over and over again, but that is the kind of game that Overwatch is ultimately. it is the tank of the sports that open up the door to find these critical blows, because while anybody can find an opening pick, it's been someone like Crazy Cat and Crimrun that have been finding them and putting their team in a really good situation. But I'm already liking the fact that we're going to see some kind of swap-ups from Anna Marie. I don't know if any of this is going to realistically stay, as they are currently in the spawn room for the attackers. But if they decide to play maybe a Quirker style with the Winston, that could potentially go their way, but it's something that we're going to have to wait and see.
Obviously, you need to open up the site, and then you can get yourself into moving the card. But how many cracks at this do you take to experiment? I mean, it's got to be, what, 2 solid team fights, and then otherwise you need to pick what's going to work out. I mean, because Winston, I think, will work to really kind of clear out, especially some of these high ground positions that were owned by SNHU on their attack. Defensively, Anna Maria does not want to be locked at the gate for too long.
He does. I like this. There's kind of something to shut down everything. With having the turret with Hugo hanging around on the Torbjorn, it makes it difficult for players like Prim running one trick to kind of fly throughout the air and find the value that they're used to. Hilioshi is going down to 8 health, will be kept alive big time there. They're going to need saves like that to push on further and further as Blob, which is already rallying for position over on the statue, trying to hold for as long as possible. They run down Crazy Cat though with a little help. Ghost is able to find a really critical blow here early on, and Ghost trying to find the chase over on Umbra eventually just has to be pulled back instead as they trade out the Anas. It's realistically a good scenario. The problem is you lose out on Ted's cousin. You don't win the 1v1 either. So again, SNHU are going to survive, at least for the moment.
9 HP, are you kidding me? Ghost, look, I had said that they were really good when they go into swordsmen, be it Genji or be it off of the Vendetta, but for some reason, that ends up just being an Echo that is a plasmoid too far from death. So, Crimrun continuing to survive. We're going to peel on back as well into this Cassidy, who's trying to find some extra marks, but Blobfish has just been unkillable at this point, and so is the rest of SNHU.
Yeah, Crimrun being down this early, it's critical. The only ultimate that was online was that copy, which is a really quick way to turn around a fight, especially if you copy something, you know, like the Genji, or even, you know, going in on that Winston as well. But first take close to coming through. The moment Blobfish steps off, it'll probably be surrendered over. But you see already, Blobfish is not afraid to get in everybody's face, even when it drops into a 4v5 scenario. But instead, you see supports hanging on the top row. Ted's cousin gets the double with the jump. And that's some big help coming through as the Nano, as Blobfish is going to go touch the point. Bomb online, unfortunately, will not survive as Crimrun, the last one to touch, eventually falls over. Now 4.5 minutes back on the clock for Anna Marie.
Look, I saw Donkey Kong for the last 3 hours, and my boy Winston coming through. Smell these monkey feet, said that double kill right there. So solid work to be able to finally clear these positions away from the penmen. SNHU will have to go and reset, but Anna Maria, every single inch that they've gotten, they've earned, and it's been through a very scrappy concept. Talk about reserving your jets by being literally jetpack cat across the map.
Yeah, Cat, not fun to deal with, and the thing is that once again, the Catnap is ready to go. There's no one to really bring them outside of, you know, throwing somebody into your own team, but you see already one trick going on the chase to get some carrot going right now. Ghost is pulled back from the blade, and honestly, might be for the better as they'll be pulled away. There's no way to escape eventually. Won't be able to do so. Ted Cousin hits that secondary fire to take him out of the air, and now you're back in a really good scenario. Ted Cousin is going to go ahead with the primer rate as well, force Umber into the corner, and all you can do left if you're SNHU is just commit to die on the point. Give yourself as much time as possible to contend for one more fight on the second.
Why is it that I hate Scrappy Doo, but I love Jetpack Cat? Am I just more of a cat person than I am a dog person? Oh, Ted's cousin turning Crim into a silhouette on the wall as the second checkpoint is forthcoming, and they're at full tilt, full sprint. This is starting to look a lot better in form for Anna Maria. SNHU, they've made any changes. They do get Crazy Cat shifted over to being on that Torbjorn as well, so we got turret fights possibly?
Honestly, yeah, let's just make it a turret 1v1 to settle the map. That sounds smart to me.
Wrenches only.
But you see that big backline swap, one trick and Umber going to the Zenyatta and the Baptiste respectively. You can put Discord Orb on Ted's Cousin the moment they dive in. They can get burnt down really easily. Umber can have the Immortality Field to throw onto Blobfish at any time and create even more sustainability. It's definitely something big to work with, and already Blobfish taking advantage of it as goes down early and now rushing towards SNHU to take as much room as humanly possible.
They're still within about a minute of being level if both are to get their third point, but now pushing out is SNHU. A couple of big ultimates online for them as well. They do have the nuke and they've got the copy ready to go. They're trying to be able to get everyone all cleared out. Anna Maria is finding it tough to exist at the door, and the bouncers are in the form of SNHU.
Yep, and now this is ready to just commit to a full regroup. You've got some really good ultimates. You're about to have the Nano Blade around the corner with Ghost as well, but one trick is going to have the Transcendence to be able to stop it from finding its value. So honestly, for this fight coming up here, It is all about ultimate timing, and Hugo is just going to make a ton of space early on, and now you force out One Trick's Transcendence, and now they've committed to double support ultimates. You're going to win this fight away more than likely, but now you're going to go into this next fight, the Nano Blade ready to go, and SNHU has nothing super viable to stop it.
They've got to go all in. Anywhere that they see Ghost, they need to absolutely bully them if they're able to do so. So recognizing that they've put all their cards on the table, they're basically selling out to have at least a time differential here, Hunter. They know that if they end up going to this fight, if the Nano Blade gets popped, they have at least one dogleg turn before it all goes sideways. They're trying to be able to escape. They've got that nuke in the back pocket, and it looks like Molten Core is ready to be used in opposite.
Can't wait for the right opportunity, and here we go. You see the Nano Blade thrown it over to Ghost, bomb in the backline, pretty much just solos Ghost. I don't know what to say there. There's nothing you can do about that. It's going to be triple Torbjorn action. Krimron making the copy over is going to continue to clear out some house, force everybody back. But for Anne-Marie, everyone is still alive. They will be able to commit to a quick regroup, but unfortunately, Sableye will not be able to say the same, as eventually they'll be burnt down as well.
2 minutes left for Anna Maria. They continue to just pummel their fists at the walls, but they cannot put down the wall itself. SNHU finally bending and breaking to go down both their supports. That means everyone else is just living on a prayer. Anna Maria trying to be able to force their way down this last gasp. They might be able to get to this third point, but it's at minimum going to be about a minute and a half of difference.
Yeah, the bright side is they are halfway there, but unfortunately they don't have too many of the ults to be able to do so as well. You're going to have the Tree of Life as well as the Nano back online, as Sableye has been getting it as soon as you get any other tool down, quite frankly. As Transcendence used aggressively from One Trick to sustain through the fight, immediately puts Hugo into a rough situation as Ghost is already down, has the solo damage to have to work with right here, and Sableye more than happy to keep the team going as much as humanly possible. Hugo letting it loose. It's going to take a couple of trades, but remember, this entire time thus far, Monkey Man, that point was stalled out, and now there's going to be time to regroup once more for SNHU.
You got a little pesky turret on the other side of them as well. You've got a lot of support ultimates that just got used. You've also got that empowered wall that's going to be coming up, and they're trying to turn it into just a targeting game. You know, if you're Umbra, you got to wait just a little bit longer. Let Blobfish run point, force them to have to go directly to that cart. Anna Maria left in a very dire situation just to be able to get point number 3.
Yeah, and Sableye got that headshot perk, hit Umber right in the face, and that puts them in a good scenario, but they have to take advantage of this while they're here, because now you have Krimron with another copy online, more than likely to hit the Winston here around the corner to help dive that backline with Blobfish, but for the time being, they don't have to be in a rush. It's final fight. They have the advantage of the ultimates. They can strike when they believe it's the right time.
Do you duplicate? Who do you end up being the copy there of? They're going to drag them forward, and now they laser beam them from the side. Oh no, this has all gone sideways. They don't have anyone left for this team fight, and it's all gone sideways for Anna Maria. They're going to be going down 0-2 in this series with no one left to bluster. They try to have Hilioshi sacrifice themselves onto the cart, but it's just not going to be enough. And full defensive hold. They don't let that third point happen. SNHU is on championship point.
Yeah, looking phenomenal in that instance as well. It was the biggest thing for those last couple of fights. They had the heavy ult advantage, and they waited for the right moment. They take the bomb, they attach it to the cat, and flew it directly into the enemy team, and they got one with it. And the moment that happens, you're in a final fight scenario that is all guns, pull the trigger, run everybody down. That's what SNHU has shown they can do phenomenally, is time everything to the nth degree and then take advantage when everything is in place.
I think you can agree, and I think everyone else can. The most adorable apocalypse ever is just a little cat flying with a nuke. Like, oh, that's awful, but aw, cute. And yeah, it just comes right back at you. So all right, so general improvement. Anna Maria was looking solid, but that final leg, just great defensive structure by SNHU. Felt like they just wouldn't let them be able to find the better timing, and they had fantastic answers off of basically saying, you know what, if as soon as you decide to bring out any of the Tree of Life, coalesce, we're just going to answer in time with you. We're not going to let this go for free. So like, now as we go over to push, obviously this is much more scrap battle. You have to go to alleyway fighting and seeing who's able to take over. I mean, I've seen a lot of these end up being mirror matches. Where does this kind of reign for you? Instead of going to what the improvement must be, what does SNHU simply need to do to finish this out into a 3-0 and take this championship?
Yeah, honestly, I think for them, it really is keeping it a lot of the same. I think they found a lot of success running things like the Diva and the Ashe. And while you are running some funny stuff with the Ana and the Cat, obviously, you're going to head over to specific maps. Like if we go to like a Colosseo, for instance, where that middle ground where you play at, it is a long stretch of space. You're going to have big silence available. Things like the Ashe and the Emray are going to find incredible amounts of value. And you could very easily see SNHU just do what they've done these last two maps and set things up as beautifully as possibly as you can for Crazy Cat and Crim Run. That's what they have done, and that's what's working for them. At the same time, though, their biggest thing has also been shutting down Hugo and Ghost this entire time, where the moment Ghost gets something like the Nanoblade and goes in, everything will get committed to shutting them down. And that's something they need to continue to do as well. It's less about making adjustments and I think refining some of the points that they have used thus far to win a lot of these big fights.
It really screams to me, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like, just continue to run behind your two craziest people, be it the Cat or be it the Crim. Now, and for Ghost, it feels like maybe they just need a little bit more support structure to be able to kind of complete some of these, because they were to King's Row's credit, you have to act somewhat independently if you're going to be using a Genji for that first opening point. And when you have Hugo trying to run basically to ground with the Molten Core and then kind of opening up some of that space, it does force SNHU to separate, but they weren't exactly too stressed about that. That's exactly why they built Crim into using that Echo. And now you have everyone kind of left to run. All right, it's push. Depending on which map we end up going over to. So we'll see how that ends up happening. But we do at least get a couple of the bans. So we're going to Gibraltar. Diva was been banned by Anna Maria. Could you have guessed it? And then SNHU decided to ban the Ana. So what does that scream that they want to shift to, if anything?
This just screams that we're just getting Winston Overwatch again. We're probably just seeing two Winstons. Probably going to be the Brig in the backline now to what it'll be paired up against. You could throw anything with it, very genuinely. You could throw an Alari that we haven't seen quite yet. Juno works really well with the Brig as well. It could be the Cat again, for all we know. Honestly, it really is just the biggest toss-up. And comes down to comfortability for the supports that thus far, the analogy that me and my friend, we love to use with support players, it's like cornerbacks in football. If you're not talking about them, it's because they're doing their job really dang well.
You know what? I appreciate you saying that. That's actually fantastic, because not a lot of folks that do esports love regular sports, but also it works very well. When you do something right, some say that it's like you've done nothing at all, but it's because no one has to talk about your job. So either way, we'll be figuring this one out as we move right along into it. But I believe instead, if we're going to Gibraltar, that means we're not actually doing push. So we're actually going over to escort. So my apologies, everyone. I was going off of the regular season rotation. So for Gibraltar, a lot of extra sniping that can happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually bring the Ashe back to this one too.
I wouldn't be surprised either. And for the moment, we'll see what comes to form as... Oh, SNHU is going to attempt to do them dirty here. They have Crazy Cat currently on the sim. So one or two things is going to happen. They're either going to TP all the way to the left and just set up their supports, or they're going to TP on the right side of bridge and attempt to run them down on the high ground. It's about a 50-50 shot.
Okay. See how this one leaps out. I always love opening strategies just to see where they end up kind of going. Yep, over to that bridge, try to take that very front point, and then make this into a duel. So... Again, Crim was so systematic on the Freya before. They're going to be looking for a lot of people to put in the ground, but it's a solid defense early on from Anna Maria.
Yep, it's great. Again, you're kind of split up still, so you don't have the care of an extra DPS and extra support, so you're likely to see a full swap from Blobfish and Crazy Cat as, you see the Winston now on display, and Crazy Cat's just going to, go over to the Tracer. That's the right call on my mind.
This is... You know what? Getting your old sniper now being not untouchable, but tougher to touch. They have to focus on the Cat, so they're gonna be throwing as much as they can. But now there's a lot of healing that goes over as you finally get some extra progress away from the slaying we've seen early on.
Yeah, and I like this. This is really hard to shut down. The only way to do it really is by another hit scan like Hugo. But now that you have to go inside, he is going to expose them a lot more and force them to back up and play a little bit more safe in a way that isn't as viable as when you're, just hanging out like 50 feet away from a cliff. It's not the same when you're in the thick of it.
Playing from safety, you've got a nice overlook to what's happening, and now you have to play directly forward. Ghost going to, I guess, now trying to at least change up between the two cousins, brothers, whichever part of the lore you may have read. But as they get repelled, Anna Maria is now starting to get squeezed into these corners. SNHU getting through one of the first tough funnel portions as they go underneath the lip. But this is actually where the thing becomes the most difficult, is when they get right around this corner.
Yep, and now you have double support ultimates available right here. Sights online. I mean, to be fair, we know everybody's at. Crimmer just wants to be able to hit those very critical headshots. As Blobfish up in the air is really taken away from Sights, and now we use the Tree of Life just to help us sustain ability. But Umber more than happy to say, hey, we think this is winnable. We think we can turn this one around. With Blobfish and Umber eventually taken out, the Catnap, unfortunately, isn't going to get anything. So as long as Ted's cousin and Hugo can just get sustained through this fight, Anna Marie should be able to sustain. And now for SNHU, they fall once more. And the question is, do we change anything up here now?
I mean, do you switch away from having the from your Widow? Do you go much more scrappy? Yes, that's exactly what I was wondering if they would go back over to. Freya, just too strong to not have. But Crazy Cat, they're going to be separated, so you're going to have this staggered spawn forthcoming. And Ted's cousin is actually hitting every single mark, electrifying. A lot of big ultimates. They've got the Primal Rage ready to go. You have the ability to really combine that as well with their DPS. So SNHU is not exactly 2+ to have to rush this. They're taking their time.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you have a minute of time right here. That's easily a 2-fight situation right now. You're still waiting for that opening blow, because Blobfish is likely going to commit to a really aggressive dive on the high ground here shortly and be able to go in with that primary as well. Disrupt these supports, make it as easy as possible to set up here, as we do see Petal Blast got used on Hugo. Didn't work out too well, though, and Ted's cousin's got to be one of the bodies to help collect this one up, but it's a 3v3 over on the point. They have to keep somebody on as Ghost sends through the Dragon to cause some split right now, but gets a little jump scare from Blobfish as they're on the run. Unfortunately, escape is not an option here as you take the viable trade. But remember, Anna Marie, their spawns are so much closer. Now SNHU are entering desperation time.
You've got 20 seconds forthcoming, and you've got to go a little bit quicker than you really feel you want to do. But luckily for them, they've at least got the ability to move fast with it. They've got the jetpack cat. They could actually just basically yo-yo slingshot their way directly onto that cart. Depends on how they execute to it. They will not have any ultimate except for that extra bomb. So where does Crazy Cat find a pick? Can they do that? They've got to touch this cart. They will end up doing so just soon enough. Overtime has been unlocked. Anna Maria is trying to hold one last time.
Yep, good time right there. Big stick comes through onto Sableye. Puts them in a brilliant position, and now no ultimates available. It's all about Anna Marie trying to find some early picker to bring them back into the scenario, and Ghost being over on that Torbjorn still makes that big difference. That turret is helping burn down bodies, keep them away. Now they lose that sustain through Blobfish, and Ghost finds 2 already. One trick's on the run. Ghost with the Catnap is gonna pull one away right here, but I don't know if it's gonna make this difference as Crimrun throws in the Bolo, trying their darndest. But Ghost with a 3rd on the fight is eventually going to settle this thing. It's going to be a full hold coming through from Anna Marie.
All right. The line in the sand has been drawn. They did not get a point, but they got some distance all the way to the door, but couldn't deliver the pizza. Now, can SNHU's defense be able to show up much the same? I mean, Anna Maria just has to unlock that first checkpoint, and we can see ourselves at game 4.
Yeah. The unfortunate part is, as you saw there, it's much easier said than done. In a scenario like this, where SNHU was able to get through that first initial area because of the shenanigans, I will say, with the Cat and the Widowmaker, where one thing with the Widowmaker is that sometimes it doesn't matter how, good the Widowmaker may or may not be, but just the knowledge there is a Widowmaker, that someone could take your head off at any second, it makes you play differently. It makes you play safer, which ultimately opens up a door for everyone else on your squad to take more aggressive position.
For SNHU, feels like they can be hyper aggressive with the way they want to kind of dash in and out. I almost thought that they might switch back over to the Echo. I mean, Krim was so darn good about supporting basically side DPS along with Crazy Cat off of it, but that Freya I feel like is really entreating them with some good vibes. So Ghost wants to find some eliminations with that Genji yet again. I can see them hunting high ground, but they're gonna go around the outside. Lifeweaver continues to be a main set as they definitely want to challenge into Krim immediately.
Yeah, but I love this. You go over to that high ground, you don't have to do the whole Symmetra TP scenario. It's a lot cleaner of a way to do it. But again, this is really about setting yourselves up as well as you can for the high ground. You see immediately Ghost is in that back line. He's taking a lot of pressure away. Unfortunately, will it be taken out from the explosive shot from Crimrun? But at the end of the day, the biggest thing going on here is this battle between the mines, the Winstons, trying to keep each other at bay, because the last thing you want is Ted's cousin jumping into that backline with Ghost.
Very true. But you also don't want them overextended. That can be two sides of the same narrative. If Anna Maria ends up kind of losing an eyeball to their tank and to their DPS and they can't support them, and so this cart needs to try to move on its own. SNHU doesn't want them there, well, because they just don't want them there. But this is a lot of good defense being posted up by the Penmen. This cart has come to this first dog leg, and it's really made no more.
Yeah, and it's rough because the biggest thing that needs to happen is Ted's cousin and Ghost need to be together on their dives right now, because Ghost is taking plenty of attention, but unfortunately the rest of the squad isn't able to break through. So we need to see some like bigger commitment with these dives together as a group, you know, on bodies like One Trick, who's just hanging around there, shooting bubbles, having a good day so far, needs to be disrupted soon.
Ghost is trying to land a few of those shuriken. See if they can be able to go around with their monkey brother. See if anything that lands. Oh, they do have them pinned in, and that will be a nice quick elimination. They do at least get rid of One Trick, who went away from being the jetpack cat. Oh, trying to land yet another one as they go from off of this high ground, and now they have to aim to escape. Ghost, lucky to have their life with them, but it's all of it just kind of a threat as Blobfish scares them out, and finally Crazy Cat gets the job done.
Yeah, unfortunately, no mini health packs sitting by there, but Crazy Cat, a very big one waiting by instead, and now talked before how it's easier said than done getting past this initial point. It is being shown in droves right now, as they're likely going to have to commit to a Tree of Life here on the corner just to sustain themselves through and make it to that underpass. And there it is right then and there. Causes the immediate response here from Umbra as well as Blobfish, trying to knock some bodies around, find somebody to seclude them away from the rest of the team. Does so momentarily. The Ilioshi is their forced way back as Blobfish, lucky to be alive, but luck does eventually run itself out here as Hugo trying to shut down some bodies with that override protocol as well. But even so, there's still stall on this point. The solo bolo as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and eventually Anna Marie gets through. But man, that is a time burner from SNHU.
We're at 70 seconds remaining. Anna Maria basically has a team fight in front of them before they either will lose this entire series and the championship goes over to SNHU. The beat's already been dropped, and they're not going to let this one be a big build-up. They're going straight for it.
I love it. He carried that already. Ghost is way in the backline by themselves, though. Eventually gets taken down. You're in the pure 3v3. And now, Touch is coming through on the point. Blobfish is suffering, though. Needs to be kept alive. Needs some care. Eventually burnt down the Crazy Cat. And Crimrun, they need to keep going as eventually Ted's cousin pulled back for that moment. They're able to sustain for an extra second longer through it. It's all about One Trick and Umbra getting in there, keeping Crazy Cat going as long as possible. You get Blobfish back here, but unfortunately, the supports can only do so much. They're falling one after another. Blobfish try as they might. They're in a 4v1 right now. That block means nothing, as Anna Maria will take us to a fourth map.
Wow. Desperation is always around when a Doomfist has to try and save the day. It just doesn't end up happening. But give it to Anna Maria, finding a way through SNHU, through that initial turn point. That is a very gutsy call to just kind of go for it. I see a lot of teams, especially when you initially make that turn, to kind of wait it out and get everyone structured. They decide, you know what? Run with that Winston Genji combo. Do not let any kind of setup occur from the Penmen, and just run with pace. Everyone else was able to kind of then follow up, support them from just pushing that cart through, and And solid work. That was the kind of execution that we've been looking for Ghost to accomplish alongside their tank for the entirety of the last couple of maps. They've shown sparks of it happening, brief moments, but that one, that was their best version yet.
Yeah, that is a big bread and butter right there. That it feels like maybe Kings Row goes a different way if that's something we see. Who knows ultimately? But the fact that you found it here, that's critical. Now you've put yourself in reverse sweep territory, but now it's only going to get tougher from here. The Diva, no longer bannable. It's going to be available for SNHU for the rest of the series, and now they will have the chance, at least the first chance in the series so far, to get that first pick. So power is completely in their ball in their court. Oh my goodness.
Hey, we were talking about football earlier, and then basketball is a little bit tougher of a thing. But either way, ball's in y'all's court, because we're going to be taking a short break. We got a few minutes for y'all to be able to go and get a snack and come back. It's more of the ECC championships right after this.
The Emray is going to clear out this force. SNHU going to clear the point. Over Monkey Man, they are still fighting tooth and nail. The whole point as long as possible. The bullet shot used to get rid of Stabilize right here, but Helios is more than happy to let loose with that Coalescence. For the time being, it looks like they can stabilize once more.
Fantastic coverage with the Coalesce, especially when you saw that Freya absolutely popping off. When you have that happening, you have to be able to keep your team basically covered. You're just heel plug at this point. Look how much they're having to do. They're just like, all right, please stay alive. Just kind of stay up, and then suddenly switching it over to just being the demonstrative demon of death if they steal your soul.
Definitely so.
Which they're going straight into that damage funnel.
Yeah, in that funnel, not great to have to run into. Unfortunately, hit a point like this, you absolutely have to. It's still a little back and forth. Hugo is the last one alive. Just has to get out. Is going to be kind of a 50-50 whether they do, but Lofty shot is thrown out. Hugo caught right in the middle of it. Back to the pier, 44, 10 does, and goes both struggling to stay alive eventually. You see the ladder going to be burnt down. It's just the forts trying to hang around for as long as humanly possible. Unfortunately, SNH here at Night Market, 100 to 45.
Left on.
Wants a quick regroup, but getting rid of Hugo is going to cause them to pull this trigger very quickly. Still, no other deaths going through. We kind of need to find some stabilization as Blobfish trying to take in as much damage as possible, but eventually going to fall over. And Anna Marie with a little help. 3K can be going through. Mid-Kids though, for it is ready to go as well. Ghost already being taken early. Hugo wants to find something with this artillery strike. May get one trick, but is it going to be enough to pull it back around with for one? Crazy Cat still hanging around. Unfortunately, I think the answer is going to come no, but Hugo still full health. Hanging in there, has a little bit of care with Sableye, but they're going to get burnt down just as quickly, but still given the snarl, getting up. Well, that cousin is dealing with plenty of pressure. Steve Bolo is going to pull in one right there, and again, you see the Colossus being brought on a line.
Early push, especially from that first portion of the map, has just gone away. They will be able to turn it into a cage fight, but they do freeze him out. That slows down the entirety of this ult.
Yeah, in the bright side to this, you're going to take a quick loss fight here. You're going to be able to get, unfortunately, nobody else sitting by. It's going to come out, unfortunately, just going to get booped around, throws around, eventually punched down as well. A little bit of touches trying to come through to Ted Cousin, but going to be kept away from the point.
So Blobfish is taking over. They're going to be stuck all the way, eventually demeched from all of that. So maybe that plays to at least where they were playing Ash. Crazy Cat having full control, and they basically had fantastic support from Uncle Crimrun, and Crim has decided to pick up the Mauga as their Echo ult, so they now are just going to go straight up brawling, and that leaves Crazy Cat with open targets and anyone they want to slay.
And there is Umbra.
Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man alongside Hunter Tane, and we're getting into map number 4 of our ECC Championship for Overwatch 2. Remember, all the titles today that you're seeing the championship being crowned will be making it to the CECC May Madness. So, Hunter, there's a lot on the table, big implications. It's Anna Maria. They finally got themselves a map win, a very versatile and very pivotal portion of this series where they found it onto that escort. But now we switch things around as SNHU bounced back. Was that all just a blip in the system?
it's something we're genuinely going to have to see, because it would be one thing if we saw like both teams get towards the very end, but no, it is Anna Maria that shuts them down, gets that full hold on the first point instead. And while they do struggle with the initial part, you saw at the moment they got through that underpass, it was green lights on. We are being aggressive. We are diving, because the last thing we want to do is leave these DPS open to have these sight lines. And that's something I think they've gotten progressively better and better with as the series has gone on. So it's just making sure you don't plateau here, keep on that aggression, make it as difficult as possible, because that feels like your best route to cause the reverse sweep.
So, in going to this next map, we've got Push, and I believe after that we will have Flashpoint. I could be super wrong, but Esperanza is our Push map. So, SNHU banned Ramatra. And with Anna Maria getting rid of their own Tracer, I mean, that's kind of where they ended up living for a lot of it. So, actually, sorry, that was on the side of SNHU. We were really decent with that Tracer. Why do you aim for the Tracer for this push in lieu of what has been really solid for them as a lean back into a Freya? And why is SNHU looking at that Ramatra, who hasn't really kind of shown up yet?
So I think the biggest reason, I'll start with Ramatra because this one's more simple for me. I think it's because we're just going back to the Diva. Ramatra's really good because you can punch directly past the defense matrix. It makes it really tough for a Diva to sustain through fights. And while it's not something we've really seen through the series, it's a threat you just don't want to have to deal with overall. With the Tracer, though, I think it gets a little bit more complicated to where it does prevent a more aggressive style ultimately from SNHU, who I think have benefited to a lot of extents going down that style. Yes, it works out really good for Anna Marie, but as you can see right now, they reverted more to their original style we saw in King's Row, which, while it did have its up and downs, it definitely had some really critical uses.
All right. Well, we'll see how this one ultimately goes. And Jetpack Cat is basically just a U-Haul trailer specialist, just dragging people around as best as they can. So now they bring up basically everyone to just go up onto Bluster. So we go to the robot. Remember, it's a push-pull. Well, it's push. You don't pull it, but it may get pulled right back to you, depending on how it goes. Early positioning from SNHU as Anna Maria kind of staggers around the outside of this bridge position.
Yeah, I don't mind it as well. Again, they take this kind of aggressive corner over here. Anna Maria is smart to play back as far as they are. They know if you get too close in there, Blobfish is going to take immediate advantage of a scenario like this. But Crazy Cat hits the nade perfectly off the wall, catches on to Hugo, and now this puts Ghost in such a critical scenario as all Anna Maria can do, honestly, is just run and take a reset.
Emre on Emre violence between Crazy Cat and Hugo, and Ghost, they're gonna be left kind of looking for a combination play along Ted's cousin like they had before, and maybe that's just an echo of the previous fight because it feels like they haven't had at least an idea or a sight line to get back to it. And Krim back to this echo actually gets deleted by Sableye. So, feeling like Krim, they were on something that they were comfortable before, as that Echo had found such value, but this card has been now separated from the hands of SNHU.
Yeah, but still, they're just playing the other side of the overpass, trying to find an opportunity, trying to get through, as Blobfish had this ready to go, is going to let it loose really aggressively here. Tree of Life, though, to sustain everybody through it instead, and Ghost just overplays the hand just slightly and is going to get caught out and out. It is an all-out assault to try to burn down Blobfish, but you're going to invest everything to throw into it right there. Sableye even invest as well, and so far it's working out beautifully for them as it's just one trick. Gonna get out of there, gonna go pick up their next Uber.
Form of just, you know, hey, bungee cord me along this map, please. Just take me away. A lot of aerial hang time that we're also getting between basically everyone from the side of SNHU. They sight the cat. How do you even hit the cat without feeling guilty? It's like whenever one saw Wingman on Valorant for the first time. But still, yeah, go right back down to the ground. We're throwing rocks and we're throwing blocks, and that's exactly where everyone is now scrapping it out to, trying to be able to absorb all that extra damage. Emre, well, Crazy Cat finding it difficult for anyone to try and get them as they jump away from the big monkey, but they end up killing themselves on their face.
Yeah, fortunately, won't be enough. Pipka's the last one alive. Just gonna die over on the car instead, as they'll be able to take a reset, and hopefully with these earlier spawns, they might be able to stall out this checkpoint instead.
You have basically gone nowhere. as this bot has not found first checkpoint as of yet. It might with this forward spawn, and that's when things get a little clustered if you are Anna Maria, and they're gonna see that happen. So SNHU now has that secondary spawn point, but they really want to extend some of this map. You go over to the Cassidy if you're Crazy Cat. They've been showing some of that same play style whenever they were onto the Ash, but now you're trying to be able to get some catnapping. Do they toss them off the map? Yep, they do.
Oh, there's nothing you can do there. That's so unfortunate. Now it's like, how do you take this fight? You're in a 4v5. You don't really have the ult to stay in here and make it happen. Hugo is going to try anyway as Sableye is forced away from the team, and without any care, Hugo soon to fall as well. It's another one shut down here from Anna Marie, and this is going to get out of control very quickly for them.
It's like getting caught just in a web, and then you're just taken somewhere else, just thrown into the water. SNHU feels like they're now trying to steal away Anna Maria's chances. All the wind out of their sails, no momentum carrying forward from that previous escort map. Oh, trying to execute down. Blobfish hoping to survive the rest of this one. Tree of Life comes through, hoping to support, but Anna Maria wants to be able to do that in an attack form. They finally stand their ground.
Yep, but still, Copy's ready to go. You can easily throw this over onto Emre, or even on the Hazard as well. Take an aggressive approach if need be. Honestly, I think maybe you go after the Emre, build to a quick override protocol, and you'll see big to work with. But you see in the back right now, waiting to go. Instead, it's just going to look for the assassination over onto Hugo, taking the immediate trade, and it's the Ash being thrown out instead. Unfortunately, not going to be able to build up to a Bob. Still, I think the damage may have been done already as that bot now 105 meters, and it will continue to grow.
This is a tough position for the good old M-Cats. You guys gotta get loud for them. Anna Maria needs your help because SNHU, they're at the photo finish situation. They just gotta be able to push this one a little bit further, and they'll be your ECC champions, and they'll be taking this one all the way to Texas for some May Madness.
Yep, and now you're looking for the critical pull right now if you're one trick. Get somebody like Kiliyoshi in this, or even Hugo for that matter, but Ghost is sitting by on the Sombra now, and it's the patented Fly Noon! It's hanging out there, it'll get Sableye, and now they're gonna start clearing out body after body, but still, it's a back and forth to bear back into a 3v2, and the spawns are much, much closer for Anna Maria. It is down to support as well as Blobfish to sustain through this long enough to hang around. Unfortunately, with Umber gone, I think your ability to win this right here, right now, will be shut down, but you have put yourself in a critical position, 100-meter lead.
So much of this, and they still have that forward spawn position just before this checkpoint, so SNHU, if they really want to cluster around, they can. This bot should be able to at least delete that. So Anna Maria it's an uphill battle. If they're going to win this, just like every other map before, they'll have to earn every single inch. We have less than 4 minutes to go. SNHU can play an absolute war of attrition into this push-pull situation. They can seesaw so much of this. You have a couple of big ultimates, especially for the Tree of Life, Anna Maria, seeing if they can be able to stand now.
Yeah, and you're going to see this come out right here, and you're going to try to find the critical hack if you are trying to get in there, as Ghost unfortunately won't be able to do so. Grim Run shutting down more bodies. Sound Barrier throwing it in a 3v5 as well as the Tree of Life. And unfortunately, this isn't going to work out at all. And now you've lost out on so many critical ultimates. Time is starting to dwindle away, and SNHU again going to push this bot back to the checkpoint.
Oh, you gotta feel like it would have been better to just team wipe, reset, have that for later, and then just be able to work that one out. Oh, but hey, Ghost, okay. Getting rid of that pesky cat that's been giving you the business for a while.
That's why I like Ghost over on the Sombra. It can shut down the Sigma, it can shut down the Echo, it can shut down one trick as well onto the cat, but hey, apparently it can cut down Torbjorn's as well as Ghost gets out with the literal scented health, but eventually will fall over. Blobfish with an excellent shot right there to come out of the sky, and now Beautiful over the door once more. Ted Cousin, no healing sitting by. Everyone else needs to run, regroup once more.
Bot's sprinting now. Anna Maria's hearing those footsteps a little bit too loud. They have to be able to get Ted's cousin back online. They will be there, but will they be there soon enough? They're gonna have that Sombra. They're gonna have that massive Haxor come through. They're gonna aim for a flank angle if they can. You see that SNHU is a bit apprehensive about full sending it. Oh, and they get killed this before they can pop it.
And now they try to steal somebody away. I don't think it gets who they were intending, unfortunately. But you're back into the 4v5. The Flux gets so many bodies. They're thrown down to the ground. It's one after another. Ghost has the EMP. It'll hit 4. enough for Helios? Maybe the answer is yes, but it's just some stall coming in from the Lucio, and SNHU will clear house. They'll be your ECC champions.
Job well done. Congratulations goes over to the Penmen. They will be sending, at minimum, 2 squads to CECC through being ECC champions. My goodness, SNHU really forcing Anna Maria to find big moments, and they just didn't have enough to be able to get through.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It's really good adjustments overall, though. I like going over to the Sombra in that situation. Like I said, it's good at shutting down so many members of that SNHU roster. Unfortunately, Monkey Man, it became, I think, maybe a too little too late kind of scenario, so far behind. And unfortunately, once you get to that point, no matter how, things have gone along, you enter into desperation mode where you have to literally try anything to bounce your way back.
Yeah, it was a tough situation for him. And Anna Maria obviously did fantastic when it came to the fall, but that did not translate the exact same as SNHU. Obviously, a lot of progress had been made over the course of this semester, and they looked darn perfect. So they'll be taking this series 3-1, and I feel like with the way that they played, there's so much adaptability to them. You had Crazy Cat as well for Crim. Felt like they were never too stressed to have to kind of slide between their 2 separate DPS, whereas for Anna Maria, I mean, again, like you've said way earlier, we don't always bring it back to the DPS, but much of the execution kind of came down to it. Love what we had with Ghost, and it felt like everything else just kind of came up as a shrug. So unfortunate to them, but I mean, there's still a lot of love for them going to the next semester. But SNHU, how do you feel about their chances going with the big dogs at CECC?
Honestly, I think they have a good a chance as any. This is a team that, even going into today, I knew a decent amount. Crazy Cat has played against some of the best teams in North America, played in the Overwatch Championship Series last year under the name Amplify, or under the team Amplify, I should say, has played against some of the very best. And Blobfish, for that matter as well, played in Calling All Heroes last year, was part of that Shikakami team that ended up doing really well throughout the year. There are players on this team with a lot of experience against really good players. It's no surprise to me that this is a team going to land because they are strong members. They prove they are strong today, and I think they have any good fighting chance going to NECC.
Well, we're going to see even more of them. So we're going to be doing a quick 3-minute break if you guys want to be able to kind of chill with us. So we'll hang for all of a second, and you guys can come right on back. We've got an interview with someone from Southern New Hampshire University. You guys get to find out who it is right after this.
Plays the hand just slightly and is going to get caught out and out. It is an all-out assault to try to burn down Blobfish, but you're going to invest everything to throw into him right there. Sableye even invest as well, and so far it's working out beautifully for them.
So, yeah, go right back down to the ground. We're throwing rocks and we're throwing blocks, and that's exactly where everyone is now scrapping it out to, trying to be able to absorb all that extra damage. Emre, well, Crazy Cat finding it difficult for anyone to try and get them as they jump away from the big monkey, but onto the Ash. But now you're trying to be able to get some catnapping. Do they toss them off the map? Yep, they do.
There's nothing you can do. Despite you're in a 4v5, you don't really have the ult to stay in here and make it happen. Hugo is going to try anyway as Sableye is forced away from the team, and without any care, Hugo soon to fall as well. It's another one shut down to here from Anna Marie, and this is sitting by on the Sovereign now, and it's the patented Fly Noon. It's hanging out there. It'll get Sableye, and now they're going to start
seeing if they can be able to stand now.
Yeah, and you're going to see this come out right here, and you're going to try to find the critical hack if you are trying to get in there, as Ghost unfortunately won't be able to do so. Grim Run shutting down more bodies. Sound barrier throwing it in.
Like, it would have been better to just team wipe, reset, have that for later, and then just be able to work that one out. Oh, but hey, Ghost.
It can shut down the Echo. It can shut down one trick as well onto the Cat, but hey, apparently it can cut down Torbjorn's as well as Ghost. Gets out with a literal scent of health, but eventually will fall over. Blobfish with an excellent shot right there to come out of
hand. You see that SNHU is a bit apprehensive about full sending it. Oh, and they get killed this before they can pop it.
And now they try to steal somebody away. I don't think it gets who they were intending, unfortunately. But you're back into the 45. The Flux gets so many bodies. The throw down to the crowd. It's one after another. Ghost has the EMP. It'll hit 4 more, but is it going to be enough for Helios? Maybe the answer is yes, but it's just some stall coming in from the Lucio, and SNHU will clear house. They'll be your ECC champion. Just overplays the hand just slightly and is going to get caught out and out. It is an all-out assault to try to burn down Blobfish, but you're going to invest everything to throw into him right now. Sableye even invest as well, and so far it's working out beautifully for them.
So, yeah, you go right back down to the ground. We're throwing rocks and we're throwing blocks, and that's exactly where everyone is now scrapping it out to, trying to be able to absorb all that extra damage. Emre, well, Crazy Cat finding it difficult for anyone to try and get them as they jump away from the big monkey, but onto the Ash. But now he's trying to be able to get some catnapping. Do they toss them off the map? Yep, they do.
There's nothing you can do. You're in a 4v5. You don't really have the ult to stay in here and make it happen. Hugo is going to try anyway as Sableye is forced away from the team, and without any care, Hugo soon to fall as well. It's another one shut down here from Anna Marie, and this is the Sinbite on the Sombra now, and it's the patented Fly Noon. It's hanging out there. It'll get...
Welcome back in, everyone. Esports U giving you the goods as we bring in one of our players from our ECC Overwatch 2 champions. It is Crimrun, the dastardly DPS. Shout out Crimrun. Oh my goodness. First off, love the beard, love the hair, love everything about it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to your team, to your squad. I didn't know in this moment how you feeling. You just won the ECC. You just got a big bid to go to Texas. How's the entire team and yourself feeling?
Yeah, we're all pretty hyped about it. Feeling good, feeling powerful. I'm glad we were able to take home a good map there. It was an overall really fun match overall.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal match to watch. Ends up going a little back and forth there, but you go into this match against Anna Maria. I mean, what was the confidence like going into a game like this, especially after winning 3-0 in the semis, having all that momentum going into this one?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I knew in our practices, like we were really focused. We were thinking like we're going into this, confident. Like we've been practicing very specific things, and we know what we want to do. And so we came into this, we're ready to win. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can see that smile not wiping from your face. Clearly as happy as can be. But things get a little rough back on Gibraltar. Anna Maria take their one map away. So just in between map 3 and 4, I mean, what was just kind of like the comms like in terms of, hey, let's bounce back from this. We know we can beat these guys.
Yeah, we definitely got a little silly on Gibraltar. Trying some things maybe we hadn't done before. But, we made it work. We bounced back. We're like, all right, let's focus up again. We're here to win. So we made it happen.
Honestly, seeing what was it, the Fly Noon off of the Cassidy, and then seeing the Widow being dragged around, that was fantastic work. I need to know for your squad overall, is there a lot of seniors? How much of this team for SNHU will continue to kind of snowball forward? Is this y'all's first trip to be able to go over to CECC now that you've made the bid? Like, how much of this program do you think that we'll be able to see for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, so we were at CECC last year, and we fought hard there. But this year, now that we're going again, this is kind of everyone's big senior final trip to CECC and the final send-off for esports. We have maybe like 1 or 2 players that are sticking around, but other than that, it's mostly going to be new people.
Wow. You know what? That means that this is kind of the end of the campaign of Big Legacy. So to that end, the floor is yours. Anyone that you want to shout out, friends, family, fans, anyone out there that supported you and SNHU overall?
Of course, I gotta shout out my DPS duo, Crazy Cat. That's my buddy. I see him over there. He's laughing about it. We've been through everything. It's crazy.
You know what? That's the love that we love to see. 2 DPS that just don't let anyone live except their teammates. So you know what?
Exactly.
Gotta give you some love, Crim. Thank you so much for being with us. Congratulations on being ECC champions, and we cannot wait to see what you do at CECC.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Well, Hunter, got to crown some champions. They came into ECC, they took over, they took down Anna Maria. Felt like Anna Maria, like they had a solid legacy coming out from that fall, but it was all SNHU this semester.
Yep, it's that full lock-in, especially when they needed it the most, going into a scenario where it feels like throughout the entire season, throughout all the playoffs, never let off the brakes. Because in a game like this, in esports in general, you can never afford to do something like that. And they kept that pedal to the metal. They're going to move on. And by the looks of it right there, Monkey Man, they're looking as happy and confident as they possibly can.
I don't know who could defeat Crim Run if they got that smile on the whole time. That is joy if I've ever seen joy. But hopefully you all are smiling at home as well, because we have one more match left to go. It could be our longest one yet. We literally had a 3-hour crew battle. I don't know how that's possible, but we've got Valorant ECC champions that we need to crown. Thank you so much, Hunter, for being with us. We'll be switching back to Pyro J, but we'll also be taking a bit of a break just to prepare for that one. All of you, make sure to kick up and relax. Esports U present ECC right after this.
Block a lot over on this hazard. That's why you're going to see the Rocky accretion be used so frequently the moment that comes out. But we have out the gate already DPS popping off big time. Crazy Cat 2 on the M-Ray. It's going to clear out this poor SNHU. Going to clear the point. Over Monkey Man, they are still fighting tooth and nail. The whole point as long as possible. It's a polo shot used to get rid of Sable Alive right here, but Helios is more than happy to let loose with that Coalescence, and for the time being, it looks like they can stabilize once more.
Fantastic coverage with the Coalesce, especially when you saw that Freya absolutely popping off. When you have that happening, you have to be able to keep your team basically covered. You're just heal plug at this point. Look how much they're having to do. They're just like, all right, please stay alive. Just kind of stay up, and then suddenly switching it over to just being the demonstrative demon of death that they steal your soul.
Definitely so.
Sandwich, they're going straight into that damage funnel.
Yeah, in that funnel, not great to have to run into. Unfortunately, to hit a point like this, you absolutely have to. It's still a little back and forth, but Hugo is the last one alive. Just has to get out. Is going to be kind of a 50-50 whether they do, but Flopfish shot is thrown out. Hugo caught right in the middle of it. Back to the pier, 44, 10 dozen, and goes full, struggling to stay alive. Eventually, you see the ladder going to be burnt down. It's just the forts trying to hang around for as long as humanly possible. Unfortunately, SNH here at Night Market, 100 to 45.
Left on.
Wants a quick regroup, but get rid of Hugo is going to cause them to pull this trigger very quickly. Still, no other deaths going through. They kind of need to find some stabilization as Blobfish trying to take in as much damage as possible, but eventually going to fall over at Anna Marie with a little health. 3K gonna be going through. Make it the fourth. It is ready to go as well. Ghost already being taken early. Hugo wants to find something with this artillery strike. May get one trick, but is it gonna be enough to pull it back around with Crew 1? Crazy Cat still hanging around. Unfortunately, I think the answer is going to become no, but Hugo still full health. Hanging in there, has a little bit of care with Sable Eye, but they're gonna get burnt down just as quickly, but still given the snare, getting his up. Well, Tezcousin is dealing with plenty of pressure. Big Bolo is gonna pull in one right there, and again, you see the Colossus being brought on a line.
Really push, especially from that first portion of this map, has just gone away. They will be able to turn it into a cage fight, but they do freeze him out, so that slows down the entirety of this ult.
Yeah, in the bright side to this, you're going to take a quick loss fight here. You're going to be able to get, unfortunately, nobody else sitting by. It's going to come out, unfortunately, just going to get booped around, froze around, eventually punched down as well. A little bit of touches trying to come through from Ted's cousin, but going to be kept away from the point.
Stuff Blobfish is taking over. They're going to be stuck all the way, eventually demeched from all of that. So maybe that plays to at least where they were playing Ash. Crazy Cat having full control, and they basically had fantastic support from off of Crim Run, and Crim has decided to pick up the Mauga as their Echo ult, so they now are just going to go straight up brawling, and that leaves Crazy Cat with open targets and anyone they want to slay.
Yeah, there is Umbra trying to get back in to help out as well, but Crazy Cat finds another pick here. Ghost on the run, but there is no such way to get away from a fight like that, but cleaned up big time once more. SNHU, even if they lose
to contest, they want to get to the second checkpoint. They've gotten there, but now they also have the deep freeze. The blizzard comes through.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Blobfish has a nice Thanksgiving dinner. Eat is a perfect way to put you in a good situation. Second cap will come through. Crazy Cat gets rid of free. The former Amplify star is one, but one trick takes Hilioshi off the map. And unfortunately, with so little body sitting by, just goes in Sableye hanging around, trying to sustain for as long as humanly possible. It's going to take it down to 258. Low here early on. And Ghost trying to find the chase over on Umbra, eventually just has to be pulled back instead as they trade out the Anas. It's realistically a good scenario. The problem is, you lose out on Ted's custom, you don't win the 1v1 either. So against the coming through, the moment Fluffy steps off, it'll probably be surrendered over. But you see already, Fluffy is not afraid to get in everybody's face, even when it drops into a 4v5 scenario. But instead, you see supports hanging on the top row. Ted's cousin gets the double with the jump. Bomb online, unfortunately, will not survive as Criminal, the last one to touch, eventually falls over. Now 4.5 minutes back. Now Ghost is pulled back from the blade, and honestly, might be for the better as they'll be pulled away. There's no way to escape. Eventually, we'll be able to.
Why is it that I hate Scrappy Doo, but I love Jetpack Cat? Am I just more of a cat person than I am a dog person? Oh, Ted's cousin.
It is all about ultimate timing, and Hugo is just going to make a ton of space early on, and now you force out one Trick's Transcendence, and now they've committed to double support ultimates. They're gonna win this fight away more than likely, but now you're gonna go into this next fight. The Nano Blade ready to
Going to be used in opposite.
Fish Cat waiting for the right opportunity, and here we go. You see the Nano Blade thrown in over to Ghost, bombing the backline. Sableye will not be able to stay the same as eventually he'll be burnt down as well.
2 minutes left for Anna Maria. They continue to just pummel their fists at the walls, but they cannot put down the wall itself. SNHU finally been. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. We've got yet another and our final matchup of the day. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J. ECC East Coast Conference has been crowning champions left and right. Well, we got one that's dead center, and two schools that have not been represented today. Believe it or not, Pyro J, SNHU is not in this one. I guarantee you they're not here. I know. It's wild.
I made my return to see more SNHU. What are we doing?
You're missing out.
All right, I guess they've sent their teams to CCC today. We've got to decide between Pace, Gold, and Utica University. The number 1 and 2 seed going into this playoff bracket. And Pace, fair enough, did win in a 2-0 fashion. Utica 2-1 over that SNHU team. So we do get a little different representation here to round out our action today. It's been quite the plethora of matches, Hail Monkey Man. You've broadcasted over all of them. What's the X factor of the day to get through it, to get on top?
Oh, man, to get through this, it's got to be, I would have to say, planned attitude. That's pretty much how esports is, but not just all the VOD work that they've done, but also being able to execute into your weaknesses and especially exploiting your strengths. And when we go into this matchup, Utica in the fall was 7-0, only dropped one map, and that was in the grand finals to Molloy. But Pace did not exist in the ECC at that time. Once they came in, they made sure they were known by splitting a regular season series 2-1 with Utica, which, by the way, that map 1 was 1917 overtime between these two. So, yeah. So the simple fact that we have a best of 5 in front of us, there is a big possibility we could be going to full 5. And hopefully that means both teams have done their homework. Let's check out the maps. We've got all of the bans that has happened as well. And if you look at the bottom of your screen, it's all been laid out. Shout out to production. I really like that down there.
Okay, I feel like we've got some overtime-esque maps here. I'm not gonna lie. This Pearl, this Bind, I've seen extra rounds in a little more commonly. And then, wow, Breeze as a decider. Okay. Interesting. I'm glad that's left to the end because now maybe we won't see it.
Definitely a love-only hate relationship with Breeze, huh?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, it's changed a little bit. They made middle weird. They made the pyramids odd. They made the entry point to be a little bit obscure. The key note that I was going to bring up is that Utica has a similar hate relationship when it comes to Haven. They made sure to ban the heck out of it. The key map that they had been losing for the majority of their map losses over the last couple semesters was Haven. So now it's out of the way. We don't have to even think about it, but we go into our first one of Pearl. And I know a lot of squads that absolutely just do not like this one, but Utica decided it would be our first on deck.
I am a Pearl enjoyer, I must say, so I'm excited to see this one. There's some Sentinels that maybe I'm a little bit... Killjoy makes sense from JCK. I can definitely get around that. Chamber, people love to watch those long distance hallways or that one site that you can just watch the whole area with. So I understand that as well. We do get the mix. We do get our brand new agent on the field as well from Pace. So, you know, you get some stim action, you see some new smokes on the field, maybe that'll work out in Pace's honor.
It's if you haven't seen a lot of mix, well, it's a mix and match between if Brim and Breach basically made a love child and decided that they could heal. So a lot of concussion, a lot of stimming. In fact, if you give them Harmonize, then there's the ability for them to just keep stimming. And that base quake is it can ruin you. So gotta see how that ends up working out. I am very curious if they end up to full form here on Pearl, and if that will really big the big position of success. For Utica, they've decided speed is a factor. They got the Teo, and they've also got that Neon. They want to act quick, they want to go quick, and an Astra, pretty much your regular play. In counter to that, you've got that Waylay Phoenix that could make those kind of skirmishes really 50-50.
Yeah, we got some splash action incoming for sure, and you know, I'm not surprised to see a Neon played here, which has been pretty common lately in Valorant. As we get round number 1 started, that attack will be led indeed by Neon, facilitated with the utility out of Teo, and that's a Kyros. Just popping around the angle, keeping an eye on everything they can as they mosey their way on through the hallway. That is got an A short covered by Pace, but it looks like Utica is choosing the right angles to get through.
Very quiet over into this pistol round, and they obviously are using the full effect of that turret. It gives you a lot of quick intel, especially into mid plaza, but walking backwards into that was a choice. Fisher ends up dropping out. And if there's anyone that I want to point out, it's going to be Fisher, Slam Dunkosaurus, and Louis. Top 3 statisticians here for the side of Pace. But trying to get directly on the site. A lot of trades, leaving Utica at an even pace with Pace.
And check this out, Joey. Not a lot of health, but may not need it. As they look to get this flank in order and then bring the spike through afterwards. They're back to back right now. And it ends up being Louis that removes them from the zone. And they'll line up maybe just for Louis, the headhunter, removing Wizard Henzo. 1v3, faking the plant, getting rid of the haunt. That's Waylay on the attack. Will go down due to the headshot. Henzo, 2 to take down. Make it 1. And that includes the HP. Spike still needs to be put down. They try to get around the angle from Louis, but Louis will have none of it.
Talk about overstimming. Sometimes you need to pick an angle and they don't exactly know where they are for the last duration, but some last moments for some of these pushes onto site, it was really Utica's to end up trying to gain because Pace has surrounded them. Got to give some love to Henzo late term. They were looking very systematic about their pistols. And again, I'm going to be just dauntlessly staring at how Louis executes for Pace. They are their key kind of sentinel flex that works a lot. Slam Dunkosaurus, though, they're always a playmaker. What is this, Halo? What in the world?
Ooh, go for it all, why don't you? You can't just grab 3 and not go for the whole bargain. Joey picks up the Bucky, tries to lay waste to another, says, here. Take that. That's what your teammate did to me.
Bucky Gaming. And they would turn this paper mache wall into something more, but eventually the shotgun doesn't hit its mark. So they take out several. There's at least a triple kill before they dropped out. And a quick answer from off of that initial pistol. So they did have that little buy up, and it's going to be a pretty strong bonus. 3 surviving as they go into that next round.
This was just ruthless. I love the double dash back in to try to really catch everybody off guard, but 1, 2, 3 a pop, and you've pretty much done the work needed to, as you said, get a pretty nice bonus. Seems like they'll hold on to most of that cash Strongest weapon going to be that outlaw from Louis holding B site, as the spike will begin on the other side.
Playing a little bit default, and you see the majority lean here for the defensive pace off through that art room, seeing if anyone comes through. Missed a lot more economy safe, especially alongside their teammate who has that extra Spectre, but they end up not being able to do too much with it. Joey finds himself a 3-piece. They do have the weapon buy-up advantage right now here for Utica, but Slam Dunkosaurus is dunking on their skull. They're shaking their head, please no, as they had to run away from it, and then they immediately pick up their Vandal and do work to get a 3K.
Says, hey, Joey, that was really nice, those 3 kills that you got. I'm going to show off a little bit as well. And with all those eliminations, Waylay holds on to their ultimate. Looks like their avenue was being hunted here by Utica, but they won't find anything. Both of Pace flanking on the other side. Storm Grenade out to protect that spike, as it will be an off-site play here from Utica. Time of the essence, and it's going to continue to track on down with those nano swarms popped. Slam Dunkosaur will try to protect the diffuser. There's no time really to diffuse at this point. You can hold it as much as you want, Louis. It ain't going to work. There's Utica finally getting on the board.
Good news for Pace. Not only did, they can't get the round, but they forced Utica to respect the possibility that that half was going to be whole, and so they make them just give up all their guns. So Utica is left in a very economically disadvantageous position. They will at least have a few guns on the board, a couple Phantoms and Vandals, so they have some, but it's light shields, and I can't imagine that they have much in the way of abilities. So big ultimates that are already there. You got the running back as well as the convergent pads. So when things get slower from segments of light, well, then the fire guy might come through. We're going to try and sneak through some of these lines to see if a stealth drone will give them good angles.
Especially what I'm afraid of here for Utica is you have a lot of light shields and plenty of Phantoms on the side of Pace. So you get that headshot, and that will be a kill for you. Of course, in the Vandal, doesn't matter what kind of shield you got, that's going to be a headshot and a kill for Louis. Hadn't got a lot of action on the B side, so happy to see at least one, but here's the difference. There's more than one on that B side. Slowly, Utica will crawl their way up as the rest of Pace don't appear to be keen to it.
I was wondering if picking up that ult orb had actually given away some audio intel. It doesn't seem like it at least pricked up their ears too much. Louis is staying close quarter. They were hoping to use that rendezvous, and now you've got fast lane. Oh, they're going to get stunned out. Louis is in a tough spot, and then they're exposed now from just around that backside box. That reoriented Tetris piece is working out very well, and now you've got Armageddon?
No way.
All right. Oh, my goodness. They can't get... They only got the one.
Pushed him right back into JCK, and what a golden position to be in. The one elimination doesn't feel like it was enough. Pace on their way back to the site to try to regain control of that spike. The Kyros won't allow it. Gets the elimination, as does Wizard. Remaining is just one now on the defuse from Zin. It was quickly eliminated. The Kyros would not be denied there in the back hall.
Kyros that often shows up in big ways here for this Utica squad, and considering that they're at a lesser buy, I felt like that this was going to be an easy 3P, but Zen on the swing at least gave them a chance. But talk about some good setup play. Good communication is happening for the side of Utica to make their post-plant holds really solid. So for Pace and company, now they're suddenly Bucky, and, well, I'd say that would be like, all right, they're at a disadvantage, but we've seen what they do with Bucky's. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's going to be in the back of the mind of Utica at all times. Is, well, if I turn this corner, am I going to get hit by a Bucky? They're spending a little more time before turning those initial corners. Whole team of Utica back in their spawn. Pace have scaled up a bit, but are timid as well to turn those final corners to mid. As per usual, this entry to the hall is a bit more open. Fisher remains on watch with the Sheriff immediately put down as the pivot across will come. Bucky positioned, ready to fire. There's one. Slam Dunkosaurus immediately looks for two, but that is Tejo pushing them off from going double.
It's one thing that if you're a fast character, you never want to have to deal with, and that's getting slowed down. Special delivery might be at the doorstep. Oh, Zen on the repeak as Joey just kind of exposed their shoulder. Couldn't do much more with it. They're going to heal a couple of their teammates. And this Tour de Force is landing in the belt buckle of JCK. A thrifty, a gun pickup. That was everything that Pace could have wanted out of that round. They were able to save up for later. And, oh, poor Akiros. Just never going to win at that angle.
The Bucky once again said everything it needed to. But I do think for Utica, you've got to second guess that B hit when you see the Tour de Force online. I mean, Louis been holding B this whole game. Part of the objective is to avoid getting hit with that one-shot kill and allowing Pace to get away with that thrifty. That's exactly what's been done, and now at this point, B side is actually completely open. That will be seen at least a bit into sight from Tejo. Full commit onto sight to get that spike down. It'll look like a full retake out of Pace eventually.
They had to 50-50 into this because they knew that since you had that giant wall ready to go, that it was either going to be this kind of execution or it was going to be some sort of duel and default from out in Plaza. That ended up not being where it happened, so they went for the former. Now everyone has to re-hit from off of Attic, and they're going to use that firewall. They go directly from off of the Tetris piece, but from that double stack, they have not cleared backside of map. Akiros has the Bucky, and now they have to be able to get through the overdrive. They're blinded, and so the electricity just goes to the wall.
Everyone pushed out to the other side of the hall here. Salvo prepared to knock out somebody, but can they even get sights onto the spike at this point? Joey trying to take them out from the position of the pillar.
Oh, no.
Does get sighted by the Hunt. Fisher upfield trying to take everybody out, and there you go. Clearance made, and no time as the clutch will be completed.
So much about Pearl. I mean, so much about every map, but especially Pearl for some reason. It comes up rather fluidly about just being a distraction. You have a bunch of cheeky angles, not honest at all, about like being in a main position, you know, when you go to sites and or at least from around some of those separate links. You have a pillar just about halfway down that long lane. You have a couple that are just off of the box. There's so much to have to retake against. And Pace was not able to do much, especially because there was a free setup by Utica. Oh, Akiros is going to get a quick flash and look. And then they're going to make sure that no one comes through easily. But still, Mist was like, all right, free target.
Yeah, they've had a really difficult time traversing this territory, that of Utica. And you can sort of tell why. At the same token, even though the two-sided hit wasn't successful, that B side has been left quite absent. As a result, Spike is down. JCK been a little bit sneaky in that area. Unfortunately, will not come away with it. And now Joey, you're second guessing how much utility to expend here, because what is it worth? 2v5 turns to 2v1, or to 1v5, excuse me, and now none. Slam Dunkosaurus with another 3K.
Flawless as well on the lesser end of their economy. So big gun pickups for the side of Pace. They have definitely benefited from the buys of Utica to be, I guess, charitably gifted over to them. And I mean, you've got all of what? Nightfall ready to go from out of Pace. They very nicely used Fisher's run it back to kind of lead that run up, and Slam Dunkosaurus or Slam Dunkosaur, whatever they might be. I've never seen someone so effectively using a Bucky that wasn't a Neon. I know Waylay is like a step sideways from that, but it's been a while since I've seen solid shotgun gaming, especially in Valorant.
Yeah, and what are we saving all those credits for you under? Is it maybe to upgrade one day to a judge, or are you just kind of feeding Louis these operators? You might as well. Joey eliminated with the first shot, and Louis still hunting here. Taking a look at the right side, almost removing Akiros, but we'll have to wait. Oh, no, they got a little bit impatient there, and Henzo punished him for it.
Is trying to escape. They're being pressured. And oh my goodness, check his PC. Straight through the nebula. Mess knew that they were being tracked down and they were not going to let them have a moment to retreat far enough. Plant does come through. It's a 3 versus 4. You've got the base quake ready to go if they really want to invest into it. At least slowly coming in from the top side of B, but Slam Dunkosaur showing that they can land precision shots. They're going to try and at least use this lockdown to create enough time. But now here comes the base quake.
Oh, stunned, deafened. Where do you go? How do you get out of this one alive? That's 1 kill for JCK. Can finally start to hear what's around them again. But did they play distraction long enough? I don't think so. It's a full defuse for Pace.
You know, I kind of want to rename the base quake to the beast quake. If any of you, Seattle knowers know. That shot through smoke, by the way. Mist just had an inkling. They're like, someone's here. I'm gonna get it run down. Let me use this. And I love the retake from out of pace. The base quake was solid. JCK doing everything possible. They knew that they could not pass through the firewall without dying, so we get a timeout from out of Utica. So what's the conversation even got to be? You've got conversion paths on one side, you've got Nightfall on the other one, and Utica feels like they just couldn't get the job done on that previous round. Look at the way Slam Dunkosaur is 14-5.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that was part of the conversation I was going to mention, because it's not only that Bucky, we saw those sharp shots with the Sheriff and then the Vandal on those 2 kills from that last round. There really is no constraint Slam Dunkosaur to this area of the map or to this particular weapon. They're just going to be a problem no matter what. And if that's your leading duelist for Pace, then you got to think a lot about how you're taking these first engagements, what lanes you're taking. Do you want to make sure you're running in pairs at all times so that if Slam Dunkosaur goes, you're not allowing for an easy multi-kill, or you're at least getting that trade? There's a few things to consider, because once you take care of that player, you've taken care of quite a bit of the fragging.
But then as soon as you do, it's because they're responsible for much of the flanking and a lot of the initial duels that happens at point of entry. You still have to deal with Louis. Louis 11-3, quietly keeping right at the hip of Slam Dunkosaur. You're gonna have this curveball blind. Fisher from right off angle, and Slam Dunkosaur is waiting for the initial entry. Akiros and company. That is the same combination with them and Joey that has not worked about 3 times. Still, it looks like they might invest to a convergent pad, so everyone's gonna have to run away from that. They're definitely on the lesser end of this eco. Everyone is very much slow, and this looks like fish in a barrel for the side of Pace.
Oh yeah, there's no getting out of that alive. Even if you're JCK on the other side of the map. Of course Louis was gonna be good for a kill this round, right?
Yeah, that was alright.
And I like this position from Slam Dunkosaur, was hiding behind that box, which is such a ratty position to be in, but so effective as well. Doesn't end up getting that first kill, but yeah, uses their utility just right to remove everyone from Utica. That being said, though, that was, for the most part, a save out of Utica. Now they're bringing in the hot hands.
We'll go to round number 10. And this is a very telling position for this first map, because if Utica does not find this round, they're in the cycle. They're going to be forced to suffer and save going into round basically 11-12 for their final bye for this first half. So Pace takes up early advantage. They want to swing together with Slam Dunkosaur as well as Fisher. They've stolen a lot of space. They've left a pretty deep reception of what may come forward from Art, but doesn't look at all at issue, because Slam Dunkosaur just got rid of Akiros, and whenever they go down early, often that leaves Utica wanting and not able to do much.
They're just not willing to give up this space right now, and Fisher has probably fake grabbed that orb at least twice, just trying to threaten more shots fired. Speaking of shots fired, I'm wondering if Fisher is going to have enough by the time that this round is over. Will they need to upgrade their weapon? I'm not sure. That being said, Henzo catches Slam Dunkosaur maybe a little bit off guard, had figured that the rotation happened already. So 3v4. And as we said, Slam Dunkosaur, an important member to remove, not only due to their initial fragging capabilities, but their flanking thereafter. And it does look like Utica are headed towards a side pacer prepared for.
They have the wall, they have a nightfall. They can clear space and they can hold it thereafter. If they can put a well down, that'll make it much more difficult to get back to. They have about 10 seconds to actually fully execute. They're going to actually throw over one extra harmonize, maybe an impulse to try and concuss them, but that's going to be a fat trade. Fisher finds two, and in fact, they deny the plant. So Utica is going to be saving again unless they want to go half buys and force this out. It was one solid push up, but Akiros ended up being first blood. And Pace, I mean, they just didn't give up any angles for free.
They didn't sacrifice any bullets either. I mean, the last few kills was Fisher spraying through the smoke, huh? Have we seen any other sprays from Fisher? Yeah, the entire round. I don't think there was a single bullet remaining. And it did secure those initial and those final kills. So Utica, once again, forced to buy low here. And I'll tell you what, they are just headstrong on securing this A main territory. This time taken a little more easily.
It's a good read from out of Pace. They know that they have at least stretched their way onto the side of Mohawk a couple of times. And often, this is an interesting play call, by the way. They're going to go from some quick salvos to try and stun them and get them some damage as they overextend just a little bit. You throw the impulse down just to support them as they kind of retreat backwards. Fisher will push upwards. Ooh, showing their head through the firewall, and now this becomes who can be able to peek faster.
Well, Slam Dunk usually wins that fight, but eventually goes down at the hand of Akiros. But that spike is down. Gonna be hoping they can pick that up without... Ooh, making themselves too vulnerable. They're hiding in this smoke. There's not much time that they can survive in that position. They'll try to just stay alive through the seas, but how much longer can they do it? Louis and Mist combine efforts, play the pinch against Utica. And this just felt like disaster from the beginning, right? We've seen these kind of fish in a barrel moments before.
They swore they had information. It's like a student saying that they definitely turned in their paper. But when they forced their way in from off of some knowledge of the haunt, that did not tag everyone as they tried to just get in through that link. So Utica running in half blind off of a couple of those scans. Louis is going to be holding this operator in a long distance corner, and that stealth drone is going to tattletale on him, so he knows. But I also don't think he cares.
No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, he can't teleport out, so he figures, all right, well, I'll commit to the fight then. And that was a pretty good job of getting the elimination as it was needed, but you're probably expecting these ultimates to be utilized. Run it back from Fisher, searching for at least one here around the pillar, does secure it. You still have a couple left on line as Fisher does hold the line. 2 remaining out of Utica, and you gotta wonder, can they combine their forces to take this B site, or do they somehow pivot off?
I mean, at this point, they either expect that they have one flanking behind them and 3 in front, or everyone's here. So for Utica, there's not a lot of options in this final round. You have an Armageddon left unused. You don't have exactly a good execution angle to try and force that forward unless you somehow just know that they're in this little pocket to your right. Maybe they're trying to get Pace to think that they rotated away. Have they delayed enough to trick them? So they are going to bring that Armageddon to try and get them to clear that back line. That would now get one player to have to come forward. They get another special delivery to have to go out there as well. Salvo comes out. JCK gets rid of Mist. But now it just comes down to being able to get this gun game going. Oh, and they don't even get a chance.
Yeah, they had the counter ready in terms of the ultimates, and that was that. Pace steamrolling their final rounds of the first half through to that 9-3 lead. But now the onus is on Pace. Now they have to set the tone on attack, and you wonder if Utica have the same kind of trap plays, maybe Bucky Warriors set up and ready to go too.
I mean, you have to get through the same kind of play, which can be done, that Slam Dunkosaur onto that Bucky, you have to match that with a Kyros in this Neon. And the same otherwise of what you get with JCK matching what Louis was doing. Now, Louis is a hungry Sentinel, so it's a little bit different of a makeup, right? But for this, I mean, Utica should be able to take over space. This is exactly what they're doing aggressively. They use that quick salvo to take away that ultimate as they want to build up that Armageddon as a priority.
It is typically a very useful ultimate. Maybe not as the last resort, as we saw in the previous round, but early on when momentum needs to be built, it could work out. Trying to avoid that flash was Joey, but this wasn't good enough against the firing lines of Pace, who now have made their way into sight, have forced Kyros to back off, not only off, but down by the hand of Slam Dunkosaur. Returning the favor, though, was Wizard. Tenzo. Are they aware of a very sneaky Louis? Not quite. That flank will not come through.
Wizard has to find a lightning bolt that's going to hit. In fact, they're going to have a magic missile occur. Ooh. They got one through the wall. Ooh. They got another one. 2 left to go. Defuse has to happen. Wizard has to understand that someone's right around the corner. They will have them double stacked, but Zen and company, too good for it. In fact, everyone's good for one. Team Ace, here out of Pace, as they will get themselves to double digits.
I can sort of feel out the comms right now from Utica. Wizard trying to hype up the team like, come on, we can do this. Lock in. These kills are possible. And some support just needed on that round from what otherwise would have been like the hero play to turn things in their favor. And maybe not so surprisingly, Utica investing their economy into this round. It feels like do or die.
Don't get it here, you're left on double loser creds, and pretty much you're buying Spectres at best. Depends on how much space they're actually able to steal. Utica doing pretty much what Pace did unto them. So Outlaw does not land, and Louis will have to cover the long angle as everyone sneaks up short. You have at least that trademark to cover their back end, but for Utica, everyone is a little bit late to the party. Henzo left by themselves. They get a dink, but that's about it.
I mean, Pace have done such a great job at playing with numbers and making those stingers inoperable in those positions. Fisher just had the weaponry in that one, in that engagement. Bulldog singing true, but Wizard still on point with these kills. Regen shield brings him back up over 50. In terms of full HP, Joey in the same position, low HP, but that shield's still active. Salvo clears part of the back hall, but all 3 here of Pace position. On the opposite side, they'll have to maneuver around the salvos, but they've got Louis in tow to take care of business.
Hitting 11, and now with that economy investment, again, Utica's left in a rough position. They already have been for a while. Let's do 13, now 14 rounds. It's Pace and fantastic placement to possibly go up 1-0 in this series. Now, we've seen some squads recover. They decided to go about medium, if you will, with some sheriffs and otherwise. A Bucky on Wizard. Not the person that I thought I would end up having that, but Akiros is more of a precision main. They're going to try and run this one forward. They get the double dash. Slam Dunkosaur, seeing if anyone wants to take on these hands.
Well, it looked like Utica did want that fight and asked for it, but they immediately position off of it, say, okay, as usual, you have the numbers, you have the weaponry, we'll wait for another engagement. And Louis decides the same, moving the alarm bot. Prowler out to try to take some more position there as Louis once again runs into utility. Just kind of pressure testing the different lanes here that Pace could take.
They have plenty of time to work with. Ace doesn't need to force anything. They don't have that same sort of long form pressure that Louis had. In fact, Louis is literally staring down his former site. He wants to run ramp and see if anyone wants to challenge him from this back lane of B. But otherwise, you have that 1v1 occurring. This spike is going to try and campaign and march its way directly into A, but everyone's been tagged. Is it all of a decoy? As they now have Fisher basically trying to see if anyone comes through. Oh my goodness, the run it back. Are they calling for this to pivot? All this pressure and all this activity, and no one's even here, but still they're finding big kills.
Oh my goodness, it's a one-man show out of Fisher. This is ridiculous. Meanwhile, the sole henchman of Henzo will protect the B site. 2 removed, Spike still down. Henzo with the classic in hand, cannot finish the job against Zin, and their heroic efforts are put to rest.
Solid sniper shooting from off of that outlaw. We're gonna see this fat spray by Fisher just to get anyone confused. Now, honestly, you're seeing in the kill feed a couple of shorty shots. It was there and then through the pillar, wallbang action. I thought it was gonna suddenly flip on its head, but Utica was just a step too far. And now it's 12-3. Game 1 at odds as the evens are here through with rifles on either side. Can Utica stop pace?
One final effort for them. They tried this fight for the A side before, and will lose the fight this time around. Ruthless shot from Louis to open up the kill feed. It's already reinforcements down for Utica, as they have to just play off their potential positioning advantage. I'm not feeling good about Joey on this A side. Removed by the operator. Henzo with a final effort. And your last player standing, JCK, with a mounted to climb.
Like they got a twisted ankle. This is gonna be a tough one regardless. JCK at least gets rid of mist. Oh,
Not the Bucky.
but it ends how it began, with a Bucky. Well, it wasn't a 13-0. Come on, give him credit.
They got at least a few, which I think was 3 at the end of it. 13-3. That final score on Pearl. Utica had some early successes. I mean, this felt back and forth at the start of things, but it felt like floodgates opening for pace. Once they got moving, there was no stopping them.
It was 15, or sorry, not 15. It was about the 5-3 turning point. I want to say that was right when that firewall had gone down. JCK, I think, was the last one surviving, and it was that B side hit. That was really the biggest turning point in the early portion of that first half, where everything went sideways for Utica and went very successful for Pace. They never really looked back, and I think that's actually the last time around was gained. So solid work for the side of Pace. Pace looking fantastic, but that's also our first map. I mean, standout wise, if you can't get through Slam Dunkosaur, Louis is just the next demon at your doorstep to have to deal with.
Yeah, and they bring 2 very different avenues of success to the team. Louis is a real anchor for the squad, not going to miss that sort of operator, outlaw, headhunter shot. And then you've got Slam Dunkosaur making you sweat, turning every corner. Because is that going to be a Bucky in my face, or are they going to pull out the sheriff and take my head off in that way? There's some real precision to the shot taking here so far. So that's a scary sight for Utica, but not insurmountable.
Well, we'll get to see what happens into map number 2. Remember, it's a best of 5, so this is not match point as of yet. Could be a long road, but they made it oh so quick in game number 1. We've got Bind on the other side of a short break. More of Esports U and the ECC Championship right after this. Statisticians here for the side of Pace.
The spike through afterwards. They're back to back right now. The haunt, that's Waylay on the shot. Enzo still needs to be put down. They try to get him.
3 statisticians here for the side of PACE.
The spike through afterwards. They're back to back right now. The haunt, that's Waylay on the shot. Enzo still needs to be put down. They try to get him.
Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. It's the ECC Championship, and we're right smack dab in the middle of the Valorant Championship as we got both PACE as well as Utica trying to run it down against one another, and apparently PACE has the velocity to carry them. So, Pyro, as we got to see PACE really ramp things up, it was kind of basically after that first 8 rounds, everything just was all PACE all the time. We flipped things away from Pearl, and some people might blame Pearl for what that was. Go to Bind, though, and feels like Bind should leave no question as to whether or not Utica is truly in this competition.
Right. It's a good thing that Bind doesn't have these really long angles for a chamber to post up and take people out with a headhunter, right? That definitely doesn't exist on Bind on both sites, actually. No, definitely not. Yeah, we might see another kind of Waylay or Neon Rampage along with that chamber, or maybe a little bit more stability, right? You can kind of just anchor yourself down on some of these sites and protect the house, whether that's through a KJ or through a Cypher. So curious to see what we get out of Sentinel usage, if we get any at all. Taking a look at Utica, they're not so sure themselves.
Yeah, this is speaking more to the same. I am not at all surprised to see no Sentinels on the table. A lot of teams have been going double controller and either into the double duelist or initiator. And right now we're getting Fisher back to what Fisher likes to do. Instead of playing a lot to the Phoenix, they end up onto the Raze. And I've seen a lot of Fisher actually onto Waylay, but Slam, and I would have expected if they wanted to play maybe a little bit more reserved, PACE putting Slam Dunkasaur shifted over to the Yoru. They love Yoru, but they're keeping him on the Waylay. And it's kind of full send. I will not lie. This is a scary version of PACE. We've got that Viper on either end, but like look, if the confidence is here in the way that they're butting with this composition, if you don't calm things down in the form of Utica in this second map, PACE looks like they're just ready to kind of run you straight out of this competition entirely.
I mean, I don't think I'm ready for the combination of the paint shell with the blast pack entry along with Waylay's dash. and the smoke's covering the scene. This is scary. Those retakes out of pace could be terrifying for Utica, but on the bright side for Utica, they don't have to think about that right now in terms of their site hits. Instead, Utica will be the ones to begin on attack on this truly sentinel-less bind engagement. Right away, it will be Lamp taken over, as well as the A site. The rest of the action on A site is actually over at Shower.
Everyone collectively in one spot, and they've retreated on, and the plant has already actually occurred. So this just becomes a brawl in the showers while everyone tries to reconvene. So you would say it's a tale of two fronts. It's a 3v3, and now Slam Dunkasaur trying to at least throw one extra as they hope to just force them to have to go into this fight. They throw the Saturate, and they actually pick up a free weapon. That means it's all of one defuse, and now Mist and Company, I mean, it's as easy as that. They receive, and then they send them packing.
Yeah, Utica said strength in numbers, and all four of them ran through that site, had an elimination, felt like they had some momentum. But then you don't realize Slam Dunkasaur still behind the scenes. Cuts a couple out of the equation. Once they lose Shower presence, they lose sight of that round. So Pace back on the mark here at the start of map 2.
I realize now that I did not hear game sound
Yes.
because I'm a fool. So anyway, sorry producer, I didn't mean to yell at you like that. Forgive me. It's not also an early strike out of Utica. Feels like they definitely just trying to act off of some of these defaults. We've seen them traditional, and Pace just aims to at least kind of dissuade them from distance. Got a lot of the wingman play. They're hoping to kind of caterpillar their way through some of these sky smokes. Zen and Company, oh my goodness. it was just a beatdown, gang style, but suddenly everyone disappeared.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair summary. Zin's POV through that was a genuine nightmare, surrounded by the entire team and utility while trying to deploy a couple smokes in the mix, hoping that might do something for their team. It didn't give them a kill, but it did give them the knowledge, the information that you can take everybody out on this site. This is where everybody's at. So everybody from Pace combined forces for these couple round wins. Gotta watch out for Slam Dunk, who does have an outlaw on this round on the B side. But for now, Utica still obsessed on A.
Fisher is about to punish somebody. Oh, but Henzo gets a couple freebies. In fact, they and Wizard, they're just not allowing any of this to happen. So as you throw the Molly out, Utica has pure control of A, deciding that they no longer need to shift this one through showers, or at least forcing them out. And a flawless round. That's a way to do it. Okay. A much better response. If they're going to act fast, and if you're going to execute into lamps, that's one thing. But they decidedly have seen Pace retract backwards, and instead of going deeper to site, they went to an off lane, so they couldn't have 2 points of entry and control. So they realized, you know what? Just take them out of where they feel safe.
Hey, if there's no safe part of the map, then you've done a good job to disrupt your opponent and take over. That is what we see out of Utica. This is something they need to continue throughout the map, though. We saw early successes in map number 1 for 3 rounds, and that was it. This time around, they are sidelined through the teleporter. Pace finds some very good success. The spike has already been rotated to the other side, and that would be great if Louis wasn't already prepared for that swift rotation.
They gotta be ready for this one, right? This is the exact same kind of defense that Pace was showcasing on A. As they punched through short, they went to showers. Louis, now the exact same kind of demon that he was before. They're gonna actually get rid of Wingman, so that is not planted. That spike in a no man's land, but Wizard, they had a mindfulness to get to take up that the outside long of B. So good looks by Utica. They do get the plant off. They got to play some hard-nosed defense now as those cabbages were sent out. And Pace is possibly going to be taking this one as a nice defuse, but Wizard plays a fantastic flank.
Wizards been all over the place here, but they need some help from Joey because here come the rest of Pace, all three together. Joey can hear the jumping noises and can see everybody leaping out, but they're knocked down along with Wizard. Pace play together to take back their momentum.
I like how knowing that they were basically playing that side flank angle from backside of Iron Tube, that they're like, okay, they keep peeking me. Let me just not move. I know that my teammate's jumping on top of it. Slam Dunkosaurus letting the job be done by Mist. So good looks to play cool, calm, and collected. And Pace will already go up 3-1. And early timeout here. I actually like these early kinds of timeouts because of what they can see. I don't want them to just be kind of mulling it over. Give yourself a moment to breathe.
We also come in with a game plan that is so subject to what your opponents bring to the table, right? You don't really give yourself too much time to talk about the opponent's comp, and you also don't get a ton of time to talk about where they end up positioning around the map as well. So for Utica, especially as they're setting the tone on attack, you want to give your team the opportunity to discuss that further. And this really is near the point where Pace started running away with map number 1. You see that happen here again, and you find yourself an opportunity to stop that from happening, you're definitely going to take it. This is a different showing so far, though. Out of Pace on the kill count. You can see it there. Mist. Actually, the kill leader at this point. Do you think Slam Dunkosaurus is giving Mist an earful because of that? How come they're not on the lead on the scoreboard?
I don't know. Maybe they are. They're gonna be yelling at Louis like, "Hey, you slacker!
Yeah.
What? No kills? What? No maidens? Oh my goodness!" So 3-1. This is a very important round in particular because for Utica, I mean, they're max creding through this round. They have just enough for a later position because I think they were actually on the lesser end of that bye. So it's Pace is in control, both economically and generally. For Utica, can't let this one just kind of get sidelined. You do have the base quake for Pace if they want to repel an immediate push, but look how they're trying to take over 2 separate lanes. Maybe even rotate off of this if they find a pick from short.
Yeah, that B-side teleporter could prove very useful for them. That is, if Slam Dunk doesn't take the position right away. Backing off of it, working up that sideline from A proves dangerous. Henzo does eventually get the trade, but they're low on HP, and they haven't quite spotted Fisher inside that sky smoke. That is until they whip out the spray and makes Fisher pray. The orbital strike is there, forcing Zin inside Lamp, who gets taken down. And what a turnaround now for Utica.
That was a very aggressive orbital strike. Wow. They knew that the rotation was going to come quickly from out of Pace, so they separate them just as they were trying to come through that Iron Tube link. And so Pace going to have to rely on Mist as well as Slam Dunkosaur. He's going to try and open up at least a target. They're gonna have Thrash come out. Oh, they get stunned from around the other side, and Mist cannot protect them. The timer will go just long enough, and Akiras will grab 2 kills. Utica right back in this.
I mean, you had your 2 kill leaders. You had that jump as well, and if Mist is able to protect their teammate, I see a way out of that round. But credit to Utica, who, I mean, start of this round, 2 are taken down. It doesn't look very promising, but somehow Henzo turns around with those 2 kills and that instant ult. The presence of mind to flip that round on its head was fantastic out of Henzo.
Maybe if you wait an extra half second for them to run out, go to Cubby, maybe you find a kill or 2, and maybe we have a different conversation, but maybe babies are left at the old crib. Utica, they already used that Armageddon, trying to be able to separate everyone. You've got a paint shell that gets rid of Mist, and it is an instant scrap. Showstopper gets popped from out of Fisher, and they may be chasing someone trying to plant behind them.
Ooh, don't think they got the damage there. They're going to recoup their losses with the paint shell, in which Wizard does take quite a bit of damage for. As you can see, it doesn't stop them from actually planting the spike. JCK trying to reserve themselves to a safer part of that site with their poison orb. And Wizard hoping they can find one. Very low HP in this sequence as they pivoted around the tube. They obviously have to hope that no one's above them as they do find the elimination on the Zin. They're the last ones remaining. Coming around the corner just in time, but eventually going down to slam dunk is Pace. Once again, go right back up by 2.
Now we'll bring Convergent Paths online for Slam Dunkosaur, and now again, Pace reconvenes to a position they've been to before. A two-round lead in the early half of the first half, as we already worked through our first 6. And not exactly your best looking buy on either side, but still guns being bought. So they've been kind of staggering which weapons they want to go with. If they end up kind of playing into some of these lesser ones, you've got a Stinger for Wizard. But, I mean, it's not the best position either for Pace. Still, they're just finding some of these angles easier than what Utica's looking at. And look how they've put actually only a couple here on A, as they're just going to swallow this one up from the shower position and allow these lanes to develop over towards lamps.
Hey, that's a much more effective showstopper than what we saw in the last round, and mauling them down into the ground is Utica. Just a storm onto site. And as you mentioned, there weren't that many reinforcements positioned on A. They got outnumbered and outblasted as well. A spectacle to be seen on the site with that showstopper. Now for Louis. Not a lot of time here to actually make anything out of this round. They'll have to cubby up and hold on to their weapon. Utica respond effectively, and now we're at that Markel Monkey Man of 3 points to Utica. This is their nightmare situation. Can they get over this hurdle of gathering a 4th point in map 2?
That means that, I guess that round number 8 will really be a lot more telling to us, because when it went 3-5, Utica never saw light ever again. They were caught in the dungeon of despair against Pace on Pearl. So, different beast. Louis is not a chamber. And that actually has hindered them, at least the way that they were hungry for kills. But it's really activated the sky with mist. So, see if anything like that maybe challenges them. They are considering bringing out the hero rifle because this is the lesser eco for Pace, and they will stick with that. So you've got one rifle defensively, then everything else is just kind of a shrug. And Utica with the ability to maybe turn this into something that you find momentum with.
And that coveted 4th round for them. Missed avoiding the boom bot. And that hero rifle has already gathered a kill on the side of Pace. Not for the lack of teammates to stay alive, though. That's 2 down on their side. 1 position now on B for Pace, as that is where we see many of the players. They'll swing around to that B long, as a teleporter will remain an option. Maybe not an option that's taken, though. Enzo removed from that A side. Everybody positioning around B instead, removing one with those salvos, but being flashed. And so that's actually Mist staying alive, now firing away with the classic, getting a kill. And suddenly with Mist's removal, slam dunk, it's going to be the last remaining. Enzo puts an end to that, and Utica take their expected round.
Instantly a different definition by far from what Pearl was to what Bind is, and Utica in a much stronger position. The one rifle that existed did find a frag. That was about it from out of Fisher. So now they end up full strength, full rifle round on either side, and Utica get a lead. That's something we have not seen. That has been in question for a while. So for Henzo and company, and Henzo continues to absolutely execute, what can they do? They're gonna have to walk their way straight through some of the mix-up smokes as they want to take over this long lane up into lamps. But they decide to immediately reconvene. But look at the rotation. Pace read this.
Yeah, they seem ready for it. As an orb could be taken on long, but in the meantime, Akiros does get that swing and kill. With the trade right away, and slam dunk takes down 2 in the garden. Creating a graveyard. Will they see the fruits of that labor? Fisher Locks right on the site and takes care of it. You were right, Hail Monkey Man. Pace were ready.
Soon as I saw that one go up, there was just some itch in the back of the brain of Pace that this was going to turn into a designed rotation. And maybe it wasn't immediately designed. It was like pinned to paper or pinned to napkin, rather, from out of Utica. They're like, you know what? Let's do this. Why not? But, like, they had, what's her face? They had Louis rotating from back to fender side spawn, and you just saw him coming over. They're like, oh, yeah, they're coming here. And they just stopped him at the door.
It's impressive, and Pace have done exactly what we expected out of them, which was not allow Utica to take the lead, and they will continue to hold the line. 2 kills from Mist in this Viper's Pit. Mist once more, but may have gotten a little more than they asked for. Pushing out of that pit into the rest of Utica, they go down.
Unfortunately, they ended up blinding themselves in the old gack. That's not what you want to do if you're a Sky, so gave themselves up as a blind target. Utica, perhaps if they can be able to find a pick, walk their way into sight. They know they've got a couple of people stunned, and now they've got them gunned. Wizard gets rid of Slam. Louis finds one. Wizard's on a 3K, and they're going to actually set up this pit. Maybe an over-investment, but they've decided it's well worth the while.
Utica have been able to go back and forth with Pace throughout this game, and part of the reason is because they continue to invest their ultimates. That is Fisher recognizing right away that JCK is close to this shroud, and they're rewarded for it. They go back and forth from the pit. Zen taking over and winning it for Pace.
That's a tough round. That seems reminiscent of when we saw Pearl right in the same motion I kept talking about. They had both of the pits invested. You had an overblind by Mist, getting rid of Slam. Fantastic work to at least make it difficult to render it down to 2. But then Zen just recognizing, all right, they're playing right close quarters around each other. They're probably playing a crossfire angle, so why not go and chase them down? Is Joey going to lead off with this Thrash? That would be an interesting way to clear out showers immediately and get their ult back. They might do it.
Well, they're going to find action right away with Pace scaling it. And that Thresh will find it with that, ooh, combat stim, but with the operator, it's removed right away. Fisher does get a kill with it. Showstopper to the other side to remove Wizard, and Fisher gets more. Emblazoned from the operator to the Phantom to nearly a 4th kill. Joey is the antidote for now of Utica. It's a 2v2.
Thrash up's gonna be up in 5 seconds, so
behind them, Joey. Didn't see him coming.
Unfortunate. Mist and company, it was a solid rotation. As soon as they knew that all the pressure was aimed at showers, they took that long road from Marketplace, from that front end of Hookah. Fisher just could be their very loud decoy, gaining all POVs from Joey and JCK. And as soon as there was too much time locked on target, it just became too late to respond.
Last round from the first half. This is the largest lead that we've seen so far in this game. 3 points to Pace. The opportunity to make it 4. Armageddon along with that orbital strike is going to cause some absolute mayhem. And backside as well as the front side of shower is taken down. That means quite a few of them are going to be trapped into lamp. Is there an antidote for that? You could send the salvos. Spike does go down. And still, Pace cooped up in lamp in backside. They will not be punished for it. The flash is there along with the operator strike. The salvos are out to delay the defuse, but certainly it will not be a delay enough. JCK on the shower side is out of there, as is Wizard. A quick plant for Utica, but that's all they walk away with.
Wow. I mean, I like the double execute from the orbital strike as well as the Armageddon. If only they'd known how how glorious that entrapping play, because Wizards Armageddon, he's had it a step forward, would have maybe been able to at least force them to the back line of that Iron Hall, but I mean, they just couldn't cover those more vertical angles, especially from up in heaven. So we flip halves, and Pace is right back on pace. They've taken 4 in a row. Utica, this defense has to find some level of structure. It looks like they're gonna have at least be plussed up on the A side of the situation. Obviously, you get your pretty regular Tox wall that goes from off of that B line over to the teleporter and then comes out to the other side in front of showers. So they aim to challenge that. This is a 4 versus 3 immediately.
Right off the bat, indeed. Wizard down. And Fisher gets 1, and oh my, the Dizzy traded with the bird. Even there's a teleport action that wants to be a part of the party as JCK and Akiros are able to take advantage, and they've completely taken over Shower, the Spike. There's not a lot of options here for Louis.
The good news is that we know that they're really good with their shots. The problem is being able to face off with anyone before having to deal with maybe 2 or 3 separate looks on this lane. Now, LCK is the only one that's staring at him. The other 2 are looking towards that entering position of Shower, but JCK, they will be the better Viper this time around. So, good looks from out of Utica.
Yeah, great indeed. Trap set and executed upon, as they just ripped them apart in that position. Kind of a revenge play as well, you know, when you think about all the bloodshed that we've seen from that area of the map thus far. FaZe hoping they can figure it out with a re-hit on this next round, but with this kind of weaponry, it ain't gonna be easy.
Treating on back. This will be, I think this is the first pistol that we've gotten as a win for Utica through the last 4 of them. Trying to at least delay them with a quick salvo, and that's actually going to be a kill by Wizard. Quick 2Ks, Zen and Louis hitting the floor. They're going to actually get too quickly. Oh my goodness, a 4K out of Wizard. Even they were just left to stand surprised that they hit the 2 1-taps.
You'd think fortune favors you if you get the kill with the salvo, but there was so much more to still come. Popping heads is Wizard on those final 2 kills. What shots from the Guardian to keep Utica on their momentum in the second half.
And now look at them setting up for the 4-1 split. Everyone's going to get rowdy here in short. They're going to keep it quiet just to be able to lead up. This play has to be telegraphed. Zen, now with that Dizzy coming out, is going to get a bit extended. Oh, but they start to read it. They don't have their gun out as they step into the smoke, and suddenly Utica, that's solid execution, leaves Louis one more time by themselves.
Oh, it's an awesome set play to set the tone and keep the second half on their side. And you wonder here for Louis, do you have to wait for someone else to come through the teleporter? Are you gonna able to be surviving this barrage of shots? They did take some damage, so I think they'll go down.
Oh, it's a deep angle. Oh yeah, okay.
They'll save us the time and the hassle.
Yeah. All right, you know what? I kind of want to save this gun, but we need to move this clock along. So, yeah, let's move out.
So that is a rare sight to see. 3 rounds in a row Utica will take. And as a result, it's a difficult buy for Pace. But keep in mind, Ale Monkey Man, they've been pretty clean with their shots. And Slam, he's got the Bucky.
That's very true. Slam Dunkosaur. It's a little bit different because it's not exactly a 4 CQC situation. Both the shots from that Outlaw don't land. In fact, Akiros has to retreat because they were shot in the old tummy. So, oh, Louis, free target. Why in the world? I mean, they see the majority coming through, but they both leave the discipline away. Now you got Wizard trying to at least put a couple of those guided salvos out. It will re-peak. Mist is ready for it. And every time we see a Thrifty, we're seeing Pace in good positions. But now it's a 1 versus 3, and Slam Dunkasaur has a lot of work to do.
Well, the Outlaw missed the initial shots, but it will have the final say in the fight. And yeah, this situation was tough there. Wizard kind of left Henzo out to dry, but there's no better way to redeem your team than get the next 3 kills. Like, that's an honest say of like, okay, I made a mistake. I'm the reason Henzo went down, but I'm also the reason we won the round.
Now, are we going to see? It's been 4 for 4. We finally go to another rifle round. Pace has not allowed Utica to get a lead. They've gone and tied it, and they've never let it. Armageddon's online for Utica. And they've been basically barrel rolling in squads of 3 and 4 in these longer lanes. They aim to take down Fisher, and they do so effectively. Zen gets rid of JCK, who is all by their lonesome. So now, do you end up fighting it out over into short? Where does Utica end up going? Because they've only got 1 man defending Henzo by himself.
Yeah, I don't know if Henzo's ready for the action here. They do end up going down by Slam Dunkasaur, who takes a higher position and avoids the salvos as well. Spike does go down. Salvos won't delay that, and nothing will delay Louis on the advancement through Shower, picking up 1 and then positioning themselves on this bench, which doesn't appear to be too safe, but treating the map like a playground and jumping around the salvos they will to stay safe.
I'm so surprised that there was enough room on that box to not die to the AoE. Wizard, Utica have to be able to retake into this. They use that Dizzy to at least mark their spots. Mist is on that off angle in that double box, and now it's just Joey by themselves, and they will be the last man into the body bag. So Pace continues to lead from just an inch ahead, not allowing Utica to sniff that lead yet.
And that's gotta be exhausting if you're Utica. I mean, again, they get 4 rounds in a row. They bring it to a tie game. And once again, they're pushed off the lead. But, you know, sometimes this is the kind of thing that makes a team fight harder. This is also having all the rumblings, Hail Monkey Man, of that 1917 you mentioned you had seen earlier before these teams. You gotta wonder if we're going down the long haul with this one.
I was starting to feel that way, and I didn't want to put it into the world, but now that you've said it, I feel... Yeah, you know, it's okay. But it does scream that, though. But that's also about how well now Pace kind of corrals this aggressive Utica defense. For the first time in now 4 rounds, Utica's not pressing out. They don't have the advantage. They're not trying to snowball their way as like maybe a 4-stack into some of these longer lanes. They're playing much more default. The initial non-complex and just ease of that first wall has been set up by both of their Vipers. Louis does not want to deal with nothing. They're actually going to have to deal with separation anxiety because that salvo will split them up. Oh!
Okay, Slam Dunk. Just treat the map like it's yours. Instant teleport after the kill, but JCK... Make sure that Utica have a say in this round. In the meantime, Mist has moved with the spike all the way through the map. And Louis wasn't going to get away with that. Mist maybe taking Wizard by surprise and also taking their weapon. I think that Utica are keen to what Mist wants to do, wrap around the entire map. And, well, I don't think they're getting that spike down. Enzo puts an end to that.
That's one of those plays that if it works, it's awesome, and the aggression is insane. That tap right there was nutty. JCK finding 2 as they walk into hookah is also so necessary for Utica to still keep Pace from setting up shop. But this is also, I feel like, Mist outthinking themselves. So it's one of those, like, do you make the decision after you get that kill through attack or a defender side spawn? Do you keep walking over to A, or do you come back to B? Tough call. So much of this game is just a puzzle.
It is. And you can only make informed decisions and have the confidence thereafter to make the decision and go with it. That's what they do. Immediate push into Lamp from Pace here as they do take over the site, but we'll obviously have to deal with the retake out of Utica. They've got all 5 members. They've got 3 ultimates. This could get messy in the pit.
It committed. You've got the convergent paths. They have a showstopper if they just want to kind of swing for the fences from this retake. It's a 5v5. It's going to be even louder. And Armageddon to clear it. They will do so, which means they have to come forward. Already you get one defender out of the way. Wizard has to continue to execute, but they're taken out by Mist. And then you're still in a solid position if you're Pace, especially as Bucky's are gaming.
And we will not see the light of day from that showstopper. I thought maybe the combo between that and the Armageddon would take care of anyone left in the pit, but no, the flank was killed. Wizard could not get that kill after the stun. And yeah, Pace hold their own, so they continue to take that lead no matter what.
An inch ahead, still not letting them see the light of day and head above water. They can tread and they can be there the same level as Pace, but Utica cannot get above them. We have another timeout, so let's see what's on the board. Ton of ultimates either side, to be sure. Two big AoE ultimates on the side of Pace if they want to make things just insanely slow and loud. Imagine getting slowed and concussed at the same time. You just time warp yourself in the middle of what Pace could push with, and post plant hold. And for Utica, they can defend well against it well with their own slurry of the same. But I don't know. I feel like this screams less to what the ults are available and more like, hey guys, we continue to kind of let ourselves get lost for whenever they're moving on the site.
I'm mostly curious from Utica's standpoint, is it going to be like an aggressive defensive posture, or are they going to rely on the retake? Because they seemed to rely on the retake last round. It didn't work out for them even with the Armageddon, but in previous rounds this half, they kind of take the onus of pushing one side and getting that first blood, and then it dominoes after that. You could see a couple players positioned in shower, and the spike down from Pace, so maybe a slow start as they start to scan the map and see where especially that Viper's pit is at.
Pace is playing it slow to that long B lane, and they have not seen as of yet where the Viper's pit is at. It hasn't extended into short, so they do not understand yet that this has been postured to opposite of hookah. So this is going to solo funnel them if they decide that B is where they want to execute. They're trying to get some information. They know people are here. That doesn't really tell you much. Someone's generally saying backside. This conversion paths aims to clear this lamp side. That was all of a decoy. Orbital strike will separate them, and Henzo gets rid of one of the most dangerous people in the entirety of the map.
That's right. They're down, and Pace just have no lane to enter. Louis removed. Last remaining of Fisher. And unless they want to step through lava and be terminated that way, they'll have to wait. Gyros will put an end to that. So good work from Utica to really slice up the map, create very few options for Pace, and mow them down wherever they ended up.
Again, we're tied. Best we've seen is a tie. And this is one of the best opportunities for Utica, possibly, to find themselves on the better end of it. Because Pace is not exactly economically sound. Now, when that happens, for some reason, Thrifties are actually Utica's crux. So, will that be the same thing here? You've got a Kyros with an operator. Where are they postured up? Long B. That is going to be a tough call to get through. And Wizard already gets rid of Louis, so this is promising.
Ooh, that is a nice guiding light, but that is an even better kill. One shot, two down. The Kyros does end up paying with their life, but it's one that you think is worth it.
Hit him with the old Quigley. If you're a Halo knower, you know. Oh, trying to lead with a guided salvo. Slam Dunkosaurus takes a very aggressive angle. The stealth drone will tattletale on them. They're going to toss a saturate to at least not let them through, but it landed a bit short. So they're going to be right at that doorway. Be careful. Going to aim to reposition. Zen does at least have a door. Dizzy knows that someone's inside of this hall. Henzo has been cooking in this round. Slam Dunkosaur, much to be desired. They should be able to defuse. Protected much the same. They've got him lined up, but Henzo will protect. And suddenly, for the first time in this series, Utica gets to see the lead.
And I don't think they're going to take a breath. There is no sense of relief for this team because even that round was close. There's the double kill from Akiros that, well, was the highlight of that round. And Utica, they've done so much work to take the lead and put this match into a winning position, but they've got a lot to work against still. Pace take their time out to set up a game plan.
And if you're Utica, that went swimmingly. I mean, you knew that you were going to take an aggressive angle with Akiros onto that operator. It's already kind of odd to, well, not exactly odd, but it's definitely not your chamber styling to have your raise with an op. But if they pop out with it, hey, make it work. Finding a two-piece, a collat, a quiggly, whatever you want to call it, a 2-for-1 off of that lane, that's just mwah, chef's kiss. For Pace, this is a solid timeout. And if anything, not just a lead here, Pyro, but Utica sees Pace being forced to take a timeout for the first time this series. So mental confidence has also been gained.
They have that ability to take that confidence into a win here with a few in a row. They did start this half with 4 in a row. So you'd think that they can get a few to stack here at the end. They've taken the approach of dominating both long sides. It's going to be difficult to dominate if you got a bazooka in your face. Akiros once again has gotten 2 kills. I don't think Akiros is going to survive much longer on 16 HP, but they do save their life as Pace aim to take over on B site.
It's going to be a snap response from Joey. They've handed off the gun between Akiros to Joey to hang out further backside. Good protection onto that gun, to be honest, as well as just kind of flipping expectations with Pace. Showstopper in the hands of Fisher. Oh, they saw that gun. And there he goes. All right, that's exactly the payoff that Utica was looking for.
That was the only ultimate that could have gone online for Pace as well. Okay,
What?
There you go, and right through it. Yep, why not? Louis does not get rewarded for such a brave maneuver, but the team will come out with the win, of course. Utica on map point. After such a brawl, such a back and forth, now they can enjoy not just the 1, but the 2-point lead.
Had the possibility to go into a tied series, and with game 3 possibly being where match point is garnered, Utica has kept their composure, kept their head about them. Oh, little does Joey know how close the shots were over his head, and Henzo protecting his backside. So for Utica, this is a big moment. The Pioneers need this game because Pace feels like they've finally been stopped at the door. Got a Showstopper as the only ultimate currently online. A few could be. You have Seekers that could come up here for Mist. Joey? I mean, they give away that this operator is still in this long lane.
They do. And this has been their strength, this area here at Long B. Fisher clearing the site with that Showstopper, and I think Akiros was a little bit scared that Showstopper would come for them, so they had to actually take the engagement. As a result, they land right into the crosshair of Pace. Pace finally are able to get that spike on site.
Seekers are tattletelling on Utica that they're trying to come in through that defensive side spawn, so all eyes look to top side site. Gonna throw out a couple of guided salvos, but the paint shells come for Joey and company. Trying to just force their way in. They got a 2-round lead, and they know that overtime's the only way that they can be beaten here on Bind. But they're getting a little bit too ambitious, aiming for a defuse right in their face. They actually covered up with a poison orb, and that's gonna be a shorty. Joey coming alive. Zen is able to get rid of him finally. Becomes a 1 versus 1. Zen does not see him. Oh, Wizard cannot get the defuse, and he doesn't come away with his life. So Pace still wins the round.
Woo! Game down to the wire. And I thought that Pace would come out with 2 ultimates. We saw that Showstopper really take space and force Akiros out to go down as the first blood, but we also had a judge online. I thought maybe Slam Dunkasaur was going to make a little bit of explosive remarks with that gun, but instead they held the line, they got the kills in enough time, and they've pushed to what could be 1 round away from OT.
You could say they might do something judicious with the judge. Oh, big
my.
blind.
Oh
Henzo! Oh my. They have a chance to be able to do the craziest thing. They're going to throw the orbital strike and force them forward. They separate them at the seams. Zen gets rid of 2.
No way.
Joey and Henzo are out of the way.
Wait, because they forced Zen out from that orbital strike, and they nearly find a 3rd kill. But in their pursuit of it, go down. It is a 13-11 final score for that Utica win. And, well, hey, Monkey Man, Utica took the lead at the right time.
Absolutely did. This is a team that as soon as they were just clawing at the ankles of Pace, they're like, we got to get there. We can take a breath. We can take a moment. Let's be able to finally execute. And they did. And suddenly when Pace was on their heels, they didn't really have a big response. That was a great previous round, but it felt like there was a huge investment to it. So couldn't really catch up. And remember the last time these 2 teams were able to trade blows, it went 2-1 in a best of 3. Well, it's a best of 5, so I hope you guys are already making dinner because it's probably going to end up going that way. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and map number 3 will be on the way. It's going to be more of the ECC Championships right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J, and we are now officially, I know I said it before, but I'm saying it again, smack dab in the middle, possibly the exact middle of our ECC Valorant Championship, because we are in game number 3 of a best of 5. This one's very important, because if you were at 2-0, then it would be a championship point. If you're at 1-1, like we are, then someone's getting the championship point. We're guaranteed to have 4 maps. In case you haven't seen what's gone down, well, it's down below. As Utica picked up that 13-11, finally sneaking their way just beyond pace.
They were starting to scare me a little bit. There was like this impassable wall of, no, Utica, you may not be in the lead. It was 6-5, then 6-6. It was 8-7, then it was 8-8, and so on and so forth, until finally they crossed the barrier at 11-10 and ended up taking that win. That's resilience from Utica. That is mental stability, and that kind of fortitude is what's going to take them through this whole match. So long way to go still for them, but with Lotus up next, curious to see what kind of lineups we see. Now, Hail Monkey Man, I know you were educating me. You were like, yeah, I'm not surprised to see no Sentinel on Bind. What are you expecting for Lotus, though?
I do like a Senti on this map, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually went back to having a Chamber. Now, that's kind of 2024 patches, and I've seen it return every now and then, but you're going to get a lot of Clove. You're going to get kind of what I was expecting on this one. Okay, I've seen Slam Dunkasaur take ISO one time, just one time, and I didn't see it on a Lotus beforehand. So okay. This was, but having a double controller is pretty prototypical. You basically pick Viper and then you go either with a Clove or an Omen. JCK is floating that idea in their head, but for Utica, they haven't been dependent upon the Sentinel. So I gotta know if Wizards just continuing to pick this Tejo. I feel like that's my biggest question.
The Tejo's been good for them. I do like seeing Slam Dunkasaur pivot off the Waylay, because I know you're talking about, oh, they really like the Yoru on Bind. I kind of hindsight 2020, but I feel like that Yoru could have been really good for pace. Okay, the Neon on Lotus makes a lot of sense. We've seen Neon a lot in Valorant at this time, and on a big map like Lotus, you can get those quick rotates. Maybe my favorite Sentinel being picked here from Henzo. I do like myself a Vise, to be fair. I don't know that I always choose them on Lotus, but that is the case for Henzo. We get one Sentinel. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So, and if I'm thinking Sentis, I'm thinking aggressive ones, or I'm thinking ones that just cannot be usurped. When it comes to C-Site, you either are looking at your Cyphers or your Vises. Now, Vise got nerfed into hell when it came about a year ago or so, and because they were too powerful. They were absolutely like impenetrable. It was seen in VCT. It was absolute control from out of Vises. They decided all Sentinels will suffer, and it's Vise's fault. They have one of the coolest aesthetics, by the way. I love the robotics. I love steel. Yes. It's all really cool, but
Sentinel that has a flash, come on.
Right, yeah. Like, and now we have controllers that have a heal. So,
there are no rules anymore.
No, none. Everyone's just a flex or whatever the heck you want to call it. So for Utica, they're over to defense. Pace is going to have to run it up first. And Mist floating off over to the Fade. Not at all difficult to kind of see that happen. But in opposite of that, Wizard has gone, in fact, to the sky. So kind of flipping who they held as agents.
Those are some fair pivots, and I do like the Fade choice a lot on Lotus. There's some incredibly effective Haunt lineups on this map that I'm looking forward to see. That being said, the Hunt carrying agent is scaled quite a bit far up B to try to get maybe a flank or some kind of lurk kill, but the kills are going to be made on the A side instead. Rubble tends to be fought for throughout these rounds on Lotus. It is won over by Pace at this time as they carry on with their 3v2.
Slam Dunkasaur off of the ISO can take advantage of these longer angles, especially with that double tap shield online, and so making good use of that to clear at least their entry point to go into tree. OEFPS has to raw peek. Henzo actually helps them out as they'll go to that drop side. They know that they're both basically, in fact, all call-outs say that they're over towards tree. So Henzo and Joey better be acting together. Oh, it's an over-under. They find one, but Mist will be the last man standing as they'll turn this first pistol into an absolute win.
Enzo starting off pretty hot here at the start of Lotus, but in the end, even with those couple of kills, could not win over for the team. That Rumble fight is something I'm really interested in continuing to watch here, because you could tell the utility was hitting from Utica, but the shots were hitting harder from Pace.
That's really the biggest difference. I think we've seen a little bit of better gun game from out of Pace majority of the time.
Yeah.
But this game is only half gun game. Maybe 65% gun game. So how do you rock your utility? Sliding forward, the Neon did not work very well for Akiros the last time when we saw it on Pearl. This time it's a solid distraction.
I was gonna say, is it gun gamers or the numbers game? Utica moving through together, and they've essentially swapped positions from defense to attack. On the spawn right now is Utica from the attacker's perspective, but they're not walling the correct side. Zin catches a little bit of damage there, but guess what else they've caught? They've gathered the spike, and Wizard has quite a ways to go to play against this one.
Wizard's like, where's this gun?
Yeah.
You keep telling me there's a gun nearby. There was, in fact, no gun. It was all of a ruse. There is one to the side.
Ooh,
There we
that's
go.
a good one.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. I'm not
Do
much
you
of a
reload
guardian.
here, though?
Yeah, no, 2 headshots. Easy.
Okay.
Yeah. Just wait. Is anyone going to tell them to reload?
Ooh,
Okay, now. Yeah.
there it is. Hey, we saw some very snappy Guardian
Oh!
shots earlier, and I guess we're gonna see him again. 1 kill down. Zen gets the trade. That one did come close, though.
I'm surprised that, I mean, for the, I guess the portion of that fight, you find the one solid pick on the slam dunk, but why do you not fake tap? Like, you kind of just full send and see if you can get half? But, so, I mean, the initial portion of this round was just flip-floppy. That was a solid shot, by the way, but kind of an overcommit by Wizard. It's still,
Yeah.
You've made this into a non-bonus round. Look at the early buy-up for round 3.
Wow. Wow. Full rifles here on this round, as it is going to once again be one of those gunfights. We talked about how Pace have kind of won over in that regard. They're going to have to try it extra hard here as they crash onto the B site, push everybody apart. And Utica will focus on that retake, or will they have to? Henzo is still lighting it up today, along with Joey. 3 kills off the mark, headshots galore. Gather another one, why don't ya? Joey with a couple as well. And Pace go down to the Rifles Supreme.
That means that Pace is already in the eco bin off of a very aggressive buy. They want to change up that regular pattern, I guess, if you will. Enzo has consistently in recent times become kind of my short-term MVP. They've definitely been able to keep a lot of Utica's hopes and dreams alive through individual antics. So loving that they've come alive, because we were dependent upon Wizard and I think Akiros for much of that. But I want to continue to look at Henzo. They've definitely shown up recently.
Yeah, Wizard had an unbelievable bind on that Tejo, and Henzo was kind of the second in command. And then on Pearl, Henzo made some really clutch plays, I believe on the Astra, just on a couple different sites where they were on their lonesome. But yeah, it feels like they've been coming alive as this day has gone on. And now they're one off the ultimate for Vise. So maybe with an early kill, they're going to be able to turn the tables for their team. Okay, forget the Neon. Forget maybe the Sky too? No, Wizard comes in with that kill, but Paint Shells. Oh, take out 2 onto Utica. And Pace look like they've got this round in the bag. That is, unless JCK can turn things around.
Hot feet, hot feet, hot feet. Ton of explosives. It's like when I accidentally threw an M80 at my feet, just trying to be able to have some fun times in high school. Instead, 2 people go down. Showstopper, if they must. A plant on C. JCK finally gets the the idea. Ooh. Yep. Yeah, that's just to make sure it gets over. Thrifty round here from out of pace as they'll turn into another 3-1.
Fisher said, I don't want this to be interesting at all. We are going to put a stop to that. Oh, that is just a unbelievable shot out of Louis. It's very unfortunate that it followed up with those misses onto Wizard. And then everybody succumbed to the paint shells and then the showstopper. I like JCK, though, kind of trying to over-position on the ramp so that they can get a cheeky headshot before that showstopper comes in. All right, Hail Monkey Man, another one of your early timeouts that you like so much.
I love them so much. They're so good. All right, and I'm going to use the entirety of this one to make a call to Riot. Please, please make the showstopper shootable. Okay?
Oh.
If the rocket's coming at me, they were dead on line with that thing being slung directly at JCK. I want to be able to shoot that thing and have it explode midair. What do you think?
No. See, it's not about that. You either need to be a Raze or a Waylay or a Omen. Like the utility is there to get away from it, right? To dodge it. And,
you want to be shooting it? Come on.
Yeah, I don't think so. You know, and if you're, I don't know, if you're just a clove, oh well. You know, you got to eat it.
That's hate. That's clove hate.
Yet.
Okay. All right. So none of my people out there would like to see you be able to like. All right, showstoppers flying. You can shoot it out of midair.
How about a Fortnite rocket ride?
I mean, you can do the thing with the cloud burst from Jet. Yeah, people can fly on that. So you know.
Amazing.
Yeah. I don't suggest you do it, but you can. Ace in their traditional early lead. 3-1. Aim to execute here directly forward. They want to uppercut with that vulnerability going through that mid portion of hut. They use a contingency to at least give themselves a wall. Snapshot shooting from out of Joey, though, will put them on the floor.
If these guys get to map 5, I want an all sheriff fight because these snapshots are ridiculous. That being said, it's not going to do all the work. Utica have to deal with a reposition now from Pace, and they're going to make a marathon out of it. Or so it seemed. Like it's locked down onto B, and oh yeah, no, it's going to be a marathon. Fisher wants to make the whole journey.
Oh, Steel Garden comes up, and this is exactly what they're trying to scare them away from. Might be able to just quickly defuse in their face. They're going to take this fight directly to this hall, and they have to actually move their way through this quick straightaway. Now you have a bunch up. You actually have the not dead yet. Fisher finding a quick target. They're actually going to look straight down into them, and Zen finds 3. Wow. So Pace ran away. Steel Garden came up, but they were already pre-positioning for that.
They were. They completely saw it coming. And I think that's a reminder for Utica to not allow themselves to be so telegraphed, right? It's such an obvious retake ultimate, and Pace did a great job of saying, you know what, we don't need to pivot off to C. We have the site. Slam it down and get out of that Steel Garden's range.
Yeah, because even if you hear someone immediately trying to defuse, like just ninja defuse right behind you, okay, we'll turn around, we'll take them out. So let's leave, let's create space. And that's where so much of these like better teams look to like 2 to 3 steps ahead. Like, all right, here's their ultimate, this is what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave. Like there's no question. Quick duel from out of rubble. Akiros is gonna get one of those quick stunners as they get rid of one of their key players. Raze out of the way. Fisher put to bed, but they also have the ability to use the kill contract if they want to go fishing.
Got a few different targets to take out with it as well. If they really want to go for it. Thing to keep in mind, though, is it's not going to provide them an empty site. So they'd have to come in with the reinforcements along with it. 45 seconds remaining still in the round. They will leave a lurker on that A side while the rest pivot off. Kill contract now, if utilized on B, would provide quite a bit of entry. Got a lot of utility alongside of that as well, including the wall. You've got the haunt. And some smokes. Looks like that's going to be the avenue. They'll wait for the door to punch on A and then provide the smokes to get onto site. JCK at the ready. Paranoia is available as well. And they think about pushing with that Paranoia, but instead they'll wait for the rest of the team.
Now they have the ability to utilize the kill contract as a post-plant device. Akiros and company need to be able to move through secret. Had some eyes in the back of their head. That's a fast trade. Joey gets rid of Slam Dunk. Again, very necessary piece to get rid of. The overdrive's online. Akiros is just going to protect themselves with full-on lightning. Misses, hoping that this haunt will be able to work out. Rather, they're just going to have to bend back. Prowler couldn't do much for them. And Utica, this kind of right in the middle of it all, doesn't let Pace truly set up.
Yeah, I think they did a great job of finding an area to get this spike down. They even left some numbers on site to get that initial kill there, but Utica just did a better job playing with numbers, getting their trades, and taking advantage of all the space that was eventually provided by Pace on that site. You can't win them all by planting the spike down and exiting the site.
Yeah, and to that end, they didn't have a post-plant angle. Like, when they made that plant, they put it into the pit, and that was because they couldn't guarantee that someone from heaven wasn't going to look at them. So they had to plant against the wall, which didn't give it to anyone that was in that door transition link to be able to kind of spam through smoke. So, good job by Utica, keeping them on their toes. And the steel thorns, ready to at least rip off your socks if you try to walk through, and the shear is ready to trap you much the same. Fisher and the gang. Looks like they're just gonna walk straight through. Kill contract comes up. Slam dunked, aiming to win this duel, and they do so. Double tap comes up. They get rid of Joey. That means one solid controller will open the doorway.
I mean, that slam dunk at the kill contract. If you're taken up by that, you're facing the best duelist right now in this game that we've seen in terms of fragging potential. You're pretty much out. Joey eliminated in that regard. Mist follows up with the kill as well. Utica under-resourced on their retake, and especially so as Henzo's removed. A couple back towards spawn may elect to save weaponry, as there's really no hope to take the win here.
Yeah, no, there is no point of entry. That's where Lotus is both open and closed. I talk often about audibles, especially, hey, shout out over to Hunter Tane, who was here a little bit ago, talking about football. And for Lotus, it leaves you several door options. Rotating, you have 3 sites, you have the ability to kind of transition very quickly and laterally between them. But as soon as you also have direct crossfire control of those little hallways, it's also impossible to get back in. It's a lot of close quarters and too many ratty angles to have to decipher in that amount of time.
We like a map that keeps all those options available, and we've seen Pace take advantage of the rotates when there's a different decision to make. And we've also seen them utilize the spacing in the ultimates. We saw that kill contract open up some area. They have the Nightfall this time around.
Over there.
A couple of their options posited for the C side, as it looks like their Raze is going to make quite a bit of noise on A with that toxic screen, but Slam Dunk is not wasting any time to put shots on for this side. Will eat the guiding light and trying to make some others vulnerable in the process. Couple kills do go the way of Pace, though, in this engagement, as Akiros will try to at least salvage a kill, finding 2 and, almost 2, and keeping their life, but instead go down.
I was sure they were going to be able to escape that, but in one quick turnaround, and Zen was able to get him down. 3 versus 1. Joey lands a shoulder shot. That's about all she wrote. Louis will send them on their way. And they'll, in fact, take their gun with them. No, actually, they hate it. Nope, not dealing with that, Sheriff. But we got rifles picked up on both sides. Ace is on the runaway train at this point. Been good for 2. 2-1, 2-1, 2. You would think patterns-wise, that would, make me feel great, is that 1 is coming for Utica. Got a Viper Pit on either side, and you got your Initiator ultimate. I love that little guy. If no one's got you, Gingerbread Man's got you.
He is by their side to help out, and in the meantime, Pace figure out which way to go here. I mean, you want to talk patterns. I don't think that we've seen Pace take the spike to see a single time. And probably for good reason. Vise still has that area completely locked up, hiding behind the mound in the meantime. Ooh, lots of space taken by Louis, and they're going to earn more after pushing the Viper off.
Oh, this is a cheeky delivery. Louis is going very deep into this ruse. They will use the Nightfall to make it difficult to see anyone, and because they were sighted out, they also are weakened temporarily. Louis slow crawl their way to backside. They have no idea they're behind them. 3 versus 1. JCK with a lot of work to do, and I got to think that at round number 9 right now, unless they can get a pick within maybe the next 10 seconds, JCK's got to start considering keeping that gun for later.
I think he's going down. Someone's going down one way or another. As JCK might just commit to this or look for those exit frags. At this point, Louis not going to let them get away without an engagement. That's cleanup crew. Pace will go up around. And again, they have this favoritism to the A side, to the B side. I think Utica know this, but their strategies in place have not turned into wins. And so they'll take a timeout to figure that out.
So, and so much of that is a conditioning factor to try and get them to have early leans, maybe a 2-2-1 of leaving their Vise by themselves, maybe even putting 3 on A and just 1 on B to kind of flex over as a rotation, and see if they can force them to maybe rotate off and put Henzo on an opposite position. You can see the callouts right now. Pace saying, all right, we have not gone C. We've gone there one time as a flex rotation through B, but let's go C. Let's honestly check it out. They've gone to the front door. They've taken the ult orb. They prioritize building up those kill contracts and more, but now it feels like that's going to be the main prerogative. I say that we're in the pause menu. I could be talking nonsense, but I mean, Vise is strong on C. Why would you walk to C?
That's right. There's good reason. Stay away from it. And right now for Utica, it's a possibility to switch around your Vise and think about other areas, but for the meantime, they will fortify C, and we will see exactly how this ends up going. So right now, they are geared towards it. Miss gonna send out that Prowler. And yes, some of that steel wiring will push back Pace, and they'll have to take a little extra time before hitting the site.
Trying to activate with that showstopper. Can't quite get over the wall. The contingency will go up, and I mean, if you're in this corner, it's going to be a dead man walking. They end up slinging it the other direction. Joey left with a free kill, as Fisher did not completely check the depth of the left corner. So, not dead yet. From out of Zen, they come up. Mist and company still looking for some targets. Pace has only got 1 player left, and it's in the form of Slam Dunkasaur, and then no more. They're extinct. Extra guns for free from out of Utica.
Something about that round tells me that Pace hit C a single time and may never hit it again. Listen, they got into the site, they kind of forced their way into it, but there was just kind of little miss after little miss. You had that showstopper to push people off the site, but then they completely missed them in that cubby corner. Joey pops out with the sheriff and gets the elimination. And after that, they're crashing through the door, through the waterfall, and Pace go down in droves. It's an opening now for Utica. And certainly an advantage after that timeout.
This game is puzzles and subverting of expectations. You have a showstopper and you think everyone is left. You don't see any sign, any hitbox, any nothing of someone chilling back left of top side of C. And you're like, okay, I'm going to sling this outwards, whatever. Well, suddenly, you get shot in the back. So, we're 2 off from ending out this first half. Utica has some extra creds and extra guns. They took at the behest of Pace. Kill contract does in fact land. Slam Dunkasaur. They end up taking out JCK. So that's your off-angle controller. Louis, oh, Henzo will defend their buddy as Louis was nearly able to take 2.
And that's a sign to Pace to say, all right, we gotta keep an eye on our flank at this point. Yes, we're on the site, but can we watch all angles? And they've got 3 players to do that. How about the Steel Garden, though, available from Henzo?
Yep.
They're going to pop that, and that's going to force Pace to the backside. Unless they want to go with the secondaries, which isn't the case. So they don't end up pushing on it, but they do have an idea of exactly where they'll be. Missed, pushed off with the Guiding Light Slam as well. They pop the defuse, and they'll put the onus on to Pace. But Pace, answer in kind, miss, gets 1 kill, down to 16 HP. The pop kill out of Henzo puts them away, and Utica get 2 in a row.
For all of a moment, I was judgmental. I didn't say it out loud until now. I will admit it was a little odd, but I was judgmental of the use of getting the Steel Garden at that position of backside tree, because you just know, all right, it's moved them about halfway. The only place that they can go to maintain their guns is to hut and to drop. Well, then they slung a couple of those guiding lights, and I was like, all right, cool. That's it. They're fully blind back there, so press the advantage, and they did so. When I don't like seeing apprehension when you need to execute, that's the kind of play I want to see. Louis got an operator, by the way. Slam Dunkasaur's got a double tap. They're going to work in concert together to try and press up to A.
This does feel dangerous for Louis, who's walking into 2, maybe even 3 players out of Utica, and they will go down. That is a heavy investment that will not see its payoff, and here come Pace right through the top side of B, finding their way into sight. Another flip-flop between these teams. Utica have taken over the attacker's spawn. Well, the A side, but look at this. Pace haven't secured a plant yet. They're considering all of their options first.
Looking for 1 pick, trying to show themselves towards C. Fisher wants to blend in the possibility of both C and B and maybe draw rotation. And look how it's worked so effectively. They've actually given up C, thinking that all numbers from Pace are moving right there. But look at the 1 anchor that's also happened towards A. Not giving it up. They know that they have the rest of their team to chill. Joey FPS staying as disciplined as they can be. They're pretty low, but they know that they could be able to stick through this.
Shots fired. It sends that
Oh no.
lurker all the way over and off of the 1 site that Pace end up being. They have completely duped Utica, who have the agent advantage, but now no longer the positional advantage. They got to retake all this space, and Akira says, hey, I can do that, and actually pretty quickly as well. Flash is going to help Akira dash into tree and say, hey, there's nobody here either. So pretty quickly, Utica take that space back, and they'll take the firefight right away. Akiros gets the kill through the smoke, hoping to take more with their ultimate. Laser straight up to heaven. Takedown 2, make it 3. They're on the defuse. But is it enough time? I don't think so.
Oh,
Just
it is!
barely.
0.22. That's 0.21 too much. So, good looks. I was wondering if they would actually, from Joey, use that pit early, as Pace had not made a decision and they didn't know where they were. So as they reconvened for the possibility of a C-site strike, they got healed up. And then a great overdrive pop from Akiros to take down 2 from heaven, cutting them down to just individual numbers. And for Pace, I mean, they play with the clock. I like that kind of play execution. It was really solid, but Utica just kept frosty and kept moving. And even when they had the full 5-man retake to site, I mean, they were able to get in there just fine.
Yeah, it's funny because it felt like they were taking that space way too quickly, and it turned out that they needed every half second that they earned through that retake. So kudos to them. We do flip-flop here, as both teams are hoping to take a lead in this best-of-5 series, the ECC Grand Finals here. Utica, 3 rounds in a row for their favor. Looking going to take some momentum here in the first, or excuse me, in the second half. All of them together from rubble. One of the most difficult areas of Lotus to take ownership of, but it looks like that's all the space that PACE are willing to give up. They'll set up for the retake over on A.
The amount of flip-flops in this match, you would think that the people that are afraid of chanclas would eventually get scared, but no one's shaken, no one's stirred. PACE ends up taking one man down. Oh, in fact, they get another one. Zen comes through and pops a couple. That means there's not really a lot of standing power. JCK by themselves, and eventually they are cross-fired down upon. So PACE will take yet another pistol. They have always started off, save one time, into a positive pistol position. I think of our 6 pistols, they've taken 5.
Yeah, they've been very solid on those early games, and you can start to see why. Wizard barely given enough time to set that spike down, and a lot of assists garnered in that round as well, so you can tell that utility is being used very effectively out of PACE. And that's part of what wins pistol rounds, right? Now, Monkey Man, yeah, it's a lot of the gunfire, but if you can put your opponents in a bad position due to all your utility usage, then you've done more than half the job.
Very true. You don't get to have too much utility, but it's about effectively how you utilize it. I was also taught stop doing a shield and a pistol. Start using the ghost. And I was like, sir, I have an 87% on my body shot percentage.
Oh.
You are
You're mistaken.
yeah.
that right click on the classic does incredible things for me.
Very true. 10 HP and what's left of this this wonderful dream onto that Bucky. Enzo has tough gun to have to use through a poison orb, and so Louis will retreat. Solid work from PACE to control the line. They will. I'm pretty darn sure they're going to be challenging C a lot more often than PACE was.
Seems like that is going to be the case, but is it going to be for the good of them? I'm not so sure.
What?
Wow. Willingly, Akiros runs right into the crosshair of Louis, but moving a little too quickly for that Sheriff to land its shot. So the plant done by Joey. Akiros. A dangerous spot here with that Bucky miss trying to sight them. Maybe with the Prowler, maybe with the Haunt, but the smokes instead haunt the days. What a spray from Mist to take another down with the Outlaw. JCK able to catch one, but missed. What a tyrant on this site to rid the rest of Utica from their position.
You know what's hilarious is that when they were pushing into that smoke, it wasn't that they actually got vision to them. It's that when they initially tried to hit the external side of the smoke, they ran into the shoulder of them. And so they're like, oh, I can't move forward. Someone is here. So, but this side slam, Akiros just like, whoop, can't touch me. Yeah, right there. It was Akiros at the edge of the poison orb. So they're like, there is a surface here that should not be here. That's a dude.
That is somebody I need to take out. And you saw the quick snap from Akiros as well. Like, did I just run into somebody? And it's an awkward encounter that ended in gunfire. And look at this. I think you're right, Monkey Man. I think C is going to be an option, taking up a little bit more. But a lack of Sentinels from PACE. Viper's really their best case at a Sentinel, having some stoppage utility, but looks like the Snake Bite and the Poison Orb is not enough to stop Utica.
Oh, unfortunate for Akiros. Some good old reload timing does not pay off for them as they were getting healed from just far and away from their sky. So, 2 HP. You do have that flex shield. Slam Dunk has actually 2 shields as they got the double tap online. He's gonna be able to turn it into something more. They grab yet another one. They're right underneath their feet. But PACE does the rest of the work for them. They find double digits through 15 rounds. They've got that 10 on the board. And they're threatening the Pioneers into going up to match point first.
Yeah, unfortunately for Utica, Slam Dunkosaur is as scary as they've been through this match, even on defense. And that's especially on the retake. How about the couple of kills there? So bold, even with such little health, right? 2 HP, 25 on that regen shield. But with that ISO shield, you're empowered to move forward.
Shout out all my my discipline priests in World of Warcraft. You know, shields are power. And if you got 2 or 3 of them, it seems almost impossible to be taken down. They're gonna rush into this site. Oh, but they're gonna be thrown to the floor. Fisher and Slam Dunkosaur taking care of business, and that was a fast one. I know that they were at a disadvantage, but they got that done in 10 seconds.
That round felt like a mockery of the game. That I think Pace got angry because you made a World of War reference in a Valorant cast. That could be it. Not sure.
My bad. Sorry,
but
gang.
hey, if you could do that to Pace more often, go ahead. 'Cause, I mean, that was pretty exciting to see. But that does reset Utica into a position where, well, it's do or die on Lotus.
To find out one way or the other. If Pace are not MMO fans, or maybe it was all just coincidence. Utica wanted that round done regardless, and they were either going to do it through force or, well, what we got to witness. And while they are challenging C, because there's not outright a regular Sentinel here, because it's going to be through controller play and much through Viper play, which is how we kind of like to play off of C. It still feels like much of this flexology from their ability to rotate. I mean, they're playing the 3-1-1. That actually exposes C, but look how much they're challenging and how deep that spike is over towards A side.
I mean, taking over rubble gives you a lot of options. You like having the breakable door in case the pivot over to B ends up making sense, but that really only occurs if you've got someone lurking up mid. Instead, the lurk is up through C. All the way through C. Louis is gone now. And he's probably wondering, how is there someone behind me?
This shouldn't be possible. I had every angle covered. Well, you didn't. Enzo gonna throw out some good old Razor Thorns and at least make it very difficult and uncomfy to have to come through. You're gonna have Henzo now into the kill contract. Gonna face off this duel. Oh, they get him! As the double tap does not help them out. And in fact, they get double tapped right back the other direction.
Ooh, and that's one remaining. Out of Pace, the rest displaced. Joey does it on the CT side. And I think that rotate to C just ended up so nice. You got the value out of the lurk. You said you like holding that site with the controller, but that might just be the reason why this all devolved into madness for Pace.
If you end up with a Viper as your primary kind of pseudo sentinel that has to hold structure to C, you need someone that can rotate pretty fast. It's not bad that they actually had Slam Dunkosaur with that kill contract, but they snuck so far through. There was no visual hold because there's no anti-lurk equipment on a Viper for the main entry point. So Henzo was just left to go on a field trip. Now, the Boombot did give away someone's nearby. Fisher's going to be at least giving some intel to the rest of his squad that that's happening. And Utica knows that they don't exactly have a free entry point anywhere. Showstopper only available for Pace, whereas you got Steel Guard and a lot of effectant AoE if they can get to site for Utica to post-plant hold.
There's a lot of noise on the C side. They've thrown a smoke onto this C main so that they could pop the door open and kind of fake a B push, but it's not going to be faked. Fade has taken up that space, and Pace want to play for rubble. That has pushed Utica all the way back as they have to rethink their approach completely. And they're kind of disjointed on this push now too, because the Kyros goes down alone. The Steel Garden pushes Slam Dunkosaur back all the way so that they die while they're in reverse. It's all kind of bouncing back right now for Utica, but the rebound has to be swift. There's only 20 seconds to get the spike down.
They should be able to execute, but Fisher's going to make life so difficult. They don't have anything to cover themselves except for this pit. The ego tells me that Fisher's going to walk into this. Yes, exactly. Ooh. So they're going to move away. They have a slight decay under their shield. This is eventually going to drop. No, Joey FPS is still able to sit with it. Now it eventually goes down. That is exactly what you must expect if you're Utica. Tough to do. They thought they had all the numbers forced into an opposite lane, but if you're Fisher, you're never doubting yourself when you're walking directly into an immediately popped pit.
Yeah, unfortunately, always protect the spike carrier, no matter how safe you think you are. I love the call you made. Ego tells me they're gonna enter the pit.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of these players have an ego for good reason. I think it's that right snap judgment play for the game sense. We are at map point here. Pace 1 away from getting to match point of this map. And oh, they're taking a bit of an aggressive approach on this. Look at that, 2 already up through mid.
Yeah, 2 off to C. If they are caught in this rotation, this is going to put Utica completely in the bin for game number 3. There's 1. And now you're segmented. Over there. You're going to re-peek off of this. They know that there's at least another number. There it is. So now you can be able to close the door, close the gap, and close opportunity away from Utica. Either they pop this overdrive early and Akiros tries to find a target, or it's just going to be lights out.
That was the final ultimate remaining for this team. Louis could just take another out. I believe sees a weapon. Start to rip some shots over on that side. Pinch play here to close it out. How about that? Pace wrapped with a flawless 13-6 is your final score as Pace go up 1 on the series.
They'll be 2-1, and they're 1 map away from taking the ECC championship, as well as having that auto bid to CECC. This one felt like, again, it was an early first half that hyper competitive. That 5-7, though, ended up sliding into complete snafu whenever they tried to get their attack working. Their defense much more structured, but every time that they were trying to flex to a lane, they fell into the trap of, oh, there's no Cinti here, let's try C. And it worked a couple times. It worked really well a couple times. In fact, shout out to Henzo looking nasty. But then going all out to try and get the Steel Garden to work out, they just couldn't quite execute with where they wanted to go. So shout out to also Fisher, just literally being unafraid of slime and getting onto site.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bold plays, for sure, out of Pace, and for good reason, right? You've got to set the tone in a really exciting way, and having some hard-hitting duelist and initiators is definitely the way to do it. So Pace do bring some serious momentum off of 2 very convincing wins. And before we do get to that map 4, I think that these players, they need a chance to prepare for that map, and Chief needs a little more attention.
He does. For all of you out there, this is Chief. I hope you love him as much as I do. But for all of us, let's take a short break. We're going to be going to split. Will it be a split decision? Do we go to a map 5, or does the championship get decided right after this? Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J, and we're not smack dab in the middle of this matchup. We're on the slightly latter half of our ECC Valorant Championship. Game number 4, right around the corner. And as you see from the top of my screen and top of yours as well, it's Utica that's on the back foot after just losing Lotus. Now, as PACE is on championship point for at minimum the next 2 maps. They may only need 1 as we're heading over to Splits, and that's been what's been happening down there. Very dominant showcase to kick things off with Pearl, and a very gutsy kickback by Utica on that bind, but Lotus looked like it was a return to form for PACE.
Certainly did. I mean, you look at the scores there, 13-3, 13-6. Compare that to the 13-11 win that we did see out of Utica, and we've got some very convincing victories out of PACE. They're just able to stack momentum in a really special way. And we've also talked about them, just the fact about being 1 step ahead, having some better gunfights, right? There's these even snap judgment plays that they're able to make, like pushing through that Viper's pit toward the end of the Lotus match, where it just gives them the edge. But will they have the edge on Split in order to become the ECC champions? We have to take a look at the agent select for Split once we get there. Expectations, now, Monkey Man? Any agent in particular you'd really like to see here?
Ooh, like to see or will see. I love a good breach on this map. I feel like he's very loud. I feel like he uses the geometry. And Joey, my man, thank you. That is exactly what I like. But I do kind of wonder what PACE is going to at least maybe not just float on, but ultimately go for their duelists, because ISO can work fairly decently, and you really kind of make up the makeup of this based on what your double duelist, often double duelist, will be. Now, one switch up, Utica, I mean, there's a flex to do this. They're going double controller. They're not going to go into that Cinti. They're popping the Astra with Henzo. And they did that on Pearl to some general effect. So they're going to be the most responsible for direct, at least delay and mitigation for that site crash.
Yeah, I'm looking to the breach as well from Joey to do a lot just to empower Akiros. I feel like we didn't see peak Neon out of Akiros on that Lotus map. They did have a fantastic overdrive play to secure one of those rounds. So there were peak moments, but I felt like the peak game hasn't been seen yet by Akiros. Breach is exactly that initiator that you want to empower them to perform that way. The Viper is back from Louis. This is a player who was racking up the kill count on a player like Chamber, but you do love to have a Viper on Split.
It's not bad, especially with the I want to say global, it's pseudo global wall that ends up being stood up depending on how you angle it. I love playing Viper onto this map, but it's so much more enjoyable just to be a very selfish breach. I say that in you know, a solo fill ranked mindset, but Louis wasn't as kill hungry on their Viper before when they were on bind, and I gotta think that there's then a lot of pressure. It was on Mist and Slam Dunkasaur to really show up. So I wonder if that's gonna happen again, because Louis was huge on the previous Lotus, and they were looking really decent even when they were kind of by themselves. So Mist back over to that Sky. And with Fisher back, just complete, it's nearly the exact same. Is this the exact same comp that they just had a second ago, save a fade, and so like a missed switch up between those two? I think so.
You might have it right on the money there. Yeah. I mean, Fisher on this raise, I think it's going to be really interesting. On round 1, they're holding a shorty, and they have to be in position to take advantage of that. Maybe rope is the angle that they end up taking the kill on, as they will hunt for it. JCK sees a shorty in their face and says, I'd rather keep my life. That spike is in heaven right now for PACE, so you haven't really found an avenue onto site yet. And for Mist, nearly their back was turned into Joey. Little bit of a bird fight here into heaven. Eventually Mist does get their kill though, and will bring that spike to A.
I thought JCK was just completely exposed in that doorway. They're covered by that ruse. Well, it didn't matter anyway. So eventually inevitability came through. Mist and company, strong position to hold out from this large side of column, and you will have at least one heal up from the overgrowth. So can Utica find some kind of target? You've got Hinzo, who's top in heaven. And if they decide to act on this pacing, they might be able to make it work. They do find a couple. Wizard coming up huge. So does Hinzo, who was eventually traded because of 2 versus 2, make it just the remainder of a very hurt Sky. That thing is stuck in the corner. Louis just needs to hit one little shot.
So does Wizard. Is there a headshot there? No. Louis ends up swinging right out into the final kill. But Utica made that interesting, gotta say. Joey, coupled with the Sky of Wizard, was able to utilize all the fault line and the flashes to actually get into sight and make that defuse a potential reality.
Yeah, that because they had that shorty just right around the corner from some very hurt players.
Yep.
And fault lines, look, initiator signature abilities basically don't exist. You often only get to use it one time, and being able to now kind of reserve it as a secondary, so they had it for later. That stun gave them that position. Unfortunately, Slam Dunkosaur was just never sighted by Hinzo when they went up into heaven through ropes. So they will collectively see Pace go up into mid. This is where so much of this map is defined by how deep and wide you let them go towards this mailroom position. Go check this corner. Ooh, they actually get a solid shot. That double top shield was just not on.
Oh my. There's nowhere to go after that. And I'm wondering how this flank ends up going, because Louis does have eyes. Oh, onto the Astra. There it is. Great shot. There is one more to deal with, though, and I don't think Louis realizes that. So the trade comes through. Only 2 remain, though, out of Utica. But you gotta consider, okay, they're on their save. They did just weapon upgrade to this outlaw. There's the potential for more here. It's Joey. Takes one position after the other. Slam dunk waiting to... Oh, position out there. Unfortunately, Joey taken down by the judge, and 1 kill will be all that is taken by Utica. In there, lost that round. Hell, my command, you had me thinking about signature abilities and the initiators. Back when we were on Bind, I was thinking about how Sky used to have 3 flashes, 3 blinding lights, and how they, it would regenerate as the round went, and you just sit on B long and say, "Yep, my flash told me they're still there."
You became a bird turret. You're like, all right, I send it. I need to know, because I completely lost what it is. What is a birdologist? What's a person that studies birds?
I know this. Oh my goodness. Oncology is not.
No.
That is the study of cancer, I believe.
Okay. It is an ornithologist, by the way. Oncologist is what you go to your doctor and I think you check out your colon or something. Yeah. Hold on, oncologist. I'm sorry about this, gang. This is a specialized doctor who diagnoses, treats, and manages cancer patients, coordinating care through. Oh, okay, all right, cool. And immunotherapy, by the way. Immunotherapy. Oh, that's the guy that was on House. Okay, I understand now. He was an oncologist.
Well, now that we've got that sorted, Utica have turned around and gotten their own win. They have studied the ways of Pace, and they've eradicated the viruses. I don't know. They got to win.
They met with their oncologist, and they got rid of Pace. Got it. Yeah. All right. Well, Pace ended up being a bonus round. That went no bonus. No, all whammies. Go some rifles. A Bulldog from out of JCK. I become kind of a pseudo Bulldog believer at times.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely am not a Guardian stan. Can't do it. I just can't land my shots, so that's mostly why the Bulldog comes out.
It's all about the 3-round burst.
Yeah. Shout out my BRs.
Yep.
Pathfinder recognizes that someone's out there. How many someones? They don't exactly know. They will rotate the spike away through sewer. Look at the depth that Utica's decided to stretch this one out to. They're going to at least bring some people through Marketplace. They're going to split this, split, just down to 1/2.
Oh, this is my skin for the Bulldogs, so I'm especially excited about it now. Wizard, however, part of the Guardian Gaming propaganda there that we're not bought into as much. Henzo has quite a bit to deal with. The rifle exposes one, and Zin ends up planting the spike upon their corpse. 2 on the side of Pace along with the kill contract, but something tells me Slam Dunk isn't going to be able to pull that off unless they're able to take out 1 or 2 of them. And no, they're going to go for it right before the paranoia hits. Zin needs to protect them, but is unable to do so. Oh, Slam Dunk is going to try to go as quickly as they can out of the kill contract. There's just no way to stay alive.
Even if you got the extra little shield, it's just like trying to reappear if you're Phoenix from your running back. I gotta wonder how fast you can actually shoot after coming out of the kill contract. Like, you do it, and then you try to like just immediately fire, but it was all pretty much done skis as soon as they were dunked. And Zen, they could have protected by just sitting back a little bit further, but they got a bit progressive and aggressive. Yeah, no, you're just not able to see that target fast enough.
Yeah, you can hide in the cubby as much as you want. You are done for. And that's what I was afraid of. If you use that kill contract, you are vulnerable. But in the same side, you know, it's kind of one of the only chances they had to win that round as they were stuck in sight. And meanwhile, Pace is stuck in a lobby with Akiros. Instant kill in main, and they get out with their life.
Gyros has been wanting to make this neon work, and I think this is one of the better maps to make it happen. Going to be filled up to full from off of this overgrowth. Enzo, solid work to clear out Louis, controller diffing them. It comes a 4 versus 3. The Seekers will tattletale, and they'll let them know that they are not anywhere on this map. Nice single tap out of Joey.
Oh. Missed right through the flash. Ends up picking it up off of Joey. This is Zin on a 1v3. And they've already got their ultimate, so there's no sense in trying to pick up orbs. They're just going to head right into sight and be a victim of the smoke spray. That is a defensive win for Utica.
And a rare moment in the first 5 for Utica to be in the lead. So, looking like they have solid control. Defense is still a pretty solid position of starting here on split. Oh, but the little jiggle quick boom, that's exactly how that works out. Like, you want that to happen every single time when you just jiggle peek and take your 1 tap, and it's magic when the timing works out.
I'm curious about this A side and the conditioning that we've seen. This toxic screen again and again being planted on A. Last time it was just that Viper. Now it's the whole team. And so they've set up a complete crash through. Blast backing onto site. Henzo trying to stay alive. Cannot do so. Again, Slam Dunk. They've been pushed into the corner and gummied out. Slam Dunk grabs another. Shield is up. They want to remove Wizard as well, and they will. The Boombot was too much to handle alongside the rest of Pace. And they still have everybody in tow to remove the rest of Utica. That's exactly what they'll do. Zin, the pick-me-up, and the put-me-down from Slam Dunk.
Pavlovian conditioning has forced anyone that ever has to deal with the same positioning from off of these tuck screens to never know when it's going to be a full-fledged strike from off of these teams, or if it's just going to be Slam Dunk at your door with a huge hammer taking off the walls. So good looks to get that flawless from off of Pace. And we go even Stevens through the first 6. JCK is the only one that's going to be near to their ultimate, while 3 others will completely have theirs ready to go. So Utica could get hyper loud. You got Wall, you got Ball, you got Rolling Thunder along with some good old electricity.
It's almost like a poker game. Like, who's going to bet first? Just kind of waiting around side-eyeing each other as those ultimates are still available in droves. A lot of sounds being made here in heaven after the crash of utility, but Utica are staying still like statues. They do have a lurk in their Omen. That might be the Viper, but pay no mind. Not dead yet. Already popped from Zin. They're trying to find a way around into the smoke, but they're put down again. Joey, a few kills on that Bulldog. Sparks the Rolling Thunder. into sight, but they get picked up by the kill contract. Joey goes down yet again from Slam Dunk, who is on a 4 for 4 on the kill contract today. They will topple over with another kill. On to JCK, finally put down as Slam Dunk. As Henzo, an opportunity off the Astral Divide. Tries to remove all kinds of angles here. Both players on or near sight. Fortunately for them, the snake bite is going to cause too much controversy. There's no time, and there's no numbers on the side for Utica.
I remember when we used to plant right behind that that bulletin board, right behind where the schedule is for the old trams over here. What a day that was. You would aim to control heaven, and then you would just spam through it.
Yep.
But solid attempt by Henzo to try and get there, but unfortunately they just could not find where anyone was, and great patience out of Pace, knowing that the Astral Divide, in fact, was just all of a ploy to create some time, and they did not over-aggress, especially from off of the play call from Slam Dunkasaur, because they're like, hey, they're working off pillar, do not move, wait for the ping, just let them come to you.
I think what's especially debilitating for Utica is that every single time Slam Dunkasaur goes for that kill contract, they've gotten the kill. And that not only means that they're good for one on each of them, that also means they keep getting kills. And now they're already 3 for 7 for their next ultimate. It's really something to worry about because he uses it normally at effective times. And there's not a lot that Utica have been prepared to do against it. But score is 4-3, still rather even. Both teams with a couple ultimates to get into this next round. However, that buy is low from Utica.
Not a little surprise, considering the last couple of that they've invested into. So Pace in a very solid position. Try and at least ramp this up into a 5-3. Been here a few times. Showstopper's going to get invested. And they at least try to scare some people away. They get one down. Slam Dunkasaur clears out Henzo, who was holding it by themselves. Oh, didn't even get to fire it. So Fisher now is a bit unsure. They'll have to cover some deeper angles. Fault Line will stun them. And now they actually will be incurred upon. Doesn't matter as they try to use those pain shells to full effect. Slam Dunkasaur and company, it's going to be a flawless. Solid execution, 2 HP. One too many.
Man, I'm saying Slam Dunkasaur good for 1 on every time they use the kill contract. Okay, or 4. Why not? Everyone they ran into did not do enough damage, down to 2 HP at the end of that. And I was talking about how they keep re-upping on this ultimate. Well, guess what's active again?
Feels like cheats. It's like, oh man. But you know what? I said this in 2021 when Reyna popped out.
Okay.
It's really good. Like, it's a really good agent, but you have to actually be good at the game. You can't You cannot play ISO this way unless you are absolutely doing assassin-like things. Dude's an assassin. Akiros kills a couple. Slam Dunkasaur will get rid of JCK as Akiros gets glocked by Zen. Zen's like, dude, let me live. Why? Blocking Marketplace. Ooh. Oh, and Enzo will spin on Louis, so that's a couple times that that's happened. The Slam Dunkasaur is just downhill running. This is the Boulder meeting Sisyphus in the form of Utica.
Yeah, and the problem is Sisyphus has not managed to push it back up yet. It's actually just a endless hill that he keeps respawning at the bottom of and getting rolled over. Unbelievable. Wait. Zen got, Zen got
right
that
behind
kill.
him.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought it would be another 4K for Slam Dunkasaur. Zen said, I would like some kills too, please.
It was looking promising for Utica when you saw Akiros in the kill feed first, but just no one is stopping these shoes, and they are running. And especially if you're getting both Zen and Slam Dunkasaur in combination, like, you're just not finding any value. 17-5. Next nearest them is 6-5 on their own team. It is Utica that is left in a shell-shocked position. They've already taken their time out too.
They've also taken a kill. Enzo removing the toxic screen, as well as the Viper, and that will force a pivot out of pace. They're going to take over on mid, actually leaving Slamdunkasaur alone on the lurk, leaving Zid alone in this position. I don't know how they lived for that long. Are you kidding me? Fisher just gets rid of the entire team. The overdrive, the gunfire, the rifles, nothing was enough to take Fisher down. They will go out with the ace, though.
That actually leaves an open door. Henzo has been good for a couple. So to underestimate them would be folly. Now, it's kind of an open gap. They can't get anyone to get baited. And one of the oldest champion skins in the book lays them into being a statue. So good looks to not let the overcook take him out. So pace. Zen just kind of stuck waiting. And in fact, they ended up being a decoy to allow Fisher to take on everyone that wanted to swing on him in mailroom.
I mean, Akira's just wasn't able to complete the job quickly enough. Like, that's the first one to peak. They take note of Zin, and they just eat the laser to what looked like tenfold. And it caused way too much havoc on that Utica side. Pace. Got the Viper Spin available. If they get onto site and get this plant down, though their Viper is not on that site, spike will be planted here. Cabbages are out. Never find Joey. Joey's down already because Slamdunkasaur does not know what it means to slow down.
Not one bit. W key warrior if I've ever seen one. And now you have everyone rotating from this flank position. They are unaccounting for mist. Akiros goes out, so there's one of your main duelists to at least lead the charge. And, I mean, it's the most telegraphed play in the entirety of this round. Slamdunkasaur. He's then left unchecked. It's one person in a horror game, and Fisher makes sure to usher them away. So, pace, 8-3, a very strong position. When we've seen them here before Pyro, we have not seen Utica able to bounce back.
No, it's going to take every bit of that economy as well as the ultimates that are available here. You'd think they'd maybe think about playing together and then go for the retake, because you do have that Astral Divide as well as from the shadows. There's a lot of like sneaky lurk plays to be made in this position, but instead they'll play a little farther forward at mid, putting that paranoia as well as the smokes down. At mid, it slows them down. And it does mean that the showstopper will not find the first blood, so Utica have at least stalled pace for a moment.
Take away the double tap shield. Gonna throw at least one guiding light, and now they have to use the contingency to give themselves at least some level of comfort to walk back into this. Slamdunkasaur with the shorty. Right off angle, they know they have to be just outside of this double stack. They're gonna scare them away. Oh, and his fish are getting rid of wizards, so that allows even more space to be gained. And Slamdunkasaur, just all of being an evil presence from around the corner, ends up being able to repel them. But Fisher's the one that's found the majority of these kills. 1 versus 2, even with their gun down, they're not dead yet. They have to run away from Zen. Oh, rather, they have to go right back into that fight. And now it's a Henzo in a one-on-one.
Uh-oh, they needed assistance there. Fisher couldn't get there in time, and now they've got to play the 1v1. Being extra loud, trying to force them off the spike. They do, but the kill's not found. The knife comes out from Henzo and punishing the shorty miss, giving Utica a 4th point.
That's fantastic. We've seen everything in this series except an ace, but we have not seen a knife kill. And I love that it just came down to one shorty shot missed and not enough BBs hitting the old skin. Oh, tearing them down. Fisher not at all prepared for that. So we flip halves, a 4-8. A little bit better than a 9-3. The key part that has to happen, it's only happened once in 7 pistols. Utica needs to grab this victory.
I'm not going to go as far to say that it is over if they lose this, because they really salvaged some leeway with that win on the previous round, but I'm with you. There's been a rarity when it comes to these pistol wins for Utica. They're going in boldly. Akiros Coming to the team. Hey, I see nobody. They're anywhere but here. Mist makes their presence known right away. Blinding light into the main side. They do have one lurker on the side of Utica that could cause controversy for Pace eventually, but they're not really taking their time on this retake whatsoever. Instead, it's a maze ran by Utica, now repositioning into heaven and ready to rain down hellfire on the attempted defuse, but Wizard ends up getting a couple kills there in sight. Wizard eventually going down as well as Henzo, so they try to take position in sight at heaven, but they end up getting sniffed out by Pace.
It was kind of this decoy narrative that Utica had put a majority of their guys over towards screens, so because they had to think about 2 to 3 people towards there to heaven, they had unaccounted for anyone sitting behind this bulletin board position. Unfortunately for Wizard, even with these couple of kills, a little bit of an overcook, couldn't quite hold their ground when it came to on-site and losing 2 one-on-ones after they give themselves up. So Pace, they end up taking, what, 7 out of 8 pistols. If this ends up being the end point of this series, that could be a stat to kind of look back on about how they always started from the front, or at least a majority of the time they did.
It's an excellent point, because setting the tone matters so much. And, well, having the better gun also matters. You could tell that Akiros had the advantage on the stun, on the dash, but that frenzy was no match for the Spectre. Fisher letting the judge sing a little bit there. And, yes, it will end up picking up a kill. 2 remaining out of Utica as they attack A and hope to maybe get an ult point out, but that guiding light is going to leave them flashed and leave them ready and ripe for the judge.
Solid, flawless here for Pace. 10-4, and if there was ever a time to use your timeout, maybe your last timeout, it's either going to be from this position or it's going to be from maybe 1+. So for Utica, this is all in. So that you're seeing them there on their regular rifle buy. What can they be able to at least sort themselves out to? They cannot, I mean, at all intents and purposes, they obviously cannot lose this round. Slam dunk at 22-6 has been monstrous. For Pace, consistency. They've shown it to us time and time again. The spike is set to mid. They want to win an early fight here to B, and they're staring down the barrel of what is going to be Slam Dunkasaur, who's going to try and hit him with this uppercut before they peek out.
Got the shield. He's got the kill. Oh, there's just no beating Slam Dunkasaur. It's not just a defensive diff, or attacking diff, excuse me. They're just as good on defense, but they bring the power back onto B. They double down on the attack. They remove the greatest threat of Slam Dunkasaur. And it feels like this map weighs entirely on the next few moments.
We clears out of Kiros. They at least get Wizard in the mix. See if they can be able to hold for at least a little bit longer. You got 3 half-blinded players, but no one directly has any pressure. Wizard, off of the initial plink and ping of the spike, is able to get a blind shot. Oh, but they're backing on up, just especially as they go nearsighted, and that takes care of it. It's 11-4. And with that buy-up and with the takeaway, Pace has put the Pioneers in a desperate strait.
I actually like the approach from Utica there because they storm onto B. They get rid of their greatest threat. They couldn't get the first blood, but they have sight and they have Slam Dunkasaur gone because of their boldness. They took over that A main side. They went right up the steps and dashed through, but they may have overexerted themselves in that position, right? Joey couldn't turn the corner as the smoke dissipated. They stormed up that staircase as the lurk was set and ready to punish. It was just a little bit too much, and they put themselves in this dastardly position now.
Already one out as Slam Dunkasaur gets rid of Akiros, who's really kind of one of the last remaining tips of the spear to try and get Utica into these places. Trapped in a corner already. They're over into ropes. Henzo clears out Zen, and they are prioritizing getting over to that weapon. They've got to know that someone's providing coverage to that. Fisher does not want to let him have it, and I think Henzo won't have an ease of use to get there. Now it becomes a battle here. Oh, as they use that shotgun, they try to just cut through that space. Fisher goes down. Slam Dunkasaur, though, still has 3.
I'm seeing JCK trying to get the first kill of the game here. They're right behind enemy lines. They're on that zip line behind 2. Oh. And it just wasn't meant to be there. You've got, at that point, a long range. What was it? Was it an Odin? And then you've got ISO on their shield. Enzo got a wonderful kill earlier. Is going to add to it now. Has to ace to keep this team alive. Give them a fighting chance. 24 HP. Awaiting the push from Mist. It's a flash. They pivot off. They do take out Slam Dunkasaur. Just spray through it for the ace. Enzo salvages the round for Utica.
Incredible. A near impossible task. As soon as they had put down the Nebula after a couple of quick stuns, they knew they had gotten rid of Slam Dunkasaur and that a crossfire setup was more than likely set up. They run away from the flash, turn, and they had to kill one. Oh my gosh. From right around that corner. It was actually Louis they got rid of. Slam Dunkasaur was the one that ran up first and then missed. They just kind of funneled right at him. You know what? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and sometimes just to be able to hold your ground, combine it all into opportunity. Slam Dunkasaur is going to get stunned out by this Pathfinder, and Pace is suddenly at odds and ends 4-4.
Oh, okay. Slam Dunkasaur not out yet. I'll tell you what, Hail Monkey Man, you mentioned that we've seen just about everything in this match aside from an ace. So credit due to Henzo making that one count and trying to lead the team now to some kind of success. I mean, you do have this astral divide. You want to use that to get onto site. They are going to have to get through Mist in this position, who's just spraying right through the smoke. Fault line pushes them out, though, and Utica should be good for a spike plant, though I'm not so sure of it anymore. Fisher seems to be keyed and ready to punish right away. Showstopper removes the rest, and Pace steal justice immediately.
12-5. They will be on championship point now. Utica is facing a massive wall, and Pace is just not going to let them get over it. Nearing 30 kills is Slam Dunkasaurus. Louis, just a slow, just patient play. Fisher wondering if anyone would come over to this little pocket, and Joey was none the wiser. Oh, Pace has everything, all the cards in their hands. There's a timeout before them. Utica has been saving it for a rainy day, and this is the rainiest one of all, as they have to be able to get out of the depression system. JCK, I feel for him right now. 0-17. That is not where you want to be. A completely different definition for them into this split. And game number 4, Pace might be locking themselves in for an ECC championship and a bid to Texas.
It looks to be that way. Yeah, they saved it for a rainy day. There's flood warnings right now, Hail Monkey Man. It is storming down right now. You don't want to be living by the creek. I'll tell you that much. Mm-hmm. There's been highlight moments from this team, right? Henzo was our local MVP, you know, who's been making all the right plays and getting the right decisions. Definitely had their hero moment. But unfortunately, in this map and in this match, they'll be living in the shadow of Slam Dunkasaur, who has done irreparable damage to the Utica squad and puts their team one round away from ECC Grands.
Trying to give an early ping. That's going to be Joey that gets rid of Zen. They're letting it be the kill pocket as everyone funnels through and works their way up. But look at this split. Henzo is all the way on B. Is this just a flex? Mist is going to try and throw this guiding line as high as they can to flash as many as they can. Slam Dunkasaur is already out of the way. It becomes a 4 versus 1. Louis suddenly alone. Henzo is on a field trip by themselves. They might end up being a hero that might be necessary. Louis has 30 HP. It's doable. Enzo's staying way back. They don't want to let them have any ability to save. Don't think they would do so anyway. They need to convene with the gang. Louis, he gets sighted out by that guiding light. And they're not going to expect him coming in from heaven right here.
No, I think that's going to be the final call. As Henzo was being very careful about their approach on it. Doesn't know where really Louis ended up. Well, now they're going to have an idea of it. This is your moment now, Henzo, to put that one to bed. There you go. Utica do carve out a win. And hey, good on them, right? You've got that timeout left. You're in a ditch that feels impossible to dig out of. But guess what you do in VALORANT? You take it one round at a time, right? They set up a strategy. They secured that win. And now you just got to go on to the next round to do it. With that said, you've got quite a bit to work against right now from Pace. Those 3 ultimates looking a little scary.
They are off of their own ultimates from the Overdrive and the Rolling Thunder, 1 each. They might prioritize, especially from this Nebula, seeing if anyone peeks initially, but maybe to go and get that ult warp. Wizard wants to see if anyone's early peeking from out of mailroom. They hear the boombot. Pathfinder will be used as an inorganic but opposite version just to get some vision, and they know Slam Dunk is nearby, so they're going to walk the heck away from that. And again, they're in a 4-1 split. Henzo is hanging out in Garage. They favored this last time to give themselves a rotational option to work from A to B. I think they're wise to it. They had no idea where Henzo was the last time, went unaccounted for, and that's ultimately what put Louis in the bin to give him that round.
That lurk could become profitable at the right time. Speaking of time, it is of the essence. Rolling Thunder is met with the Seekers. They've got the flash to work with as well for Mist, and there's just too much to deal with if you're a Kyros. However, they have a hero in the wings of Wizard. 2v4 for Utica with everything to play for. Wizard does find 3, but ends up going down into sight. That's the spike down as well, and has that lurk found value. Not enough. Henzo down, Utica out. Pace are your ECC champions.
Louis absolutely knew that that split was happening and that someone was lurking just out of sight. Henzo got him last time. He was not going to let that happen again. As he popped out of ropes, he said, surprise. So congratulations goes over to Pace as they will make their way over to CECC as your ECC East Coast Conference champions. Congrats goes to them. 3-1. We didn't go to game number 5. So that means that the best possible situation of you not hitting Breeze and us hitting a really solid series all happened at the same time.
Woohoo! I will admit, I had my kind of little bit of beachy flavor here today.
Okay.
I had a button off. I was ready for the beach just in case, but it looked like Pace had things to take care of. Coming into this match, they looked in dominant form, right? You had the 13-3 to begin with, and you were wondering really if Utica had what it took to take them to the line. End up getting that 13-11 victory on map number 2, and it looked like we had a match in front of us. But I think Pace, right, with their 2-0 win in the previous round of playoffs and coming into this with how on form some of these players looked, ultimately across all maps, Slam Dunkasaur was somebody that just was unable to be defeated. When you have someone that's playing so well, Hail Monkey Man, at the beginning of the match, but hasn't even met like the top of their potential until map 4, that is just a steamrolling effort that is so hard to deal with, right? If you can't stop a team's X Factor.
I mean, went 28-9, had 7 assists. They had a 408 ACS. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of lauding and applauding that needs to happen for them. We will, in fact, though, be having a short break as we prepare for an interview with one of the players from out of Pace. You guys don't want to miss it. It's going to be our final one of the night here for the ECC Championship. Come back to us here with Esports U. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro J for the final time tonight. It's been the ECC Championships, and of course, with Pace currently taking down Utica 3-1 here for Valorant, we have to be able to bring in a special guest. We've got Louis with us, as we'll be able to talk to them. Congratulations, Louis.
Hello.
Pace has a big bid going into CECC as the ECC representative. Tell me about your team. This was a couple of tough contests. The 2 times that you guys faced against Utica, did everything just shine the way that you guys designed it tonight?
We went into the game really confident. Fisher is partially calling, misses their main IGL at the moment. Funny enough, when we first went against Utica, I was calling. And then midway through the season, we realized that since I'm on the lurk so much, if you saw that I was on Chamber, Viper, right, it would have been better for Mist to call with the pack. Because he's playing Sky a lot, he's playing Recon Initiator a lot, right? It would make more sense. I'm not gonna lie, we're really confident against Utica. I think we beat them. I think they've only beaten us twice our entire program history, or something around that, margin. We went into it expecting a 3-0. I'm not gonna lie, on Bind, there's a lot of hiccups on Bind, but we went to it really confident, super confident.
Well, you could tell the confidence was there. I mean, Louis, you talk about you being on that Chamber and that Viper. You're not really IGLing anymore. You're more so taking over those lurk positions. But it definitely felt like a different form from that Chamber to Viper. You go from a 19-5 start on that Chamber to what felt like more of that support role from the Viper. I'm curious, what role do you more so enjoy playing? Is it tough taking more of the back seat in terms of the gunfight, or is that controller role something you enjoy more, perchance?
I am a coach too, and I coach people on Viper all the time. I've coached like 3 separate Viper players. One of them made it to Tier 2 last season.
Ooh.
I love to play in the Chamber, but unfortunately it's Viper meta, and I'm on Viper jail. But Viper is fun. Viper is fun. You know, I think over time though, like at the start of the season, right, we were letting me kind of just take whatever gunfights I had. Like on our original bind pistol on attack, we would have 4 Bath, and I would just swing long with a Sheriff on Viper. Like we didn't care. But then over time, we started realizing maybe we need a little bit more structure. Maybe Trevor can't sell the 1 every single time, right? and when I have like such great players with me, Fisher, I coached him before too, like same thing with Omar, which is Sam Dunkasaur, right? Like these 2 guys, Mist too, Paul, Zen when he's on the Clover, the mix, these guys are fraggers, they shoot, right? And I don't need to always be shooting. On that Chamber, great, I can op, I love opping, right? But I'm not gonna be lurking opping with on Viper, right? But you know, like we do what we need to do, and I don't have to be the star, and me on Viper doing what I can, not always going for the pick, just hearing stuff, hearing the rotations, right? Cycling my wall. That's all we need to do. If that's what we need to do to win, then that's what doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I have 3 kills, 2 kills, 19 kills, 19-5, 6 first blood, 0 first blood. It doesn't matter. As long as the game's done and we win, that's it.
Nice.
I love the fact that you have this coaching, this knowledge perspective, that you kind of went from, okay, I can IGL, I can frag, I can also try to play this role that I know really well that can help facilitate and let my fraggers frag. And that, to me, takes a leader to notice that, to recognize it, and to play that role. So very well done, Louis. Really exciting to watch. I was curious as well, you mentioned the history with Utica. You have their number, it seems. What part of the team allowed you guys to enter the ECC with such confidence? Because I don't know if you know, Utica was like undefeated in ECC in the fall. So you come in here in the spring, you take it by storm. Was it you as like you had coached some of these players before? Were you just confident in your experience together as a team? What really gave you guys that confidence to come in with this grand final?
So basically, I think last year Utica made it to Texas through ECC, right?
Okay.
And we were like, okay, so if Utica is the best team in this conference, right? We thought of it. I'm not gonna be very frank. We thought of it as a free Texas trip. We're like, okay, we're just going. Right? We went into this league like, if Utica can do it, we can do it. It's okay, you know? Like,
okay.
And that happened, right? If we go into it, like, of course we're not going to underestimate any of our opponents, right? But I think we went into it knowing we're better. After that bind game, we're like, Wizard life game, it's fine. Like, it's okay, right? And just swing them, do what we need to do, right? We play macro better than them, we shoot better than them, right? Wizard can have a life game. Slam Dunk Sword can have a life game on split. It's okay. We do it too. We do it back to them. Doesn't matter.
Makes sense.
But you know what? You came in with that pedigree, with that mindset. You put a target right on someone that you were trying to hunt down, and you absolutely did it. So job well done, Louis. I need to know, now that you do have the ECC bid, you're going to be going to CECC. How do you feel about your expectations heading into May Madness in Texas? Where should we be looking at pace on the old board between some of those group stages? Are we seeing you in the big bracket? Are we seeing you head towards those finals?
You know, a little birdie told me that some of the big, really good universities aren't going to be there. WVU is not going to be there. Maryville or Winthrop won't be there, right? Maybe they'll send their academy roster, but we slammed them in NECC too, right? So I'm thinking, like, if we get a good bracket, we're in playoffs. We're better than so many of these teams. I think Roosevelt, I think they're in third place NECC right now. They just fought for third. I don't know if they're top 3 right now in NECC Div 1. We beat them earlier in the season before we made all these changes, right? We're so confident. We can get there. We can be up in the bracket. Like, are we being realistic? Are we going to win it? We don't know. But take us match by match. We got it. We got it.
You know what?
It'll be fine.
I applaud and I appreciate that kind of confidence, as well as that dedication to preparation. It seems like you guys are doing the homework. I cannot wait to see you guys fly. And also, the ground is yours. Louis, give some shout outs to your friends, your family, your fans, anyone out there that was able to push your team along the way here for Pace.
Shout out my entire team: Fisher, Slam Dunkasaur, Mist, Paul. Shout out our manager, our director, Julia. And shout out our emergency sub Chasu. He was on the way just in case Paul, because Paul DC'd. We played a warm up scrim, and Paul DC'd twice, and he was like on the phone. He was ready. When I told my dad what was happening, he went out, got me a burger and a Sprite. Right, that's fire.
Nice,
Go dad.
Right, let's go W Dad. Right. Yeah, shout out my entire family. They're really supportive of my gaming stuff. Of course, I'm in college. I'm trying to be a teacher. So all that, right? They're really supportive. I'm gonna send this entire interview to my sister. She's probably gonna laugh at me for my hair, but woke up ready. Wasn't expecting an interview, but it's okay. We got it. We got the dub. That's all that matters.
You know what? The W was gained. You guys did it with absolute confidence. You've got the ticket now to get right back to the big stage, and we cannot wait to see what you do. Thank you so much, Louis, for joining us. And again, congratulations on the big win.
Thank you so much. Thank you for casting it. You guys were great. We were overlooking after the piece, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Pyro, I have never heard such great confidence, but well earned, and I feel like it's in a solid position with positivity. Great way to be able to promote their team from the front. Solid coaching, solid mental, and I feel like they're going to be making some big waves when it comes to CECC.
I think so too. You hit the nail on the head when you mentioned preparation being an important point of this Pace team. They do the homework. They've got coaches playing as IGLs and then giving that IGL position to other players that they've coached, saying, no, you guys got it and I'll take care of what's needed. I love that leadership of the team to say we're going to be as efficient with our resources as possible. And the mental as well, right? They lost a map and they said, oh, they can have it. We're fine. We'll take care of it in the next couple maps. Yeah, the confidence, the mental, the preparation is there. Pace make a very exciting team to have taken that ECC bid to Texas.
Well, we have now finally rounded out everything here today through all of ECC. You got to see a lot of good Super Smash, Rocket League, Overwatch, as well as Valorant. We had SNHU take home a couple of titles. Molloy continue their reign of supremacy. And of course, just recently with the side of Pace finding their bid. Everyone that was able to win now has those ECC titles and those entry points as representatives for the East Coast Conference to go to CECC and make some May Madness waves happen. Shout out over to our awesome production in the form of K-Tad and Cool Scoots. It was a great day. It started very early on. It could have been even earlier if we were able to see our individual smashers, but also Pyro, great to be back in the booth with you. Any final thoughts for everyone that's now going to be heading over to Texas to be representatives for this awesome conference?
Congratulations, you earned it. And Texas is an awesome time. Happy to have been at the event at that time. It's really a collection of just like-minded individuals, people like Louis that we just saw, who are so passionate about representing their university and being a part of this competition that is taken so seriously at this collegiate level, because we know the potential that these players possess, and it's exciting to have seen it now today from these grand finals. And Hail Monkey Man, it was that much better, the fact that I got to do it with you. So thanks again for sitting in the booth with me.
Hey, it's always a fun time when we get to be able to just throw our voices into the void here with some awesome video games. You guys out there, make sure to support your local gamers, be it in Scholastic or otherwise. And of course, make sure that you have a great rest of your weekend. I'm Hail Monkey Man. That is Pyro J. You have been fantastic. We'll see you next time.